Chapter 76 Taming Processing 3 Ren broke the blue wax seal, intrigued by the envelope's formality. Then he extracted a letter written in elegant calligraphy. Dear Ren, I have spoken with the director about your performance during the expedition. Your support was crucial, and more importantly, you demonstrated an exceptional understanding of beasts that frankly intrigues me. The director has authorized a special support of 100,000 credits for the exchange store. Consider it recognition for a promising student. Perhaps I should start believing in that knowledge of yours and see what it can do with a small push. Whatever you're planning, I hope this helps you achieve it. I'll be absent for a while arranging certain matters. We'll see each other upon my return. Professor Zhao. Ren read the letter twice, processing the implications. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed with accelerated rhythm. 100,000 credits. His eyes shone while making mental calculations. With that, he could buy the materials, his parents' runes, and save his crystals for other needs. Perhaps the mantis core wouldn't have to wait so long. Jesse, he called while returning to the counter, I need to make some purchases. So soon, are you sure about? Jessie was still worried, but her expression changed upon seeing the official letter. Oh, I have authorized credits. Ren showed the director's signature. I need specific materials. Jessie checked the authorization with increasingly widening eyes, then checked the credit book. 100,000. First, 10,000 in discarded bronze rank beast parts. Ren began listing. But only tissues from woody or rocky beasts like the rock crocodile you had a few weeks ago. Jessie consulted the catalog. We have some forest guardian remains and still have some of the crocodile you mentioned, but are you thinking of cultivating a ghoul monkey? Don't worry, I know what to use them for. I also need poisonous fungi, the luminescent ones imported from there. Jessie worried slightly. Those are 3,000 each. How many? 10, Ren responded without hesitation. 30,000 just in fungi. Jessie made notes. The woody tissues would be about another 10,000. Anything else? 1 intelligence rune and 2 vitality ones. Jessie stopped her pen. Those are quite common, but... Do you have them? Yes, but... Jessie hesitated. That's another 30,000 credits. And normally they're only used by beasts that can process large amounts of information. The vitality ones aren't good either. A spore. She stopped, uncomfortable. A spore wouldn't benefit because it only slightly increases strength, right? I didn't mean. Doesn't matter, Ren smiled. I want them anyway. Jessie nodded and began processing the order. It'll take a while to gather everything. The discarded parts are in the special warehouse and the runes in the vault. While waiting, Ren mentally reviewed his plans. The crystals he'd gotten from the skins would serve other purposes. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed softly. Soon, very soon, everyone would understand that a spore could be much more than they imagined. Here you go. Jessie returned with several sealed containers. The fungi are in special containers. They're extremely toxic. The tissues are preserved with their original moss, and the runes. She held a small crystal box. Inside, a translucent stone glowed with a faint bluish radiance. Be careful with them, she warned while Ren examined it. They're very sensitive to magical energies and you could ruin them. Ren nodded while carefully storing each component. His knowledge showed him exactly how to use each piece, how to combine the elements to achieve something no one would expect from a simple spore. Now for your 49,500 crystals. We have 2 options. Jessie turned to check a small box. I can't store student credits. The ones from the letter are a special case like some other bonuses and rewards. For storing, you must go to the bank section, or you can keep them with you. So you can withdraw part of the 30,000 you have left but can't store more here. I can give you 49 normal gold crystals, which are quite bulky, or if you want to withdraw 500 more crystals, or have something to exchange and complete the 50,000. Her eyes sparkled. I can give you 5 dark bronze crystals. They're worth the same, but the bronze ones are smaller and easier to transport. Ren considered his options. Normal gold crystals were apple-sized spheres, each worth 1,000 basic crystals. Dark bronze ones, on the other hand, barely reached the size of a walnut, but each was worth 10,000. Ren gave her the herbs he'd obtained from the barkstalker's shell to complete the last 500. He didn't want to withdraw or ruin the nice round number of his 30,000 credits for now. The 5 dark bronze ones, please. Jessie nodded while opening a special box. Inside, small crystals shone with a soft dark tone. Thank you, Jessie, he said goodbye while securing the last container. You've been a great help. Come back any time, she smiled. And good luck with your cultivation. There was some pity in her voice, but also genuine kindness. Ren couldn't blame her. No one would expect a spore to go very far. Soon they'll understand, he thought while leaving the warehouse. He could finally begin. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed with anticipation, while he spread the shadow stalker skins across his bedsheet. Their conductive fibers, perfectly preserved, absorbed light, creating a space of deep darkness. Working methodically, Ren hung more skins using sheets as support, until forming a sort of dark tent over his work area. The light that filtered through was minimal, but the faint glow of his fungi was sufficient to see. In the center of this improvised space, he placed the processing pot that all students received. It was made of special opaque metal, designed to contain magical reactions. This reaction wasn't as simple as Taro's. The 100 normal bronze-sized crystals, from the best Ren had mined, aligned perfectly around the pot's edge, each shining with a soft bluish glow. The intelligence rune rested in its own crystal box, emitting occasional flashes. Before processing the crystals in the pot, he had to use most of his mana on that rune. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed more strongly while he concentrated. Slowly, he began directing his mana toward the rune in the covered space, away from contaminating external energies. It was a delicate process. Too fast, and the rune could fracture. Too little, and it wouldn't reach the critical point necessary to begin synchronization with his beast. Sweat drops appeared on his forehead while maintaining the constant flow. The rune began glowing more intensely, absorbing mana from his mushrooms. Where energy drops touched the surface, tiny points began forming. Like spores, Ren thought while maintaining concentration. 10 days of this, and the rune will be ready. It will be reassuring to have it from the beginning. When the process with the rune reached a stable equilibrium, Ren turned toward the poisonous fungi. Their special containers were marked with warning seals. With precise movements, he extracted all 10 fungi. Their colors were vibrant, almost hypnotic. The mortar he used was very clean. Any contamination could ruin the process. The fungi crushed under his careful strikes, releasing a sweet aroma that made his eyes water. When the paste was ready, Ren channeled a small amount of mana. The reaction was immediate, the mixture beginning to bubble softly, its color becoming more intense. The discarded parts of woody beasts and crocodile parts came in sealed containers. Upon opening them, a penetrating smell flooded the space. The moss covering them was the key. Ren directed his mana toward the small plants, which responded immediately. They began growing, spreading over the discarded tissues, consuming the decomposing matter. The process was fascinating to observe. The moss pulsed with each new extension, converting dead tissue into new life. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed at the same rhythm, as if recognizing a familiar process. When the moss reached its maximum extension, Ren began scraping it carefully. Each strand was precious, charged with the transformed energy of bronze beasts. The collected moss fell into the poisonous fungi mixture. The bubbling liquid absorbed it eagerly, its color changing to a deeper tone. The processing pot now contained the mixture of fungi and moss that would serve as transformation medium. The preparation was complete. Now would begin the real work, 100 days of careful cultivation, each crystal absorbing the mixture's power while the rune developed its spores. In the darkness of his improvised tent, surrounded by the soft pulse of mana, Ren smiled. The first step toward true evolution was underway. Chapter 77, Taming Pain. But one step remained to ensure the cultivation's success, even if just a little. The preserved female Shadowstalker's body gleamed faintly in the darkness of the improvised tent. Ren manipulated it carefully, tracing the conductive fiber patterns until locating the most appropriate tentacle. A tentacle too thick would absorb too much mana, one too thin would saturate quickly. He needed an intermediate one, with the correct amount of conductive fibers. This one, he thought while using the weaver thread to cleanly cut a tentacle the size of his index finger. The internal fibers briefly glowed when exposed, hungry for mana. With precise movements, Ren submerged the tentacle in the now mana-depleted solution he had prepared. The liquid, a mixture of poisonous fungi and moss, was instantly absorbed by the conductive fibers. The tentacle darkened, as if it was a paper that had absorbed ink. The bark stalker powder came next. Ren carefully dusted it over the treated surface, watching how it adhered, forming patterns like tiny scales. The powder would seal the tentacle, preventing it from absorbing his vitality instead of just the specific mana he needed to manipulate. Now the delicate part, he thought while unrolling more weaver thread. He began wrapping it around a section of the tentacle, creating a safe grip zone. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed with warning when he took the first crystal. The mana density was 10 times greater than those Taro used, enough to cause serious damage to his mana veins if not handled correctly. He breathed deeply, holding the modified tentacle in his right hand. He positioned it over the veins above his stomach, where mana would flow most intensely. Here we go, he thought while absorbing the crystal. The pain was immediate and intense. Mana entered his system like liquid fire, threatening to instantly saturate his channels. His mushrooms began glowing strongly, trying to process the overload. Ren pressed the tentacle at a specific point on his chest. The conductive fibers, hungry but controlled by the treatment, began absorbing the excess mana, saturating the channel. The pain decreased slightly, becoming manageable. He moved the tentacle following his veins, allowing the conductive fibers to unblock saturation points. It was like opening small gates, allowing mana to flow instead of dangerously stagnating. Sweat ran down his face while maintaining concentration. One wrong move, 1 second of carelessness, and mana could fatally accumulate in his vital points. The tentacle and his willpower were his only protection against the overload that would leave him permanently unable to control mana. His mushrooms pulsed erratically, struggling to process the energy flowing through his system. Still in their dormant phase, they weren't ready to handle such power. But that was precisely why they needed this controlled overload. Ren continued moving the tentacle. The process was painfully slow. The tentacle's conductive fibers began glowing with a sickly purple tone, signaling they were saturating. Ren adjusted his grip on the thread-covered section, grateful for that precaution. Minutes that felt like hours passed while Ren struggled to maintain balance. The crystal gradually consumed itself, its mana distributed between its channels and the saturated tentacle. Finally, when the last vestige of mana was absorbed, Ren allowed himself to breathe deeply. The tentacle in his hand was glowing in intense black. Saturated to its capacity limit, he thought while placing the used tentacle in a sealed container. 99 to go. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed weakly, exhausted by the effort. But there was something different in their glow. A deeper, more concentrated tone. The first step toward awakening had been taken. The director's office occupied the central tower's peak. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the school grounds, while shelves filled with ancient tomes covered walls that weren't glass. The domed ceiling was decorated with a fresco representing the dragons of different beast families, each in its natural territory. A massive dark wood desk dominated the room center. Behind it, the director read a note with furrowed brow while his royal phoenix subtly manifested golden flashes in his white hair. Zhao was getting soft since that incident, he murmured to himself while his eyes traced the lines. 100,000 credits for a student with a spore, and this story about an extraordinary genius? It's obvious he just feels pity for the boy. He left the note on the desk, where it joined several detailed reports about the Medusa incident. At least before, his support for the unfortunate made some sense. He continued, his phoenix manifesting more clearly in response to his irritation. But this is just... Finally, he looked up at the young woman waiting patiently before his desk. Her presence was so discreet she almost seemed to merge with the room's shadows. I need you to investigate something. His voice adopted a more formal tone. There's an unusual student, a boy with a spore. The young woman nodded silently. I see you know who he is. I want you to test him. Something to help us understand what Zhao has seen in him to insist so much. The director took up the note again, rereading a specific passage. I need to know if this is another of his whims, or if there really is something so special about him. The young woman made a slight bow before heading toward the door, her movements so fluid they barely disturbed the air. And remember, the director added as she reached the threshold, be discreet. We don't want your identity revealed over trifles. Ren stored the used tentacle in its special container, his movements slow from exhaustion. The mushrooms in his hair barely pulsed, also exhausted from the effort of processing so much mana. His reflection in the room's small mirror showed the change as his veins still glowed faintly under his skin, and the mushrooms seemed more defined, with a deeper shine. They weren't changes someone would notice at first glance, but they were there. A hot bath, he thought while gathering his toiletries, and then sleep for a week. The mental exhaustion was different from anything he'd experienced before. It wasn't like tiredness after training with Lin, this was deeper, as if his mind had been stretched to its limit. He headed toward the door, eager to reach the baths before his body simply decided to collapse. Knock, knock. The knocks, though soft, startled him. It was late, his roommates didn't knock to enter, and no one else usually came to the gray wing. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed weakly in alert. Who is it? He asked, his voice betraying some of his exhaustion. That doesn't matter, a female voice answered from the other side. Could you open for a moment? Chapter 78. Taming lies. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed weakly in alert. Who is it? He asked, his voice betraying some of his exhaustion from the intense cultivation session. That doesn't matter, a female voice answered from the other side. Could you open for a moment? Ren quickly looked around the room. The containers were sealed, shadow stalker skin stored away, work area dismantled. But the smell, a mixture of poisonous fungi and decomposing tissue, still lingered heavily in the air. Who are you? He insisted, buying time while considering opening a window to clear the suspicious scents. It will only take a moment. It's very late and I'm not presentable, Ren responded, his exhausted mind trying to process the situation. Could it be tomorrow? There was a pause, barely a heartbeat. The tone changed. Open the door, fungus. Luna's voice cut through the silence, cold and direct. I need to talk to you. Ren froze. Of all people? Luna? He tried to make his voice sound firm despite the exhaustion. I was about to take a bath. Can it really not wait until tomorrow? No. Ren looked around the room with desperation. Everything was stored but the smell, and he was shirtless, covered in sweat, his veins still glowing faintly from the mana manipulation. Luna, it's really not a good time. You have 10 seconds. Her voice didn't change tone. After that, my wolf will find another entrance. As if to emphasize her words, Ren felt the shadow wolf's presence manifesting on the other side of the door. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed more strongly. 5 seconds. No choice. Luna didn't seem like someone who made empty threats. Ren opened the door. Luna stood there, her shadow wolf partially manifested in the shadow beside her, her blue eyes studying him with clinical intensity. Her gaze traveled over his bare torso, stopping at the veins that still glowed weakly with residual mana. Interesting, she murmured, gently pushing him to enter the room. Her nose wrinkled slightly. Though the smell is peculiar. Luna, please, sit, she ordered, closing the door behind her. We need to talk about what really happened during the expedition. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed with resignation. Where were you when the tent fell? Luna began while her wolf materialized more clearly, its eyes glowing with a silvery tone that seemed to pierce through him. In the hole with everyone else. But you already know that, Ren responded, noticing Luna's gaze focusing on his chest when he answered, studying his mana patterns. When did you leave? When you saw me do it. This is strange. You already know all this. Why? Ren stopped, understanding something. Mana flowed subtly to Luna's eyes, a pattern that Ren knew generated in some beast that used enhanced perception. Why did you leave? I wanted to verify something. Lies. Luna didn't change her expression, but her wolf growled softly. The real reason. Ren blinked, surprised by the certainty in her voice. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed while analyzing the mana flow in Luna's eyes again. I wanted to help, he answered carefully, observing her reaction. This time Luna didn't contradict him, but her eyes glowed more intensely. How did you know you could? I didn't know, Ren measured each word, noticing how the mana in Luna's eyes fluctuated with each response. I just had an idea. When did you see Zhao? A while after leaving the hole. The shadow wolf took a step closer, its eyes reflecting the same glow as Luna's. Was finding him a coincidence? Ren responded, and saw the flash in Luna's eyes. No, he corrected immediately. I knew he would be near because of the feathers left behind. Luna narrowed her eyes, mana flowing more intensely. How? By the attack pattern. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed while Ren connected the dots. Luna could detect lies, probably through small changes in the speaker's mana flow. I see you noticed many changes. For example, did you notice the Medusas were very organized? Luna began. Too organized for. I noticed, Ren responded, aware of the mana flowing to Luna's eyes. What else did you notice? That it wasn't natural. Medusas don't hunt like that. No, Luna took a step toward him. They don't. You know what else isn't natural? That a child with a spore knows exactly how to help during such an attack. Ren had to be careful. Luna was building to something. Someone must have been controlling them, right? The shadow wolf tensed. Why is Zhao hiding information about the attack in the official report? Why didn't he make public that they were looking for me and Klein's group? Why don't you ask him yourself? Don't play dumb, Zhao told you something. Luna didn't ask. It was a statement while her wolf moved even closer, before disappearing and avoiding my questions. He thanked me, he responded calmly. It was truth. What else? He left me some credits for the store. Also truth. Luna took a step toward him, her eyes glowing with a particular mana pattern. The games and roundabout hints stopped. Who gave the order to the attackers? I don't know that person. Technically true, he had never met the First Minister, but you know their name. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed with alarm. That was the real question Luna had come to ask. Ren maintained his neutral expression. He had to be very careful now. I know many names. Another truth. Which is the culprits? I couldn't be certain. Also truth, he had no physical proof to be certain. Luna narrowed her eyes, mana flowing more intensely. What did Zhao tell you exactly? That he would conduct a careful investigation. Truth again. The shadow wolf drew closer, its eyes reflecting the same glow as Luna's. They were looking for the slightest fluctuation in his mana that would betray a lie. Why? Because accusations have consequences. You're good, she said finally. Very good. Ren observed the mana flow in Luna's eyes that were now very close. You can detect lies, can't you? That's why the pattern in your eyes changes with each response. Luna tensed. I don't know what you're talking about. Now you're lying. Ren smiled, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing with enthusiasm. I think I'm understanding the trick. Impossible. Luna stepped back. You couldn't see. My spore can detect mana patterns too. Ren advanced, for the first time feeling he had the advantage. Luna stared at him while confirming that what Ren said was true. Show it to me, said Ren, his smile widening at seeing Luna lose composure and backing away as he approached, turning the tables. Show me how it really works. Chapter 79, Taming Misunderstandings. Now you're lying, Ren smiled, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing with enthusiasm. I think I'm understanding the trick. Impossible. Luna stepped back, her composure slipping for the first time. You couldn't see. My spore can detect mana patterns too, Ren advanced, for the first time feeling he had the advantage in their verbal sparring. Luna stared at him while confirming that what Ren said was true. Show it to me, said Ren, his smile widening at seeing Luna lose composure and backing away as he approached, turning the tables on her intimidation tactics. Show me how it really works. Don't get cocky. Luna recovered some of her usual hardness. You're still just a foolish fungus who says nonsense about illogical evolutions and believes they're true. She raised her hands to push him back, grabbing his wrists. Why do you insist on saying things that go against all logic? She tried to push him backward, expecting to easily dominate him with her superior strength enhancement percentage. Her eyes widened with surprise at finding strong resistance. Surprised? Ren maintained his position, Lin's training finally showing results. Enhancements don't matter if they're multiplying miserable values. Luna narrowed her eyes, her pride wounded. Her wolf began manifesting more fully, preparing to merge and increase her strength. The door burst open. Ren! You won't believe what? Min froze mid-sentence, his eyes opening like saucers. Lu and Taro crashed into his back, curious to see what had stopped him. Their jaws dropped almost in unison. The scene before them was difficult to explain. Ren shirtless and covered in sweat, his mushrooms glowing intensely. Luna, the untouchable Luna, with her hands gripping Ren's wrists, her perfect blue hair unusually disheveled. The room smelled strange. Sheets hung creating mysterious shadows, and there was a tension in the air that could almost be cut with a knife. Both frozen in what appeared to be a power struggle. Oh! Min stepped back, colliding with Taro. My. Continued Taro, stumbling into Liu, dragon. Completed Liu, his bat manifesting briefly from nervousness. We. Taro stammered, his beetle's markings flickering with embarrassment. We should come back later. No! Luna released Ren as if he burned, her usual grace completely forgotten. It's not what? We'll sleep in the hallway. Min announced suddenly, his voice 2 octaves higher than normal, his water snake coiling nervously around his neck. Yes, the hallway. Taro nodded frantically. It's a beautiful night to sleep on the floor. Very hygienic, added Liu, backing away. Dust is good for the lungs. Wait, it's not what it looks like. Ren tried to explain, but his friends were practically climbing over each other to escape. Take your time, Min shouted from the hallway, his voice cracking. Yes, don't worry about us. Taro's voice sounded strangled. Luna turned toward him, her cheeks red with fury and embarrassment. This is your fault. My fault. You started it. Ugh. Luna headed toward the door, her manifested wolf ears drooping with embarrassment. This isn't over, fungus. And next time. She stopped, trying to recover her dignity. Next time we'll be in a more appropriate place. But if anyone, she hissed, hears a single word about this. She didn't finish the threat. The room's shadows seemed to come alive, wrapping around her like a dark cloak. In a blink, Luna and her wolf merged with them, disappearing as if they had never been there. Ren stood in the middle of the room, shirtless, sweaty, and suddenly very aware of how ridiculous the entire situation was. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed once, as if laughing. Guys, he called toward the hallway. You can come back. It's not what you think. We're not thinking anything. Min's voice came from far away. Absolutely nothing. Our minds are completely empty, added Taro. Like my future memory of tonight, completed Liu. Ren sighed. At least he had discovered Luna's secret about detecting lies. And she had discovered that maybe, just maybe, she had underestimated the foolish fungus. There was a long silence from the hallway. Is she gone? Min's voice sounded cautious. Yes, she's gone. Through the door, asked Liu. Not exactly. Use the shadows again? Taro sounded impressed. The three peeked their heads around the door, one above the other like an improvised tower, their beasts manifesting briefly in curiosity. Is it safe to enter? Min sniffed the air. And, what's that smell? It's a long story. Ren began gathering his bath things lazily, exhausted after everything that had happened. Oh, we have all night. Liu entered first, his bat manifesting to inspect the room. Especially after that. It's not what it looked like. Ren defended while Taro and Min also entered, closing the door behind them. You weren't having a romantic moment with Luna? Min arched an eyebrow, his water snake coiling playfully. Romantic? Ren nearly choked. She was interrogating me. Without a shirt? Taro grinned, his beetle's markings shifting in amusement. I was going to take a bath when she appeared. Uh-huh, Liu nodded solemnly. And I suppose she tripped, and you fell on her. No, she was. Ren stopped, remembering he couldn't explain the real reason. We were just talking. Very closely. Min wiggled his eyebrows suggestively. And in the dark, added Taro. With mysteriously hanging sheets, completed Liu. Ren groaned, collapsing onto his bed. You're impossible. And you're a heartbreaker, Min sat beside him. Who would have thought? First Lin, now Luna. Taro pretended to wipe away a tear. Our little fungus is growing up. Lin just trains me, Ren protested. And Luna hates me. Hate and love are very close, Liu philosophized, his bat nodding sagely. Can we change the subject? Ren pleaded. Weren't you going to tell me something when you came in? The three exchanged looks. Oh, right, about the mines, Min smiled. But this, he gestured at the room and hanging sheets, is much more interesting. Though it stinks, added Taro. What were you really doing? Ren sighed. This was going to be a very long night. I'm going to take a bath, he announced, standing. And when I come back, we'll talk about anything else but Luna, understood? Whatever you say, Liu winked. Romeo. His friend's laughter followed him into the hallway. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed with resignation, They would never let him forget this. At least Luna was equally embarrassed. That was a small consolation. Chapter 80 Taming Prophets. The next morning, Lin appeared before Ren with her trademark sadistic smile. Not even his exhaustion from the cultivation process could save him from training. Faster! Lin's voice cut through the morning air as she made him run with weighted bands strapped to his limbs. When he was finally released that afternoon, his muscles trembling from exertion, Ren decided to demonstrate his cultivation process to his friends. They gathered around, watching with curiosity and apprehension as he meticulously laid out his materials. First, I crushed the poisonous fungi. Ren began explaining, his movements precise and practiced. Min nodded along, following the process with keen interest until Ren reached the part about overloading with 10 times more mana than Taro, and controlling his veins with the tentacle, while enduring excruciating pain. His eyes glazed over, and he toppled backward like a felled tree. Min! Taro lunged forward to catch him. Lu observed in silence, his bat ears occasionally manifesting as a reflection of his unease. The methodical way Ren handled materials that would make most people retch was disturbing, to say the least. And you say you'll absorb all that every day for 100 days? Lu finally asked, his voice a blend of admiration and horror. Just 100 days, Ren replied with an unsettling casualness. Liu nodded slowly, his respect for Ren growing alongside a healthy dose of caution. There was again something deeply unsettling about the ease with which his friend handled substances that could kill a grown adult. The following days fell into a new routine. Classes continued as normal, though Luna now watched Ren with an intensity that made everyone around them uncomfortable. I think she's plotting your death, Taro whispered one day during May's class. Or your wedding, Min added, earning a sharp elbow from Ren. Training sessions with Lin grew more intense. Each day brought new exercises, new aches, new boundaries to push past. The mushrooms in Ren's hair seemed to pulse in rhythm with his growing strength. Your body is changing, Lin observed as she watched him lift weights, her keen eyes noting the subtle transformations. Whatever cultivation you're doing, it's working. Ren could only grunt in response, too focused on not dying from exhaustion and pain. Finally, at the end of the second month, the official crystal report arrived. Ren opened his during breakfast, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing with anticipation. The report detailed everything crystals mined from the caves, specimens collected, even processed and sold beast hides. Guard signatures and Master Song's verification certified the mined crystals, while Isaac and Jesse's signatures confirmed the hide sales profits. Zhao's signature at the bottom of the collection report certified each of the last items. Ren's eyes grew wider and wider as he tallied the amounts. The Academy would double everything crystals found in the caves, beasts materials values, collected materials, processed and sold materials profits. How much is it? Min leaned over his shoulder, curiosity evident in his voice. Ren revealed the total. His friends gasped in unison. That's... No wonder Luna's interested, Taro joked, earning a death glare from Ren. The Academy's bank occupied the administrative tower's first floor, a surprisingly modest space considering the wealth it managed. At this hour, it was nearly empty, with only a few senior students making routine inquiries. Ren felt small as he climbed the stairs, his official report clutched firmly in hand. Well, look who it is. Mr. Finch's high-pitched, mocking voice sliced through the silence. The Academy's most prosperous fungus cultivator. My most intriguing depositor. The banker was a short, thin man with round spectacles that magnified his eyes until they resembled those of a startled mouse. His perfectly trimmed mustache seemed to have a life of its own when he spoke. Despite his impeccable banker's uniform, something in his eyes suggested he found everything terribly amusing. His beast, a small white mouse, occasionally darted between his fingers as he counted crystals. Good afternoon, Mr. Finch. Ren approached the counter, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing gently. Come to confess your crimes. Finch smiled as his mouse approached, sniffing the air suspiciously. Because I must say, 5 dark bronze crystals 2 weeks ago was quite interesting. Not many 10-year-olds handle that denomination. Actually. Ren began pulling out the report. Oh wait, don't tell me. Finch raised a hand dramatically. Found an ancestral treasure? Robbed a noble's chest? Or perhaps your mushrooms have hallucinogenic properties, and you've been selling them to the senior students. The mushrooms pulsed with amusement as Ren slid the report across the counter. What's this? Finch adjusted his glasses. Your written confession? How considerate, normally I have to. He stopped mid-sentence, arching an eyebrow while stroking his mustache, his eyes growing even larger behind his glasses as he read. This is... He blinked several times, his mouse jumping to review the numbers. No, there must be a mistake. Is there a problem? Ren asked, suppressing a smile. Problem? Finch let out a hysterical laugh. The problem is these numbers make no sense. 2 weeks ago you bring 5 dark bronze crystals, which was already suspicious enough. And now... He consulted the report again. 55,000 additional crystals? His mouse began frantically calculating in a small notebook. 105,000 crystals in total. Finch removed his glasses to clean them compulsively. With a spore? The weakest recorded creature? Are you certain you haven't been selling illegal substances? Everything's in the report, Ren replied, with Professor Song and Zhao's signatures. Ah yes, the signatures. Finch narrowed his eyes. You're sure you didn't forge them? Or perhaps hypnotize the professors? Do your mushrooms have hypnotic properties in addition to being hallucinogenic? I just need to withdraw 5,000 crystals. Just he says. Finch turned to his mouse. Did you hear that, Theodore? Just 5,000 crystals, as if it were pocket change. The mouse nodded solemnly while continuing its calculations, tiny paws moving across the ledger with surprising dexterity. You know, Finch leaned over the counter, his eyes gleaming with undisguised curiosity. I've been at this bank for 15 years. I've seen students with legendary beasts amass fortunes. I've watched nobles squander entire inheritances. But never, and I mean never, have I seen someone with a spore earn so much in such a short time. He straightened, adjusting his glasses with practiced precision. Either you're a criminal genius, or there's more to those mushrooms of yours than anyone thought. About those 5,000 crystals, Ren persisted. Yes. Finch began counting but paused mid-motion. Just 5,000? No grand plans? No extravagant investments? No fleet of golden carriages? Not for now. Finch sighed dramatically. Sure you won't share your secret between financial colleagues? I promise not to tell anyone. Except Theodore, of course, but he's a vault. Aren't you, Theodore? The mouse nodded again, though its whiskers quivered with what appeared to be suppressed laughter. Just good luck, Ren replied. Ha! Good luck! Finch snorted while counting crystals. Next you'll tell me you won it all playing dice. As the banker prepared his withdrawal, Ren reflected on his true plans. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed while his thoughts drifted to his home. The problem was that now they had to rent it. First, Ren thought while Finch counted crystals with unnecessary flourish, I'll get their house back, then. His eyes gleamed with determination. Then I'll show them they can have more. Voila! Finch interrupted his thoughts, presenting the crystals with a theatrical gesture, and sliding them toward Ren. Here you are, my mysterious mycological magnate. 5,000 crystals, perfectly counted by the humble servant before you, and verified by the illustrious Theodore. The mouse executed a small bow. Thank you. Oh no, thank you, Finch smiled while stroking his mustache. You've made my week far more interesting. Usually, I just see students complaining their allowances won't cover cultivation crystals. But you. He shook his head with mock admiration. You're a mystery wrapped in an enigma and covered in glowing mushrooms. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed with what seemed to be amusement as he stored the crystals. Until next time, Mr. Finch. Ah, a threat of future surprises. Finch turned to his mouse. Theodore, keep an eye on this one. When we least expect it, he'll show up riding a dragon made of fungi. As Ren walked away, he could hear Finch muttering. A spore, 105,000 crystals. Theodore, perhaps we should consider a career in mycology. Chapter 81, Taming Aspiration. Ren walked slowly back to his room, the 5,000 crystals weighing in his pocket like stones of possibility. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed softly while his thoughts wandered to his parents again. He stopped before a hallway window. At this hour they would be preparing food in the small restaurant's kitchen, earning barely enough to survive. 100,000 crystals, he murmured with nostalgic feeling. In just 2 months. Memories rushed in unbidden, his mother counting crystals at the kitchen table, worry in her eyes as she tried to make the money stretch. His father exhausted but smiling, always smiling. The investment, he whispered, while the mushrooms pulsed more slowly, as if sharing his memories. I could return everything they spent on me. His fingers brushed the crystals in his pocket. Each one represented another step closer to repaying what they had sacrificed for him. Another memory struck without warning his father on that night when he fell ill, coughing in bed while apologizing for having to use their savings on medicine. His mother, trying to smile while selling her best cooking pots to complete the payment for the worst egg. 500,000 crystals, Ren whispered, recalling the price of their old house. I could get it back in less than a year at this rate. The mushrooms pulsed stronger, as if trying to show him something. The image of their old house appeared in his mind. It wasn't large, but it had been their home for years. His parents had never complained. Not once. Even now, paying rent for the house that was once theirs, they kept smiling. Kept working hard. Kept believing in him. No, he said suddenly, his voice firm. It's not enough. The mushrooms glowed more intensely as a new resolution grew in his chest. They gave everything, he continued. Not just the house. Everything. Their 30 years of savings. Their dreams. Their chances. He began walking faster toward his room, his energy building with each step. Why settle for staying where we were? The words came faster now. Mom always wanted a bigger garden. Dad dreamed of a larger, better-equipped kitchen. He stopped before another window, looking out toward the distant city. The high-ranked districts shone more brightly, their buildings rising above the rest like constant reminders of what lay beyond their reach. 30 years saving. His voice trembled slightly. 30 years working double shifts. 30 years waiting to have a child. And when I finally came, the mushrooms pulsed forcefully, sharing his emotion. They gave me everything, the words rushed out now. Without hesitation, without second thoughts, just everything. His eyes moistened as memories flowed, his mother teaching him to cook even when exhaustion bent her shoulders after a double shift. Her gentle hands guiding his smaller ones through each motion. His father carrying him on his shoulders like a dragon, spinning tales of legendary beasts despite his back aching from hours in the kitchen, never once letting the pain show in his voice. To just get their house back, he declared with renewed determination. They deserve more, much more. Ideas began flowing through his mind like a rushing river, a new house, larger than their old one. A huge garden where his mother could cultivate whatever she wanted without worrying about space. A kitchen where his father could experiment with new recipes, with proper equipment, and room to move. 10 million, he murmured, testing how the number felt on his tongue. A house in the city would cost at least 10 million crystals, if I just... The mushrooms in his hair pulsed forcefully at the magnitude of the figure, their light reflecting off the window glass. No, it's impossible. I'm getting cocky since I got a bit lucky lately, whispered the part of him that still thought like a low-rank family son. Is it too much? Responded the new part, the one that had earned over 100,000 crystals in 2 months. Is it really too much? His eyes moved to the intelligence rune inside its box with a crystal, where spores continued developing. To the sealed containers filled with materials most would fear to touch, but he had collected alone. To the crystals gleaming with contained power that he was absorbing daily now. 2 months, he repeated, his voice stronger. 100,000 in 2 months, and I'm just getting started. The mental image shifted. It was no longer their old house with its familiar rooms. Now he saw a new house, spacious and bright, worthy of the people who had given him everything. A house in any normal district of the city they choose, any one they want, if I can prove I'm capable of reaching at least silver rank. I could get them a good place, no rank restrictions, no limitations. The mushrooms glowed like captured stars while his determination grew, casting dancing shadows on the hallway walls. I'll show them, he promised. I'll show them their sacrifice was worth it, that their faith in me wasn't misplaced. His hands closed into determined fists, knuckles white with resolve. I won't just recover what they lost. I'll give them what they always deserved to have, what they never allowed themselves to dream of because they were too busy taking care of me. Ren felt something new awakening inside him. He was no longer just a child trying to fix the past. He was a son determined to build a better future for those who had given everything for him. 10 million, he repeated, this time as a promise. And that's just the beginning. The mushrooms pulsed one final time, sealing his oath with their ethereal light. This was no longer about recovering a house, or the tuition of 1 million. The old goal of regaining what was lost now seemed so small, so limited. He no longer wanted to return to what they had. He wanted to take them where they never imagined they could go. This was about giving them the world they had always deserved. Chapter 82, Taming the Sleeping Core. A few days after reaching his new resolution, Ren sat on his bed, every muscle protesting after his night training with Lin. The mushrooms in his hair barely pulsed, exhausted from another day's work in the mines. Correct maturation 10 over 100, incorrect maturation 82 over 1000. The amount of crystals he'd collected and his mana resistance had taught him something important. No matter how much he trained, or how hard he pushed himself, his limits were painfully clear. He couldn't venture beyond 200 meters to work, could only stay for a few hours, and accumulated 4 days of incorrect maturation. Plus, the monsters wouldn't let him stay in one place for long. Even 150 meters sometimes yielded better results. At 250 meters, it would be 8 points of incorrect cultivation, and he'd be dangerously close to the bronze ring's mana levels. He wouldn't even manage an hour of work there if he considered the time needed to climb up and down, or the time to avoid monsters. Today he barely lasted 2 hours at 150 meters before excess mana forced him to retreat. His cultivation was oversaturating him as well. But if I want to make more money, he murmured while massaging his aching arms, I need to go deeper. The mushrooms pulsed weakly, as if nodding. It wasn't just about knowing how to find good materials anymore, he needed to be able to reach them. The iron ring and the 100-meter level, with their low mana concentration, were safe but limiting. Even in just over a month, when they will have their next collection trip, he couldn't achieve much more than before if he wasn't able to endure. The truly valuable materials were in deeper zones, in territories where higher-ranked beasts dwelt. 10 million crystals, he thought while remembering his promise. I won't get them by settling for what I have now. Ren knew that even at bronze rank his fungus wouldn't have the power of a common beast. Its capability was unique, but its raw power and mana processing were far below a common beast. If he wanted to give his parents a truly comfortable life, he needed access to rarer, more expensive materials. But with his current level? Ren stood up and took out the mirror mantis core. He had kept it thinking it might be useful eventually, but now that he was closer to being ready. A second beast, he murmured while the mushrooms pulsed more intensely. With the right process. An idea forming as he remembered a story his father used to tell him before bed. A tale about dragons and the origin of eggs. The world was divided by the abyss, a chasm so deep no one had seen its bottom. Some said it reached to the planet's heart. The abyss cut the world into 4 parts with its 2 perpendicular lines. One line was the dead abyss and the other the living abyss. Yano controlled 1/4 of the world. Yino another quarter, or so they said. Ren smiled at the idea. Control was a pretentious word, when 90% of those 2 territories belonged to the dragons. Humans barely occupied a circular area that monsters simply despised for its lack of mana. The other half of the world, divided by the living abyss, no one had crossed. The dragons won't let you go there. The mushrooms pulsed while knowledge showed him why. Behind the territory of the dragons guarding the living chasm, the abyss wasn't the dark and dry void that divided Yino and Yano. It was a living river of pure mana, so concentrated it glowed with its own light. The few adventurers who had ventured that far and seen the chasm from afar swore eggs were born there, floating in that primordial flow. Like seeds in a current, Ren murmured, remembering his father's words. Each egg absorbs mana from the nearest dragon's territory, and that's how it gets its color and potential. It was a beautiful story, romantic even. It's just a tale, Ren reminded himself, smiling. A pretty story about dragons and mana rivers. But his knowledge told him there was more to it, though something didn't add up. If eggs only came from the abyss and dragon territory, how could the kingdom release hundreds to the market each year? How did they collect them? Who ventured that deep into dragon territory regularly? Knowledge whispered a different answer. Ren observed the mantis core again. They don't need to go that far, he murmured while the mushrooms pulsed with excitement. Because the abyss isn't the only source of pure mana. Knowledge flowed more clearly. Mana veins ran throughout the world, like arteries carrying life. Most were small, barely detectable. But some, the ruins, his eyes widened with understanding. The ancients built over a point where a huge vein came close to the surface, or so I believe. It was so obvious once you think about it. Why else would you build a city over ancient ruins? Why was there no mana in this part of the world? Ren didn't know the exact answer, but with his fungus's information that didn't quite fit, he could guess. There should be mana in this abyss too. How had they achieved such a thing? Ren didn't know, but he was certain. He had no proof, but also no doubts. After all, the best tales always hid some truth, and if he was right about the ruins, but that wasn't important now. The mushrooms glowed while Ren followed the thread of thought. It needs pure mana, he thought while studying the fractures in the core, like the kind that flows in the world's natural veins. Knowledge unfolded in his mind. The core could revive if it absorbed enough pure mana, 100,000 units exactly. With that, and using a secret technique the mushrooms whispered to him, he could recover the mantis's complete evolutionary line. His eyes shone with new determination. An extra beast, eventually a bronze beast. It would mean being able to venture deeper into dangerous territory, collect more valuable materials, and work for longer periods without succumbing to mana excess. But first, he studied the core carefully. I need to feed it. Injecting his own mana was out of the question. It would be a waste considering his current limitations. But the mines. The mushrooms pulsed while Ren began calculating. At his current mine level, the core would absorb 4 units daily. At that rate, it would take decades. But if he could find a small mana vein deeper down, one his knowledge told him exactly where to find. His eyes narrowed as he did the calculations. 10 days, he whispered, the plan taking shape in his mind. I just need to find a way to get it down there without dying. Ren stood and began organizing his materials. If he was going to do this, he would need a perfect plan. Chapter 83, Taming Deception. 10 days, he whispered, the plan taking shape in his mind. I just need to find a way to get it down there without dying. Ren stood and began organizing his materials. If he was going to do this, he would need a perfect plan. The mana vein was there, 300 meters beneath the academy. It wasn't large like the ones feeding the abyss, but it would serve his purpose. The problem was how little time he could endure down there. 15 minutes maximum before the mana overloaded him. Near the vein it would be even worse due to the mana flow's irregularity. He needed to do it early before the day's cultivation, which meant skipping training with Lin too, which would help him to also have more strength for the small adventure. I need help, he murmured while organizing his materials. The male shadow stalker tentacles he'd saved would serve as duration extenders, but he needed something more. Hey, Min, he called to his companion studying on his bed. Do you still have that weaver's thread? The one we got from the expedition? Min looked up from his book. Yeah, haven't traded it yet. Why? Would you sell it to me? What do you want it for? Min's small snake peeked up too, its curiosity evident to Ren in the way it moved its flickering tongue. Projects, Ren replied vaguely. Projects, Min repeated with a knowing smile. Like those that make our rooms smell like death. I'll pay 50% more than what they give at the exchange. Sold, Min didn't even hesitate. Though I'm worried you're willing to pay that much. While storing the thread, Ren took out the potion Zhao had given him. The green liquid glowed softly. Then he spoke with Taro about helping him fix something. You're going to skip training tomorrow? Taro asked worriedly. Not exactly, Ren smiled. I'm just going to delay it a bit, just the morning one. Lin will kill you, Liu commented without looking up from his notes. Not if she can't find me. All three of his roommates stopped what they were doing to stare at him. You're going to try to hide from Lin. Min sounded genuinely concerned. The same Lin who found you instantly that time you hid on the roof. Or when you tried sleeping under your bed, Taro added. Or that time in the library, Liu smiled. Behind a big plant. This time is different. Ren began preparing the tentacles, wrapping them with weaver's thread and dusting them with barkstalker vitality powder. I have a plan. Oh no, Min sat up straight. Last time you said that you ended up hanging upside down in the courtyard. Lin has a routine, Ren explained while working. She always checks the same places in the same order. I just need to prepare my alibis before she arrives. You've been studying her patterns like she was a beast. Liu arched an eyebrow. She taught me to use everything at my disposal, Ren smiled. First she comes here. If she doesn't find me, she checks the dining hall, then the library, the roof, and finally the gardens. And? Taro leaned in with interest. And tomorrow, Ren held up a prepared tentacle, she'll find evidence that I went to town. To town? Min frowned. But we can't leave the academy. Exactly, Ren pulled out a paper. That's why when she finds this note about a special permission and an errand. Oh no. Lee removed his glasses. You're going to forge documents? No, Ren smiled. I'm going to make it look like I was asked to, by someone who conveniently always needed an assistant to pick up materials early in the morning. Who would be so? Min stopped. No, you wouldn't. Professor Wei always asked for help with his morning deliveries. Ren continued working on the tentacles. And coincidentally, tomorrow he won't be at school. You're going to make Lin think Wei took you to town, the same Wei who hates you. Taro sounded impressed. Without Wei knowing. Lin hates him so much she won't even ask him. Liu nodded appreciatively. Brilliant and terrible at the same time. I only need a few hours. Ren began storing his prepared materials. By the time Lin discovers the truth, I'll be done. And dead anyway, Min added cheerfully. It'll be worth it. Ren stored the last tentacle. Besides, it might even work. His friends exchanged skeptical looks. Want us to prepare your funeral? Taro offered. I just need you to do something for me, Taro. Ren headed to his bed. And maybe some ice for afterward. Lots of ice, Liu corrected. And bandages, lots of bandages. Ren gave them an uncomfortable smile as he prepared for bed. Tomorrow will be an interesting day. And probably painful. Lin stopped in front of the Grey Wing's door, her feathers partially manifesting as she checked the time. 6 a.m, the perfect moment to wake her favorite student. Good morning, little one, she murmured while opening the door, only to find 2 deeply sleeping students and 2 empty beds. Her eyes narrowed. In the time she'd been training Ren, he'd only tried escaping this early 3 times. Where is he? She asked the sleepers. Min stirred in his bed, mumbling something about dancing snakes. Liu didn't even move. Taro wasn't there. Lin methodically searched the room. The bed was cold, he'd been gone for a while. The trunk was closed, but... Oh, her lips curved into a dangerous smile. Trying to be clever? Lin noticed something peculiar. Wei's assistant delivery uniform, normally hanging in the hallway for students who helped with deliveries, had several clasps, and one was on the floor near the trunk. So you want me to believe you took the uniform, Lin thought. Clever, but predictable. A note slightly protruded from the trunk, as if someone had hurriedly stored it. Lin carefully pulled it out. Temporary assistant for Professor Wei. Sorry, I'll be back soon for exercise. Impossible, she murmured. Wei would never take an assistant from the Grey Wing, much less. Let's check the dining hall. She headed to the dining hall, her usual second stop. At this hour, the cooks were already preparing breakfast and morning deliveries. The new assistant? The head cook nodded when asked. Passed by a while ago, Professor Wei's uniform and everything. Said he had to prepare a special delivery. Lin smiled. Ren had used the uniform to access restricted areas early in the morning. No one would question a Wei assistant. Was he planning to hide inside one of them? The library was her next stop. She found it open, unusual at this hour. Oh, the new assistant just finished organizing the delivery records. The librarian pointed to some perfectly ordered documents. Creating an alibi, Lin examined the records. They were all correctly filed, including a materials order for today. Very efficient, though those mushrooms in his hair were quite peculiar. He's leaving too obvious a trail, Lin thought while climbing to the roof. He doesn't want to hide. He wants me to follow. On the roof she found another clue, a materials list with Professor Wei's seal, apparently dropped here by accident. using the system against itself, Lin murmured, genuinely impressed. Ren had learned well, each move was backed by official procedures. The gardens revealed the final piece: the delivery cart was in place, clean and prepared as Wei always demanded. But the gardens were empty except for the gardener, who had also just seen Ren heading toward the main entrance. Lin stopped, processing the information. That little. Lin smiled despite herself. It was an elaborate plan, using the antagonism between her and Wei to prevent her from verifying directly with him. But, her eyes gleamed with understanding, all this real work is just a distraction. Lin smiled. It was brilliant, really, making the work appear real so no one would question anything. No forgeries, no obvious deceptions. Just a temporary assistant doing his tasks. Except, her eyes narrowed as her crane fully manifested, Wei is out of town today. Where are you really, little trickster? Chapter 84, Taming the Depths. Except, her eyes narrowed as her crane fully manifested, Wei is out of town today. Where are you really, little trickster? Lin headed toward the main entrance. Had Ren really gone to town with no formal permission? Lin observed the figure in the assistant's uniform near the main entrance. The mushrooms in his hair glowed under the dawn light, though something seemed different. Got you, little cheat, she thought while silently approaching. You can't leave without real permission, and Wei isn't here to sign it, so you are trapped in the end. The figure moved strangely, as if practicing what to say. Good morning, Sir Guard. I'm here to make a delivery, he muttered to himself. No too formal. Hi, I need to go out to... No too casual. Lin smiled. It was almost adorable watching him so nervous, not quite like... Trouble with the script? She asked softly, right behind him. The scream that followed was definitely not Ren's. The figure turned, revealing Taro's terrified face. Obviously fake mushrooms were precariously attached to his hair. Teacher Lin? Taro squeaked, his voice 3 octaves higher than normal. What a delightful surprise. Taro, Lin crossed her arms menacingly. What interesting hair accessories you've chosen. This? Taro nervously touched the fake mushrooms. It's a new fashion Ren taught me yesterday, and where is he? Who? Taro stepped back. Professor Wei? As you know, he's out of town and couldn't finish the... Taro. Yes. Your legs are shaking. Taro looked down. Traitors, he muttered to his legs. Now, Lin smiled sweetly, you're going to tell me exactly what's happening, or I'll... I can't. Taro nearly cried. I promised Ren I'd distract you while he was. He covered his mouth with both hands. While he what? Nothing. Taro began sweating profusely. He was just going to buy flowers. Lots of flowers for you, because he appreciates you so much for training him 3 times every day. Taro. Yes? You're sweating so much the mushrooms are falling off. Indeed, one of the fake mushrooms slid pathetically down his forehead. There, sweaty mushrooms, Lin sighed. How did he convince you? The night before. Come on, Taro, Ren pleaded while holding the fake mushrooms. I just need a few hours. No, Taro crossed his arms. Lin will kill me. I'll give you my dessert for a week. Risk my life. Not even for a month of desserts. I'll help you evolve your beetle even beyond bronze, all the way to silver. Taro hesitated. Really? I know exactly what you need to take it even further, Ren smiled. Besides, Lin won't hurt you. You're too adorable when you're nervous. I'm not adorable, Taro protested. I'm intimidating. Min and Liu, listening from their beds, burst out laughing. Besides, Ren continued, you just have to act suspicious near the entrance. Lin will catch you, interrogate you, and by the time she's done, I'll be back. What if she asks where you are? Tell her I went to buy her flowers. She'll kill you twice when you show up. Worth it. Ren placed the fake mushrooms on Taro's head. So? Taro sighed, looking at his reflection with the mushrooms. Fine, but this better be important. The next morning, long before dawn, Ren and Taro snuck out of their room. The hallways were deserted at such an early hour. Remember, Ren whispered as they walked, in the end you just need to stay near the entrance. Lin will see you, interrogate you, and by the time she's done, I'll be back. I still don't understand why I have to practice what to say to the guard if I'm not even going to leave. Because you need to look nervous, Ren smiled. And that, my dear friend, doesn't come from you naturally if you're faking it. You are a terrible actor, but an awesome actor in the right conditions. I don't know whether to feel flattered or offended. In the morning, after finishing placing the clues, they stopped at the intersection leading to the mines. Good luck, Ren whispered, and thanks. The hidden tunnel Ren constantly used to dodge the guards at 100 meters remained the safest route. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed softly as he slipped through. He often worked at 150 meters, so he knew the place fairly well now. At 200 meters, the first change was evident. The common worms here were twice as large, better fed by the mana density. Their tunnels formed more complex patterns, creating true gallery networks. Past 200 meters, the greater worms began to appear. 4 times larger than their lesser counterparts. 2 fusions had transformed them into true tunnel machines, their segmented bodies glowing with concentrated mana. Each now had a complete core, capable of processing the dense ambient mana. But they were no longer the only inhabitants. Digger beetles and very rare hunter bugs lived here too. The mushrooms pulsed in warning when he reached 250 meters. Here the ecosystem changed dramatically. The first deep worms appeared, beasts the size of a cart that made the lesser worms look tiny. 8 times larger. But the most impressive began just after. At around 275 meters, the first bronze beasts made their appearance. The living tunnels, massive beetles that had evolved to turn their own bodies into mobile tunnel extensions, created gallery networks that seemed to breathe. Their shells secreted a living mineral that reinforced the walls, transforming simple tunnels into organic structures. They weren't mere tunnelers, they were bioengineers, reinforcing walls with special secretions. Natural architects, Ren murmured as he passed near one expanding a chamber. The deep and greater worms acted as workers for these superior beasts, maintaining the tunnels in exchange for the beetles' increasing protection. It was a symbiotic society, the worms executing, and the beetles improving. At 300 meters, where his objective waited, the mana was already 16 times denser than that of the iron ring, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing with effort to process it. Here, the symbiotic society had made a complex web of living tunnels that breathed with a soft yellow tint, like the entrails of a huge beast. They had to make it, because something else inhabited these depths. Here, a bronze beast line reigned supreme. The mushrooms pulsed in warning when Ren detected the first trace claw marks on the walls, so fine they seemed carved with diamond. Knowledge flowed, revealing fragments about a new species, the Deep Assassins. Chapter 85, Taming the Depths 2. Here, a bronze beast line reigned supreme. The mushrooms pulsed in warning when Ren detected the first trace claw marks on the walls, so fine they seemed carved with diamond. Knowledge flowed, revealing fragments about a new species, the Deep Assassins. The assassins were the true predators here. Their bodies, long and segmented but with hyper-articulated elongated limbs, allowed them to move along walls and slip through narrow tunnels, while also being covered in vibration sensors that could detect the slightest movement through the rock. Their bodies, a matte black that absorbed all light, made them practically invisible in darkness, but most terrifying was their proboscis. Like a diamond sword, Ren thought while examining one of the marks. Knowledge showed him how the beast used this lethal tool, first locating its prey, then piercing through up to 50 centimeters of rock in its prey's skin or shell, then injecting enzymes that paralyzed and liquefied internal organs to slowly suck them out. Their prey remained alive through most of the process. They seemed like a nightmare born from the fusion between an assassin bug and a hunting spider, but perfectly adapted to subterranean life. The assassins primarily hunted deep worms and living tunnels, ambushing them from the other side of walls that weren't yet reinforced. The assassins were the reason why all other beasts at this level built reinforced refuges. But nothing was completely safe. The assassins always found a weak point, a thinner section, an unprotected angle. Some abandoned tunnels showed signs of ancient battles, walls perforated with small holes, abandoned galleries full of circular marks, remains of emptied shells. Ren had less than 15 minutes before the mana overloaded him. It was time to advance, but first he would need to ensure no killer decided to add him to its core collection. All creatures here were practically blind. Ren intensified the glow in a pulse that illuminated the distance just once. A movement caught his attention. A killer emerged from its hiding place, its nearly 5-meter body moving with disturbing grace. 4 white and opaque eyes, blind, glowed faintly against Ren's light, while specialized antennae tested the air for prey. The beast slid along the wall without making the slightest sound, its legs detecting vibrations that revealed the position of creatures in nearby tunnels. Its proboscis, normally folded beneath its head, briefly extended. It was almost as long as Ren was tall. A perfect predator, Ren observed, fascinated as the assassin located its prey, a greater worm excavating too close while expanding a tunnel. The beast calculated the exact angle to pierce the rock. With a fluid movement, the assassin pressed its proboscis against the wall. There was no sound as it drilled, the precision such that it barely displaced material. In seconds, it had created a perfect hole toward its victim. Ren was grateful the killer was too far away and occupied to hear his steps. He stopped in a small side cavern, acutely aware that any wall could hide a lurking killer. The mushrooms pulsed, showing him it was clear. The air was now much denser, charged with mana that made breathing require conscious effort. Ren advanced cautiously, each step measured while his senses adapted to the increasing pressure. The prepared Shadow Stalker tentacles absorbed some of the excess mana, but he could still feel it accumulating in his system. The tunnels here didn't look like rock caverns anymore, transforming into something that seemed less mineral and more organic. The connecting tunnels and walls had a yellowish tone that melted into deep oranges, as if he were entering the entrails of a colossal beast. That's when he saw a living tunnel emerging from a side gallery. Ren pressed himself against the wall, holding his breath while the beast worked. It wasn't aggressive, but at this depth, everything was potentially lethal for him. Even more so if it confused him with a small hunter bug. The advance continued. At this depth, the living tunnel's work had created a maze that seemed designed to confuse. An escape and defense system, Ren understood while carefully navigating. Ren stopped at an intersection, aware that mana was already beginning to saturate his system. The vein was close, he knew from his knowledge. But between him and his objective lay a sea of identical tunnels. A soft pulse. The illumination bounced off the walls, returning with information. Another pulse. Clearer this time, the tunnels had a pattern. The living tunnels didn't dig randomly, their galleries followed specific rules. Like a chronology, he thought while studying the marks on the walls. The older sections returned a more opaque glow. As they approached active zones, the designs became more reflective. A third pulse revealed more main intersections always had 7 exits. Secondary ones, 5. Those leading to rest areas, 3. Knowledge flowed as Ren advanced. The mana vein was too powerful for creatures at this level to approach directly. The vein must be in an old saturated zone, he reasoned. Living tunnels would avoid rebuilding near a pure mana geyser. Some must have exploded sometimes with so much energy. Following this logic, Ren began tracking back in time through the patterns. Each intersection led him to more opaque but crystal-rich tunnels. Information came in fragments as he studied the tunnel patterns. The vein periodically expelled a geyser of pure mana that crystallized into a huge crystal formation of at least 5th rank, creating a chamber that no common beast could penetrate. Only something with the power of a dragon could break that mana-saturated rock to feed. But most fascinating was what knowledge revealed about the eggs. Some emerged from the geyser itself. A living tunnel or deep killer egg would be useful, he thought, but the contract wouldn't work like that. The beast he would get would be more basic, a digger beetle like Taros, or perhaps a hunter bug. The potential was there, but it would take time to develop. The vein he sought was very small. Knowledge whispered that in areas like this, an egg appeared perhaps every decade. The Academy probably conducted periodic dives to collect the fixed eggs they found, but few bothered to search for them. The general perception was that digger beetles and hunter bugs only reached bronze, which made their fixed eggs, though more expensive, less desired than the brown eggs the kingdom released. 50 of those came out each year, promising the possibility of a mole too, with supposedly better potential. Still, it would be unlikely to find one, and his mantis was better for his first beast. The beetle was a defensive beast, and the hunter bug had good offensive but short-range abilities, and was slower. The mantis was faster and had some mid-range abilities. For Ren's taste, its skill kit was more attractive. Still, having an extra egg wouldn't be bad in any case, or he could sell it. Ren continued advancing, until he found a yellow living bridge that seemed to breathe and crossed over a deep gallery. On the other side he could feel the vein pulsing with pure mana. But there was just one problem. A massive deep worm rested inside the bridge, its body occupying all the space. The beast dozed, probably recovering after excavating new galleries. Chapter 86, Taming the Depths 3. Until he found a yellow living bridge that seemed to breathe, spanning across a deep gallery. On the other side he could feel the vein pulsing with pure mana. But there was just one problem. A massive deep worm rested inside the bridge, its body occupying the entire space. The beast dozed, probably recovering after excavating new galleries. Ren studied the situation. He couldn't use force. The slightest conflict would attract predators, not that he had much force to use anyway. He also couldn't make it explode like a lesser worm because this one had a real core. He needed the worm to move of its own volition. A pulse from his mushroom showed him the surroundings, searching for nearby tunnels and threats. Fused worms are territorial, he remembered while formulating a plan. And this one should be resting in its territory. Ren extracted the weaver's thread while studying the situation. He had no choice. He needed to cross. He tied one end of the thread to a stalactite above the bridge that would serve as an anchor point, and if he calculated the distance correctly, with precise finger hits, he began generating vibrations in the ground. Not just any pattern, but a specific one that mimicked an injured hunter bug. The kind of prey a fused worm couldn't resist. Practically no beast here could. Hunter bugs were the pre-evolution of deep assassins. If a worm or beetle could take revenge on them, they would do so without hesitation. That's why very few reached the surface, if they hadn't achieved evolution along the way. The worm stirred in its sleep, disturbed by the vibrations of the intruder in what it considered its resting space. The deep worm finally awoke, irritated. The enormous beast moved almost immediately, its massive body turning toward the sound's source. Ren wrapped the thread around his hand, connected to a particularly robust stalactite to avoid it breaking. The worm approached, each segment of its body pulsing with anticipation while searching for easy prey. Ren waited until the last moment, when the beast was fully committed to the search. He pushed off from the ground, the thread tensing as his body swung over the bridge. The worm detected that there was nothing at the movement's location, but it was too late. Ren was swinging above, his feet barely avoiding grazing the beast's enormous body. He landed on the other side just as the worm realized it had been deceived. But his landing generated a vibration. The beast changed direction with surprising speed for its size, of course. It could transform its rear into its head. It followed Ren, its entire body vibrating with irritation. Ren didn't wait. He ran toward the cave pulsing with the veins light, and reached an unexcavated tunnel section, where the hard rock would slow the worm. Yet the beast followed, its massive body crushing and scraping rock and minerals in pursuit. Too interested, while running. Worms normally avoided making so much noise. It shouldn't want to run directly toward the vein for too long either. Something was wrong with its persistence. In general, Ren had felt something strange in the cave from the beginning. The beasts were more excited than they should be, constantly. A glow ahead caught his attention, the mana vein. It was close, so close. His fingers worked quickly with another piece of thread while running. If the worm caught up before he reached it, he wouldn't let it. He just had to swing again and he'd be safe. Ren made a slip knot. The tunnel widened slightly. The worm accelerated. Ren could almost feel its exact location under the rock by the intensity with which it dug. It was the beast's most vulnerable moment, and yet it kept pursuing. Then Ren felt it, a different sensation in the tunnel. Something moved behind them, something that had been attracted by the commotion. The strange sensation was silence. The worm's digging was the only thing that could be heard. A sudden silence. The constant scraping of general excavation ceased, as if all creatures held their breath. All others had stopped to hide. The deep assassin emerged like a living shadow. Its body arched with lethal precision, the proboscis extended like a nightmare lance. The strike was so fast Ren barely saw it. The proboscis pierced the rock as if it were water, going through exactly above the worm. The beast froze almost instantly, its massive body paralyzed at the moment of impact. Ren stopped, his heart beating so hard he feared the sound would give him away. The assassin was just meters away, its matte black body absorbing all light while beginning the feeding process. With infinitely slow movements, Ren backed toward the vein. The assassin was completely focused on its prey. Ren deduced that the worm had been fleeing, probably after detecting the predator's presence after chasing Ren a bit, but when it wanted to stop, it was already too late. Ren continued moving away with extreme slowness. Each step away from the assassin seemed to last an eternity. The vein glowed tantalizingly close, but one sound. One careless movement. The sound of moving fluids filled the tunnel. The assassin had begun consuming its prey, its proboscis injecting enzymes that would liquefy the worm from inside. Ren continued backing away, every muscle tense with the effort of maintaining absolute silence. The vein's glow intensified with each step. Just a little more. But he couldn't move this slowly for so long. Ren was drenched in cold sweat. The mana was so dense it was suffocating him. The tentacles were almost saturated. He had maybe 10 minutes before the excess would overload him. He continued backing away, but the mana pressure became unbearable. Ren tried to maintain concentration, but his senses began to cloud. With trembling fingers, he extracted the last tentacle, needing to release some of the overload. The slow movement, the concentration on the tentacle, and the fear of the killer made him distracted, too much, and his foot hit a loose stone. The sound, barely louder than a whisper, seemed to resound like thunder in the tunnel silence. The deep assassin turned instantly, its matte black body moving with unnatural fluidity. Chapter 87, Taming the Depths 4. The slow movement, the pain, the concentration on the tentacle, and the fear of the assassin made Ren distract too much, and his foot hit a loose stone. The sound, barely louder than a whisper, seemed to resound like thunder in the tunnel silence. The deep assassin turned instantly, its matte black body moving with unnatural fluidity. With no time to think, Ren threw the tentacle. The improvised projectile flew straight toward one of the assassin's legs, beginning to absorb mana at the moment of impact. The beast recoiled, more from surprise and damage. Its senses, adapted to darkness and vibrations, hadn't expected an aerial attack. The sensation of its energy being drained at a specific point made it focus on that area. Ren didn't waste a second. His hands were already knotting the thread while the assassin was distracted. A quick jump and his body hung far from the ground. The training with Lin and his extra bit of strength gave him enough capacity to reach quite high. The thread began to turn slowly, the tension from the initial launch creating a circular movement. Ren held his breath while the assassin searched for its attacker, its proboscis extended and ready. But Ren kept slowly rotating. That's when he saw it. The chamber opened about 10 meters below, illuminated by the glow of a colossal crystal. The formation was both beautiful and terrifying, its facets reflecting mana light in a way that made it seem alive. In the center, a hollow, the vein itself. Pure mana flowed in a silent geyser that fed the crystal's growth, and there, on a ledge near the base, 2 eggs. The first wasn't a surprise. A hunter bug, exactly one of the 2 he expected to find if he found anything. The egg had the characteristic pattern of its species, promise of a silent and lethal predator. But the second, Ren had to contain an exclamation that would have been fatal. His eyes couldn't be seen correctly. It was impossible. The egg had the unmistakable design of a lesser carbon shark. What could one day evolve into a diamond hydra? Knowledge flowed frantically while he rotated in silence, the assassin still searching below. Diamond hydras were legendary silver rank 3 creatures, so rare in history that many doubted their existence. It makes no sense, he thought while the thread kept turning. Hydras form much deeper than bugs or beetles, close to their dragon mothers in the depths. An egg like this shouldn't be here, so high up in such a small vein. The probability of a hydra egg not hatching before reaching here was infinitesimal. Unless, knowledge whispered a possibility. The core of an adult hydra, collected by the highest level of assassins, passed from one to another in their territorial battles. A core that was finally released when its last possessor reached golden or platinum rank, and somehow managed to ascend high enough to be reborn. But it was speculation. It was as if there was a void in the information, a mystery his mushrooms couldn't decipher at this rank. What he did know was that he wanted it. A diamond hydra skill set in its early levels was exceptional. Though primarily defensive, it didn't lack offensive capabilities, and its versatility far surpassed that of a hunter bug or digger beetle. While slowly rotating on the thread, Ren considered his options. If he sought speed and offensive power, the mirror mantis remained his best choice. But a hydra, even if he didn't choose it as his first, it could be perfect as a second battle beast in the future. A movement in the chamber interrupted his thoughts. A creature emerged silently from a side opening. Its body was elegant but alien. A long sinuous neck supported 2 heads that had jaws reminiscent of sharks. It moved on 2 powerful legs, and its scales were transparent, shining like living diamonds under the crystal's light. Knowledge couldn't confirm its identity, but it was obvious. It had to be an evolved diamond hydra. Its presence radiated gold-rank power, which raised a disturbing question: how could a beast of that level survive in an environment with so little mana? The answer came immediately. The hydra approached the geyser, extending one of its heads directly into the flow of pure mana. It began absorbing energy directly from the source. The pieces started fitting together in Ren's mind. A silver-rank hydra with a single head must have been expelled from its territory. By luck or instinct, it found this vein. The constant flow of pure mana allowed it to survive and evolve, completing all silver ranks until reaching gold. The beast finished feeding and moved languidly toward the egg. Its body coiled around it in a protective gesture, but its movements were slow, almost lethargic. Despite the geyser, the vein was too small to keep it truly active at the superior rank. Soon it would need to return to the depths, but... As he watched the beast settle, Ren understood something more. The cycle of hydras at higher ranks must be very different from deep assassins, worms, or beetles. That was his assumption, seeing the protective behavior with the egg. It seemed that egg dynamics were more complex than he had expected. Knowledge revealed more. The colored eggs, containing the 3 known evolutionary line possibilities, only form when veins pass near the mothers, the dragons of each evolutionary line dwelling much deeper below. That's where brown eggs form, for example, having bugs, beetles, and moles as options. What arrived here was different. They were cores returning to the cycle thanks to the deep assassins. These creatures collected the complete cores of their prey, displaying them as trophies on their backs. As they evolved, they fought among themselves for these collections. But upon reaching gold or platinum rank, something changed. They discarded their trophies, casting them into the depths. Most of these discarded cores were reborn as basic iron evolution in the lower levels, only to be devoured again. But some managed to ascend, transformed by their journey through mana-saturated zones. That's why most hunter bugs and digger beetles became living tunnels, or deep assassins. The dense mana shaped them during their ascent. That's why there are so few young stages at this height, Ren understood. Those who managed to climb high enough had the chance to evolve along the way. It was a perpetual cycle. The assassins collected, fought, evolved, and finally released. The cores fell, were reborn, ascended, or were hunted to try again. And occasionally, very occasionally, one reached high enough without evolving. Worms were slightly different. They weren't born from eggs like other beasts. They emerged from the depths, fleeing from even deeper zones in the same way. Those who managed to reach higher levels were the survivors of a deadly race from the abyss. It was a cycle generated by the mother worm, the devourer dragon of the depths. From its skin, thousands of worms were constantly born, or so they said in his stories. His knowledge didn't reach that far yet. But where worms had no parental care, nor beetles, where assassins began collecting cores from bronze rank, hydras clearly had different behaviors beyond gold rank. Perhaps it was parental care that allowed them not to need to rise to high levels to evolve, and made them so rare. But as these were behaviors of creatures not within his knowledge range, it was a missing piece of the puzzle, an aspect of the cycle that current knowledge couldn't reveal. What did hydras do in their highest ranks? Why would an egg be here, next to one of higher rank, when most beasts abandoned their eggs to the cycle? The deep assassin kept searching, and Ren hung between 2 mysteries: the predator that couldn't see him, and the hydra that defied everything he thought he knew about the beast egg cycle. With careful movements, Ren extracted the flask with the potion Zhao had given him. The green liquid glowed softly as he uncorked it. It was his last defense against mana overload. Chapter 88, Taming the Depths 5. The deep assassin kept searching, and Ren hung between two dilemmas: the predator that couldn't see him, and the hydra that defied everything he thought he knew about the beast egg cycle. With careful movements, Ren extracted the flask with the potion Zhao had given him. The green liquid glowed softly as he uncorked it. It was his last defense against mana overload. The taste was bitter and metallic, but the effect was immediate. The crushing pressure of mana receded, as if a window had been opened in a suffocating room. It wouldn't last long, but it would have to be enough. The deep assassin finally lost interest in its search. Its sensors detected no more movement, and the paralyzed worm promised a feast it didn't want to waste. The beast returned to its prey, its proboscis sinking back into the liquefied flesh. Now or never, thought Ren as he began descending the thread. He descended with extreme care and retrieved the stone that had betrayed him. He was now meters from the predator that had returned to the tunnel entrance. He would deal with that obstacle at the exit later. First, he had to take advantage of his luck. It was a unique opportunity, a miracle of the cycle that wouldn't repeat for centuries, or so he thought. The chamber opened below him, the massive crystal dominating the space with its pulsing light. The hydra dozed around the egg, apparently exhausted by the effort of existing at this depth. He still had to move with perfect caution. One sound, one sudden movement, and all would be lost. If the assassin didn't kill him, the hydra certainly would. Ren studied the crystalline formation more carefully. The enormous crystal formed a natural bowl, its facets creating levels and ledges that could serve for a safer approach. I don't need to get all the way there, he thought while pulling out more weaver's thread. I just need the right position. The bowl's edge offered a perfect spot. From there he could manipulate the thread without exposing himself too much to the gazer or the hydra. His fingers worked quickly preparing a knot while evaluating angles. The mantis core would also need pure mana. The solution was elegant. He could leave it suspended near the geyser, allowing the flow to saturate it naturally. In 10 days, it would have absorbed enough to begin its transformation. But for that to happen, he needed the hydra to stop feeding from the geyser's mana. The hydra remained motionless, its two heads resting near the egg. Not really its child, he reflected while tying the mantis core to leave it suspended. The egg contained another hydra's core, yes, but it was another that had somehow not completed the cycle and ascended here. It was more like an evolutionary sibling, part of the same line but not direct offspring. Ren liked to think it was a species with parental care, but was it more like a strong siblinghood? Perhaps that's why the hydra protected it, not from maternal instinct but from lineage recognition. A Siscon hydra? Ren shook his head at his own silly joke and continued working. Perhaps nervousness was making him think foolish things. But the dilemma was clear. He needed the hydra to leave. And if the egg disappeared, what reason would it have to remain in this small limiting vein? His feet touched the ledge. Pure mana flowed in the chamber, not at silver ring level, but triple the normal at this depth. Even with the potion still in effect, Ren could feel the energy trying to saturate his system. The bug egg was closer. It would be easier to reach first. Safer. But the hydra egg, the chance to understand such a rare evolutionary line. Ren took a step toward the better egg. The rock under his feet was strangely slippery, polished by years of exposure to pure mana. Each movement required total concentration. A slip here would be fatal. Another step. The hydra breathed deeply, its body moving in a slow but steady rhythm. Ren wondered how long it spent like this, conserving energy between feedings, trapped in this endless cycle of minimal survival. The egg was within reach of his thread now. Its surface gleamed with the same tone as its sister's scales, as if already containing the promise of what it could become. A sound from above, the assassin moving its prey. Ren froze, but the beast was just repositioning itself above the worm for better access. The potion still kept the mana at bay, but Ren could feel its effect beginning to diminish. Time was running out. The first throw had to be perfect. Ren breathed deeply. The knot swayed gently as he positioned it. The thread flew silently, settling right over the egg. With a soft but firm pull, the loop closed around his prize. Ren waited a moment. The hydra didn't move. With infinite care, Ren began lifting the egg. Each centimeter was an eternity, the dead weight making the thread creak almost imperceptibly. When the egg was secure, Ren extracted the thread for a second throw. Was it greedy? Maybe, but he wouldn't waste an opportunity like this. The bug's egg ended up in his hands a few seconds later. The core was left floating in the energy flow, immediately beginning to absorb pure mana when the hydra would leave. In 10 days, maybe he could come in 11 or 12 as he didn't know when the hydra would wake. With luck, it would be ready then. The hydra moved slightly, one of its heads adjusting in sleep. Without the egg next to it, how long would it take to notice its absence? With nothing to protect, instinct would push it to seek areas with more mana, to reunite with others of its kind. This small vein would no longer have purpose for it. Ren carefully stored the second egg in his backpack too. Now he had to get out of here. He began his careful ascent toward the cave entrance, toward the assassin. The potion was losing effect. He needed to get out of here before mana saturated his system again. One last look at the magnificent creature. Part of him felt guilty for stealing something it had been protecting, but another part knew he might be doing it a favor. The Hydra was too powerful a beast to be limited to this low-power existence. "We'll meet in the depths," he thought while beginning the final ascent. "When we're both stronger." Ren extracted the small stone from his pocket, the same one that had revealed his presence before. The traitorous stone would now save him. The irony wasn't lost on him as he calculated the throwing angle. Simple, he thought, feeling the egg's weight on his back. The assassin investigates the noise. I run through the tunnel. With luck, its prey will keep it close, and it won't follow me for long. But a voice in his head whispered that he should have left the second egg. 15 minutes of potion wasn't much time to ascend 300 meters, especially if he had to move stealthily. An encounter with any beast would be disastrous. Too late for doubts, he told himself while tensing his arm. The assassin remained focused on its feast, its proboscis buried deeply in the worm. The stone flew in a perfect arc. Until it hit a ledge Ren hadn't noticed. The impact sound was like thunder in the silence. Instantly, the assassin launched toward it, and Ren advanced to the entrance still silently. He had to let the assassin move a bit further, until the stone bounced. Its trajectory altered, sending it directly toward the crystalline chamber. Ren watched in horror as the traitor stone rolled down the bowl, the sound amplified by the crystalline formation. Each bounce was louder than the previous one, creating a cascade of echoes that filled the tunnel. The assassin turned instantly toward the noise and froze for a moment. The Hydra awoke. Chapter 89, Taming the Ascent. Ren watched in horror as the traitorous rock rolled down the bowl, the sound amplified by the crystalline formation. Each bounce was louder than the previous one, creating a cascade of echoes that filled the tunnel. The assassin turned instantly toward the noise and froze for a moment. The Hydra awoke. Its two heads rose in perfect synchronization, transparent scales gleaming as it uncoiled. For a moment it seemed confused, as if not understanding what had awakened it. Then it noticed the egg's absence. The roar that followed made the assassin instinctively back away. The Hydra rose completely, its two heads moving in search patterns while the crystallized mana in its scales began pulsing with contained power. "Run!" Ren's mind screamed. "Run!" The Hydra turned both heads directly toward Ren, its eyes glowing as it recognized him as the egg thief. This was no longer a stealthy escape. The beast had seen him. Stealth no longer mattered. Ren ran like never before, each step resonating in the tunnels, while the Hydra's roar made the walls tremble. Knowledge flowed silver. Rank 3 Hydras could shoot power rays, concentrated beams of light. This one, at gold rank, probably had even more lethal capabilities. But knowledge didn't reach that far. A strong vibration shook the tunnels. The Hydra had begun moving, its massive body crushing rock while following its prey. Fortunately, it wasn't shooting. It needed to conserve energy. With its feeding from that small vein, each use of power meant minutes of recovery. 30 minutes, Ren calculated while running. It will need to feed after 30 minutes of intense activity with so little mana. The first obstacle appeared, the natural bridge he had crossed before. The structure trembled with each impact of the Hydra digging behind. Ren didn't even hesitate. He used the momentum from running to jump and grabbed the thread, the eggs bouncing on his back as he landed on the other side. A group of deep worms emerged from a side tunnel, their massive bodies momentarily blocking the path. At the Hydra's next roar, the beasts writhed in panic harder and fled in the opposite direction, crushing each other in their rush to escape. The deep assassin passed by him like a shadow, but didn't even stop to look at him. The beast ran on pure survival instinct, its prey forgotten before a much greater threat. Behind, the sound of rock being pulverized echoed in the tunnels. The Hydra wasn't bothering to follow the passages, it was creating its own direct path toward Ren. Ren ran down the now cleared path, following his steps. The potion's effects were beginning to fade, and Ren could feel energy accumulating in his system. His legs burned with the effort of climbing, each step heavier than the last. The living tunnel he had seen earlier now blocked the path, its body occupying the entire gallery. Ren stopped abruptly, trapped between the beetle and the approaching Hydra. Ren wanted to scream in frustration, but it would be dangerous if the beetle confused him with a bug for a moment and stomped on him, so he had to position himself and strike hard with his feet in a unique rhythm of the living tunnel species that suggests danger. But Ren was light, so the vibration didn't convey enough urgency. The beast turned slowly. The sound of pulverized rock approached. One of the Hydra's heads appeared in the tunnel, its scales gleaming threateningly. The beetle finally sensed the danger and began turning quickly. But it was too late. The Hydra was too close. Ren could see mana concentrating in its throat. It was considering using a ray. The living tunnel moved faster to back away, creating a small opening. Ren lunged for the space, but his foot slipped. He fell to his knees just as the Hydra fired. The ray passed over his head, impacting the living tunnel. The beast collapsed, split in two, its shell smoking. The Hydra paused for a moment, its breathing heavier. That attack had cost valuable energy. Maybe it had lost about 10 minutes of energy. Ren crawled to the other side of the tunnel through the small gap, then got up and continued running. The Hydra roared in frustration, but didn't fire again. Instead, it approached the fallen living tunnel and began devouring it, recovering some of the spent energy. Each head could consume one of the huge beetle halves in an instant. Damn, that will give it about 5 more minutes of energy. It could do that all the way up, Ren thought, consuming beasts to maintain the pursuit. At 275 meters, the air was more breathable, but the mana was still dense. Another group of worms emerged from a side tunnel. The beast froze upon sensing Ren, but the sound of the approaching Hydra sent them into panic. Ren was trapped in the middle of the fleeing worms. Their massive bodies pushed him against the walls while they writhed desperately. The Hydra's roar resonated closer. In desperation, Ren pushed between two worms, the space so tight he felt crushed. Just as he emerged from the other side, he saw the Hydra catch one of the lagging worms. One of the heads caught it with lethal precision, its jaws tearing flesh. But the other head kept the body moving while the first ate. Its eyes never stopped following Ren. At 250 meters, the tunnel narrowed. Ren could feel mana saturating his system. The potion was losing effect. His legs trembled from the effort while he crawled through a narrow passage. A section of the tunnel had partially collapsed, probably from the Hydra's vibrations. Ren crawled through the debris. Behind, the sound of destruction approached. A deep assassin appeared before Ren in the narrow tunnel. The beast hesitated, caught between its hunting instinct and its fleeing instinct. The narrow cave entrance vibrated intensely. Ren worried about another collapse, but he was lucky. The assassin completely forgot about Ren and decided to flee. Ren crawled to the cave's exit while the Hydra dug behind. His lungs burned. Mana saturated his body now that the potion no longer had effect. Each meter was a battle against exhaustion and energy overload. Ren finally emerged from the tunnel at 200 meters. A worm colony panicked upon feeling the vibrations, their bodies filling the tunnel in a chaotic mass. Ren had to jump over them, his feet finding small spaces between the writhing bodies. Behind, the Hydra finally broke through the wall. The beast was panting now, the chase's effort beginning to take its toll. Ren took advantage to gain ground. He knew this area, turned and climbed up a not-so-light slope that led to the conventional cave entrance. 150 meters. The first guard checkpoint. The air was lighter now, but his legs felt like lead. The backpack on his back seemed to weigh a ton. His hidden tunnel offered an alternative route so he wouldn't have to explain. No, Ren thought while continuing to climb. No time for detours. The Hydra was getting closer and closer. The checkpoint appeared before Ren, the mana lamps' light shining through the entrance. 3 guards moved hurriedly, alerted by the vibrations shaking the tunnels. Halt, one shouted when he saw Ren climbing the slope. What the hell? It's the lucky mushroom boy. Another guard recognized him, his expression transforming from surprise to anger. Why were you prowling in the lower levels? This time you really... The wall behind Ren exploded. The Hydra emerged from the dust like a nightmare made real, its 2 heads covered in blood from the beast it had devoured along the way. Chapter 90, Taming the Blockade. Halt, one shouted when he saw Ren climbing the slope. What the hell? It's the lucky mushroom boy. Another guard recognized him, his expression transforming from surprise to anger. Why were you prowling in the lower levels? This time you really... The wall behind Ren exploded. The Hydra emerged from the dust like a nightmare made real, its 2 heads covered in blood from the beast it had devoured along the way. One last effort. One final sprint. Ren had finished climbing the slope, having gained ground on the beast despite his exhaustion, as the beast wasn't in much better condition than him. Run! It's a gold-rank Hydra! Ren's voice cracked with desperation and fatigue. The guards exchanged skeptical looks. At this level, barely 150 meters deep, the idea of a gold-rank beast was as absurd as finding a dragon sunbathing in the academy garden. Impossible, whispered the supervisor, his expression changing from disbelief to horrified recognition. A diamond Hydra, but they live more than 1,000 meters deep. The guards barely had time to process his words when the supervisor grabbed his arm, his ice penguin partially manifesting. The Hydra roared, the sound making the mana lamps crack. One of its heads turned toward the guards while the other kept its gaze fixed on Ren. The other 2 guards instinctively backed away, their beasts, an earth bear and a rock mongoose, fully manifested. Both beasts were bronze rank too, their power significant in normal circumstances, but dwarfed by the terror before them. Block the entrance, ordered the supervisor while pulling Ren backward. His voice carried the authority of someone used to commanding in crisis situations. We need to evacuate. Knowledge flowed while Ren observed the guard's beasts. Earth and rock control. The supervisor's ice penguin, Silver 2, was also a beast with range control capability. Maybe they're prepared for dead abyss beasts to contain hordes, Ren understood. The placement of the checkpoint. The specific combination of beasts. It wasn't random. They're designed for the very unlikely case of a horde. Hordes only come from the dead abyss, but loose monsters from the hordes are rarely found in the caves too. That's why they fear hordes in the caves. But they must only be here to buy time while reinforcements arrive if dead abyss's beasts ever filter into the caves. To block the path. Wait! Ren resisted when the supervisor tried to drag him further back, an idea crystallizing in his mind. Don't take me yet. Your ice. You can use it to slow it down. What? The slope. Ren pointed to the ascending tunnel while the other guards began controlling earth and rock barriers. If you freeze the climb, it'll be harder for it to scale. The supervisor hesitated only for an instant. Hydra shoot light rays, don't be an idiot and come. Look, Ren pointed. Its movements are slower. It only has about 10 minutes of energy left at this height. It won't waste power on rays. The supervisor evaluated the suggestion in an instant. His penguin fully manifested, beginning to cover the steep climb with a thick layer of ice. More ice, shouted Ren. It needs to be thick enough. The ice layer grew as they ascended, becoming thicker with each breath from the penguin. Now, he ordered his subordinates. Block the entrance. The earth bear and rock mongoose created layered barriers. Compacted earth reinforced with rock formations. The sound of rock being pulverized approached. The hydra was breaking up the slope a bit to get better footing. It roared again, but the sound was weaker. Without access to new prey, each movement brought it closer to exhaustion. The hydra hit the blockade, but couldn't break it. Its strength no longer the same. It won't cross, Ren shouted over the noise. Without prey to feed on, each movement weakens it more. Another hit, weaker than the previous one. The hydra was losing strength. It's giving up, murmured one of the guards while the impacts grew progressively feebler, hope creeping into his voice. Silence fell suddenly. The guards exchanged cautious looks. Did it leave? Asked the one with the mongoose. Ren felt something was wrong. It was too soon for the hydra to abandon its pursuit after investing so much energy. Knowledge screamed a warning in his mind, calculating that it should still have enough power for one last. Get down, he shouted, already diving for the ground. The power ray pierced the barriers as if they were paper, passing over their heads and leaving a trail of molten rock on the ceiling. The barrier had failed. Damn, we're dead! After that, only silence reigned. No, it's over, said Ren as they slowly stood. That ray used the last of its energy. It needs to return to its vein now. The echoes of the hydra's slow departing steps confirmed his words. The beast was descending, deeper and deeper, where the increase in mana or eating other beasts would keep it alive. The supervisor turned to Ren, his expression a mixture of relief and suspicion. You have a lot to explain, boy. But Ren had fainted, his mouth foaming and his veins glowing, unmistakable sign of mana poisoning. The mushrooms in his hair flickered weakly, barely processing the dense ambient energy. Damn! The supervisor caught Ren's limp form before it hit the ground, noting the dangerous heat radiating from his small body. We need to get him out of here and give him medicine fast. Peter, he pointed to the mongoose guard. Stay on watch. What? Why me? Peter looked nervously toward the tunnel where the hydra had disappeared, his mongoose hugging his legs. What if the hydra? The hydra is already going to the depths. The supervisor was already running toward the exit with Ren in his arms. Shut up and watch. But. Marco hugged his manifested mongoose tighter, both guard and beast trembling slightly. We'll be back soon, shouted the supervisor while disappearing up the upper tunnel with the bear guard. That doesn't make me feel better. Marco shouted into the empty tunnel, his voice echoing mockingly back at him. The mongoose made a sound that suspiciously resembled laughter. Don't pretend you don't want to be here either. Marcus accused his beast, which tried to look dignified despite its obvious nervousness. A distant echo made them both jump. See? Even you're nervous, Marco pressed against the wall. Though if anyone asks, we'll say we maintained a stoic and brave watch. A new echo made them both jump and hug each other. But that doesn't mean we have to be in the middle of the tunnel. We can watch perfectly fine from behind that rock. Tamer spies. A girl watched from the shadows in the tree, her presence almost imperceptible among the leaves. She had been following Ren since early morning, this time more out of obligation than real interest, though she was already worrying about the start of classes. Initially, she had considered following him into the mines. After all, the headmaster's recent interest in the supposedly weakest student had piqued her already high curiosity too. But she had dismissed the impulse, reasoning that Ren was likely just another poor student desperate to recover his family's investment. Another case of economic desperation, she had thought upon seeing him enter the mines. It wasn't unusual. Many low-resource students spent extra hours digging, trying to recover something. The headmaster must be overreacting, she had thought. settling into her observation post. What could possibly be special about a boy with a mere spore? Yet something about him nagged at her mind. The way he moved through the mines wasn't like other desperate students. He showed none of the random searching, the trial and error that characterized novice miners. His movements had purpose, precision. Or so she had seen during their time as classmates, and it was very strange. The hours passed without incident. The girl almost considered leaving. Her time could be better spent on other tasks. But something kept her at her post. Perhaps that strange confidence he seemed to have despite his apparent weakness. She used the time to study. Occasionally her eyes would drift to the mine entrance, but nothing seemed amiss. The chaos began without warning. 2 guards emerged running from the entrance, carrying the boy's unconscious body. His veins glowed with a sickly radiance, and a line of foam ran from the corner of his lips. "Halt!" The entrance guard intercepted them. "Inspection protocol. All obtained materials must be." "Mana poisoning," shouted one of the guards carrying Ren. "Critical level." The entrance guard paled and stepped aside. You can report what was found when he wakes up." The girl straightened on her branch. The academy carefully regulated access to deeper areas, and the guards were vigilant at the entrances, keeping students above the 100-meter mark. Did he fall like 200 meters from a secret tunnel? She wondered, her mind racing through possibilities. Some forgotten passage to the depths? Or is he simply that pathetic, getting poisoned at levels everyone can tolerate? But that didn't fit with what she had observed of him. Despite his weak beast, Ren had shown surprising competence in other areas. His victory over Kai hadn't been luck, nor the illusions with the crystals. He had demonstrated knowledge that even senior students would envy. 250 meters, she calculated while watching them take the boy to the infirmary. No, even deeper to cause that level of saturation. But that was impossible. No first-year student, much less one with a spore, could survive at those depths. The beast would kill them in minutes, seconds with bad luck. The mushroom boy was proving to be a most fascinating puzzle. Her lips curved in a slight smile as she watched more guards arriving at the mine entrance. Whatever had happened below, she intended to find out. After all, anyone who could survive what had so clearly terrified the guards was worth watching very carefully indeed. She slid a small notebook from her sleeve and began taking notes. Professor Zhao might indeed have seen something that others overlooked. At 350 meters beneath the academy, a solitary figure ascended through the tunnels. The golden hippogriff pulsed beneath his skin as he extracted another potion from his bag. Months of mapping between silver and gold rank depths, some days much deeper, had depleted his reserves, but he still had enough to keep the concentrated mana's effects at bay. The liquid was bitter, but the relief was instant. His silver rank 2 abyssal scorpion briefly manifested its claws, adjusting to the renewed energy flow. The shadows. A deep assassin emerged from a corner, probably attracted by the man's noisy steps. The beast had perfectly hidden its presence. The hippogriff manifested its front claws through its tamer's arms, and the beast didn't even have time to extend its proboscis before being torn apart. Pathetic, he thought while continuing his ascent. These beasts were nothing compared to what he had faced in the depths. His employer had asked for a hydra core for his daughter. "Any hydra," he had said, as if they were so easy to find. If he could turn it into an egg, he would multiply his payment by 10. But according to his employer's family secret technique, he needed a mana vein and a hydra alongside the core to transform it back. The records were ancient, most destroyed during the last war. No one, not even from Yano, had ventured so deep in this area in decades. Honestly, he wouldn't have survived the worst encounters either. But everything had changed since Yano discovered how to contract abyssals. Having 2 beasts was an advantage that the war against Yano couldn't ignore for long. Once the plan was complete, once the abyssal scorpions were his squad's second beast, his hand instinctively touched the bag where he kept the cores. Dozens of them, each containing the potential of an abyssal scorpion. Unlike hydras, these abyss beasts could be revived with the new secret technique and didn't need a vein in the mother creature. But he had delayed too long searching for hydras. He thought it would be easier to search for an egg directly, but weeks of searching in the gold ring had been a waste of time. None had eggs. They weren't easy opponents either. He had to descend from those 1,000 meters more. The 2,000 meters had been hell. The platinum hydras were territorial and ruthless. And they weren't the only beasts. The superior assassins were a nightmare. He had almost died 3 times before deciding to risk everything. 3,000 meters. The diamond ring. His potions barely kept him conscious at that depth, impossible. His whole life depending on stealth. The hippogriff and scorpion suffered from mana excess, but he had no choice. Luck finally smiled on him as he quickly found an 8-headed diamond hydra guarding eggs. The beast was monstrously powerful, but also predictable in its sleep routine. So a moment of carelessness was all he needed to steal one. But one head saw him. The escape had been frantic. He had to hide in many places, spent almost all his high-level potions staying alive while ascending. And in the end he had to return the egg. Chapter 92 Taming Investigation. Luck finally smiled upon him as he quickly found an 8-headed diamond hydra guarding eggs. The beast was monstrously powerful, but also predictable in its sleep routine. Carelessness was all he needed to steal one. Or so he thought, but one head saw him. The escape had been frantic. He had to hide in countless crevices and abandoned tunnels. He spent almost all his high-level potions just staying alive while ascending, and in the end, he had to return the egg. When he finally escaped and was returning to the surface defeated, having endured insane temperatures that only thanks to his gold beast he could withstand, and that could be called torture, his body still ached with the memory of that heat.
Constant stalking of powerful beasts.
Luck finally smiled upon him. This time for real. He found that small vein at 350 meters, perfect for his purposes. He couldn't believe it. Below he had found 3 others, as they were more common the further down, but all were guarded by beast leagues above their real depth rank, impossible for him to defeat. He was sure not even the ridiculous Platinum King of Yano could defeat them. That Idwats were extremely rare at that height, but there it was. So, he returned to the depth of 1,000 meters for 2 silver rank hydras, difficult to find without golden rank company, but much easier to find and defeat than stealing the egg. If he had known there would be a vein, he would have done this from the beginning. He eliminated the first to obtain its core and weakened the second. Worthy opponents even 1 rank below him, but manageable thanks to him being a double tamer. It was easy to drag the weakened one with his griffin to feed from the vein, and to keep it guarding and molding the core until it became an egg while he obtained more scorpion cores. Everything had been meticulously calculated. The core would need weeks to recover enough energy to become an egg next to the hydra. The hydra would guard until he returned with the rest of the cores. Taking it would be easy when it had low energy, even if it had reached gold rank. But now, the next stretch of tunnels showed signs of recent activity. Fused worms and living tunnels had been excavating new routes, expanding territory. But something wasn't right. The excavation patterns were erratic, as if the beasts had been fleeing. Claw marks and pulverized rock told a story of panic and hasty escape. His steps accelerated. No, he thought while running. It's too soon. His calculations had been precise. The silver hydra should barely have reached gold. The egg should have barely formed. It couldn't have hatched. Worry grew when he found the first signs of massive destruction. Demolished walls, collapsed tunnels, traces of energy discharged against rock. Beast bodies lay scattered, some partially consumed. The hydra had been hunting, spending energy it shouldn't have. Someone had interfered. Someone had provoked the hydra to spend energy it shouldn't have in a chase toward the surface. After observing them for so long, attempting the same thing, he knew there could only be one reason. Someone had stolen the egg. When he reached the geyser chamber, he stopped dead, empty. The massive crystal was still there, pulsing with pure mana, but there was no sign of the hydra or the egg. He hated being right this time. Impossible, the hippogriff's wings manifested, reflecting their tamer's fury while examining the empty chamber. So much effort, so many resources spent, so many risks taken, all ruined because some idiot had stumbled upon his experiment before time. Who would have thought the man of Vane would be so close to an exterior entrance? But there was no point in being angry. Fury was replaced by cold determination. He would find the responsible party. And when he did, the scorpion manifested its plates while he began the ascent. The work his king and Yino had given him was too important to allow interference. His princess would obtain that hydra, and the cores must reach their destination. Yano must not suspect anything until it was too late. But at least he could go out for a while to take in the sunlight and recover his egg. Stealthy, the girl in the tree decided to investigate. The entrance guard didn't even notice her pass. Shadows were her natural allies, though not in the way many would assume. As always, her beast could transport her to any point in her line of sight, a gift far more versatile than most beasts, though she wasn't the only one who could do it. Her 2 cousins in class could too. How funny it had been that it ended up like this for all 3. So much effort to keep ourselves hidden, she thought while descending through the first levels. Her group had carefully dispersed throughout the classroom, mixing with normal students, subtly exchanging handmaidens when forming teams. And yet, a sigh escaped her lips. All that precaution had been useless when the enemy kingdom's eyes had so easily identified 4 of their 6 main targets in one classroom, though without doubt Klein's group were idiots bad at hiding it. The last 2 of them would probably be discovered soon too, at this rate. The mine's upper level was practically deserted. Students had exhausted the accessible veins. The few students who usually dug weren't here this early. The mushroom boy had caused quite a stir, but she wouldn't hear gossip because there was almost no one, unfortunately. At 100 meters, nothing changed. The mana wasn't bothering her yet either. Her beast, though technically iron rank, was an exceptional specimen. The type that only the most privileged families could afford. At 150 meters, she found the first signs of something extraordinary. The descent tunnel had been blocked, but the barrier showed signs of a devastating impact. Rock melted and crystallized. A beam attack. It seemed from a high-ranked beast. A guard hidden behind the rocks, quite frightened. The slope was frozen. She had to look through the gap and appear far away so he wouldn't see her. Though he really wasn't paying much attention. The guard was more occupied trembling and hugging his beast with unintelligible murmurs. Had Ren really gone down so far? How could someone with a spore survive that? She wondered while silently advancing. She thought it would just be another case of juvenile stupidity, but maybe this hadn't had anything to do with him. Chapter 93 Taming Investigation 2 Had Ren really gone down so far? How could someone with a spore survive that? She wondered while silently advancing. She thought it would just be another case of juvenile stupidity, but maybe this hadn't had anything to do with him. The destruction became more evident as she descended. At 250 meters, the mana grew denser. Her beast was superior to most in its rank, but even it had limits. She could already feel the pressure building, and the fused worms at this depth were truly massive, their segmented bodies casting grotesque shadows in the dim yellow light. The tunnels here were wider, the work of greater worms and living tunnels. But it seemed the enormous beasts had hastily abandoned their galleries. Half-built structures telling the story of a panicked flight. Something had scared even these territorial creatures from their domains. One suddenly emerged from a hole and nearly crushed her against a wall, forcing her to perform 2 consecutive blinks to evade its segmented body. The effort made her stop to catch her breath behind a rock formation, the mana pressing against her senses like a physical weight. When she was given her mission, she hadn't expected to do this kind of thing. The worst part was that no one would know. No one except her handmaidens, of course. The thought almost made her smile. The girls everyone believed were simple noble followers were much more than they appeared, cousins and handmaidens. 3 handmaidens for the 3 cousins, playing their parts perfectly in 2 teams. How had they already found the classroom, class, and school they were in? Was there a skilled spy in the school? Though the constant exchange of groups, pretending not to know each other. It was an entertaining game of actresses and also served as study for their future lives in high noble positions. Learning to act and be a spy was part of why she was here after all. Watching her cousin was her original mission. Though lately the headmaster, the only adult who knew the truth, seemed more interested in knowing about the mushroom boy than her cousin and the king's daughter. It was fine. She wouldn't have been able to fulfill the real mission anyway. She loved her cousins. Besides, her cousins had always been observant, even when pretending not to be. The mission would have failed. So the mission to watch Ren was better. She could take it more seriously and didn't have to lie in the reports. But this no longer had anything to do with Ren either. How could he have reached so far down with just a spore? Impossible. This couldn't have been his doing. My objectives seemed to change too quickly. But I have to find out what happened here. At 275 meters, she found the first signs of deep assassins, proboscis marks on the walls, and remains of consumed prey. But something had driven them away. The territorial beasts had abandoned their usual hunting grounds. At 300 meters, the trail of destruction reached its climax. The mana was a bit denser now. Each blink required more concentration, and the rest periods between each use grew longer. A deep assassin emerged from a corner, its proboscis extended. She remained completely still. Deep assassins didn't hunt by sight. They depended on detecting vibrations, and right now she wasn't generating any. The assassin moved slowly, its sensors sweeping the area. Her previous steps must have alerted it. When the beast came too close, she panicked, took a step back and used her ability, appearing several meters beyond. The assassin advanced to the location of the last step and stopped, confused. Its prey's vibrations had completely disappeared. The beast began moving in a search pattern, its sensors working methodically. She waited, studying its behavior. The assassin approached again. This time, when she transported, she did it behind a rock formation she had been studying, but it wasn't perfect. The sound of her landing was muffled, but not far enough. The assassin felt it. She needed a more distant target to lose it. The beast turned instantly toward the new vibration, its proboscis cutting through the air where she had been a second before. Her next blink took her to a larger tunnel and she ran. The assassin pursued her, guided by her footsteps' vibrations. The signs of destruction were more evident here, pulverized walls and marks of recent combat. The assassin kept chasing her, but something made it stop. Its sensors detected something else, something that made the beast instinctively back away. A roar shook the tunnels. The girl, not having to worry about the assassin now and confident in her skills, peered cautiously around a corner. A hydra, its 2 heads covered in recent wounds. Her mother had told her about them, but 2 heads meant gold rank. What was it doing so high up? Normal hydras only had 1 head and lived at around 1,000 meters underground in the zone beneath the school. That was all that appeared in modern records. Information about multi-headed ones were relics of an earlier age, mentioned in texts so ancient that no one in Yano had bothered to verify. Her uncles or her father could have done it. Her father definitely had the power to obtain a Hydra egg, but their interests had led them down other paths, to beasts they considered better. No one had wanted the hard task, or risk their life if even a little, in an expedition beyond 2,000 or 3,000 meters of depth, just for the possibility of finding a Hydra egg. Its scales, beautiful as diamonds, gleamed weakly while it faced a figure she hadn't noticed before. The man, if it was a man, had two beasts, attacked with one of its heads while the other tried to charge a ray. The man blocked the attack with his claws, the impact making the rock beneath his feet crack. She remained hidden, observing. The Hydra was weakened, its movement slower than they should be, and the ray in its second head barely managed to form sparks. The man, on the other hand, seemed furious. "Where is it, idiot?" His voice resonated in the chamber. "How did you let them steal the egg? Now you'll be my new egg, a plan B." The Hydra responded with another attack, but it was obvious it was rapidly losing strength. The man dodged and counterattacked with a brutal combination of his two beasts. Then, the golden hippogriff manifested completely outside his body, its 5-meter form filling the chamber. The abyssal scorpion remained fused with him, its influence evident, the mutations it caused different from anything she had seen in Yano. She thought while observing the mutation patterns. Father told me that only they have perfected fusion with abyssal beasts. He's like those from the attack with Professor Zhao. Chapter 94, Taming Investigation 3. The golden hippogriff manifested completely outside his body, its 5-meter form filling the chamber. The abyssal scorpion remained fused with him, its influence evident in the way his body had transformed. The mutations it caused were different from anything she had seen in Yano. They weren't subtle and stylized like their kingdom's methods. These were more bestial, as if he was becoming the beast rather than merely controlling its power. She thought while observing the mutation patterns. Father told me that only they have perfected fusion with abyssal beasts. He's like those from the attack with Professor Zhao. The hippogriff launched forward with impossible speed, its massive form moving with a grace that defied its size. The Hydra tried to defend itself, but its movements were already too slow. In an instant of perfect violence, the griffin's claws cut cleanly through one of the Hydra's diamond necks. The girl held her breath, watching in horrified fascination. The Hydra's scales were legendary for their hardness, said to be impenetrable by normal weapons. That this man's beast could slice through them so easily. The head fell with a dull thud, while blood fountained from the severed neck. The Hydra roared with its remaining head, a sound of agony and fury that echoed through the chamber. It will die soon, the girl realized. What a waste, she thought while watching the magnificent beast stagger. She herself had been lucky, her own beast was superior by current standards. But seeing this understudied creature, its beautiful gleam, even in its moment of defeat, it was time to leave. She had enough information. If the man was strong enough to kill a 2-headed Hydra, the girl began her own ascent, processing what she had witnessed. The headmaster needed to know about this. The presence of someone from Yino with beasts of that level, the Hydra, the mentioned egg. In her last glance at the scene, she saw something that made her blood freeze. The man had slightly turned his head, his eyes focusing for an instant on the spot where she had been observing. She began blinking backward, using her ability to move between visual anchor points. One blink, then another, each taking her further from the battle, her heart pounding. He had noticed her, perhaps not clearly, but he had sensed her presence. The light filtering through the infirmary window made Ren blink. His head throbbed, but the effect of the potion they had given him was making the pain fade gradually. Finally. Taro almost jumped from his chair. "Are you okay? I thought you had died." "What?" Ren tried to sit up, but the world spun momentarily. "Stay still." Taro gently pushed him back to the bed. "The nurse said mana poisoning is no joke. What were you thinking?" "Why are you here, the classes? Did your brain melt? Wei isn't at school today, remember?" Taro resettled in his chair. "And Lin left me here to wait for you to wake up and wait for punishment too, when she found out I helped you escape training. Lin already knows about." "Oh yes," Taro grimaced. "I confessed everything when she started threatening to triple my training and fail me in the battle unit. We were on our way when we saw you being carried out of the cave by the guards, but by then they were already bringing you to the infirmary." Ren closed his eyes, processing the information. "How angry is she?" "Let's say when you return to training, you'll wish you had died from poisoning." "Fantastic. And speaking of that," Taro leaned forward. "What the hell happened down there?" The guard seemed really shaken up. "It's complicated." "Complicated?" Taro raised an eyebrow. "Ren, you were foaming at the mouth. Your veins were glowing brighter than your mushrooms. They carried you running to the infirmary." "I need a favor." "Oh no," Taro crossed his arms. "You're not changing the subject that easily." "It's important and urgent." Ren tried to sit up again, this time more slowly. "I need one of the processed crystals from my room, for today's cultivation before Lin returns, and I lose the whole day suffering." Taro looked at him as if he had grown a second head. "You're joking, right?" No, I'm serious. You just woke up from mana poisoning. Exactly, Ren lowered his voice. My body is more receptive now that the potion just finished its effect. It's the perfect moment. The perfect moment to do what? Die. Don't be dramatic. Dramatic? Taro stood up, his beetle briefly manifesting from agitation. You almost died. Shh. Ren looked to one side. The nurse will throw you out if you shout. Good, maybe she should throw your brains out too, since you're clearly not using them. Taro. No, his friend shook his head. I'm not going to help you kill yourself. I've had enough with lying to Lin. Do you know how terrifying she is when she's angry? I do know. I'll owe you one. You owe me like 50. And I'll take you to gold rank. Ren smiled weakly. Please. Taro stared at him for a long moment, then looked aside feigning disinterest. I don't believe you, but fine. If you die, I get your stuff. Deal. And what you have in the bank, now you're abusing. Taro sighed dramatically. Fine. What do you need? The usual process crystal. Ren lay back down. And one more thing. What? Ren smiled mysteriously. A hydra? Lin frowned while the guard finished his story. Are you sure? Completely, the supervisor nodded. 2 heads, transparent scales. I've never seen anything like it, and for it to be so close to the surface. And you say it was chasing Ren specifically. Followed him until it had to return from lack of energy. The boy must have really bad luck for a beast of that level to waste so much energy in a place without mana in a chase. Or maybe it was good luck because he survived. He even got us out of the initial surprise and suggested how to stop it. An interesting kid. Shame about his beast. I guess he does have very bad luck, without doubt. Lin processed the information. Something didn't add up. Ren wasn't weak, but his beast was, even with all his training. How could he have found a hydra? How deep had he gone? And if that was the case, how had he survived so long at that depth? Thank you for your time. She turned to leave, when something caught her attention. One of the nearby trees. This wasn't the kind of concealment a normal student would use. There was something semi-professional about it. Lin took off running to the guard's surprise. Chapter 95 Tamer Relay. The presence vanished suddenly, as if it had never been there. Except Lin knew that sensation. Her crane partially manifested its wings and slightly elongated her legs while following the trail, her beast's enhanced perception tracking the faint disturbances in the air. A flash of movement to her right, someone appeared for an instant before vanishing again. Interesting, Lin murmured. The jumps were becoming more abrupt now, almost clumsy in their haste. Whoever it was, they were more concerned with speed than subtlety. Another flash, this time to her left. Lin adjusted her course, her crane helping her maintain the pace while analyzing the pattern of movements. She whispered, while following the flashes of movement, her experienced eyes noting how each jump seemed to cost the fleeing figure more effort than the last. The chase led them toward a more densely wooded section. Clever, Lin had to admit it, but not enough. The girl staggered upon appearing on the last branch before the administrative building. Her jumps had become clumsy, each transportation consuming more energy than the previous one. One last jump, she thought while focusing on the director's window. Her beast protested, too many jumps in too little time, especially after the strain in the depths. Your jumps are terrible today, I didn't teach you to. The director began, having perceived her long before she arrived. When she appeared inside the office, her legs gave way beneath her. She held onto the edge of the desk to avoid falling. The director rose alarmed. What happened? I saw. Sit, the director quickly moved a chair toward her, his concern evident. Are you hurt? She shook her head while dropping into the chair. Just tired. Too many jumps. Are you sure? Yes, I was following the mushroom boy as you asked, she began, her breathing still agitated. He entered the caves this morning. The caves? The director frowned, but then remembered. Ah, Wei is out today, his expression becoming understanding. Economic troubles. Wouldn't be the first student trying to recover their investment working extra in the mines, but I don't see how that's reason to. It's not that, the girl shook her head. They carried him out unconscious, mana poisoning. What? How far did he go? But that's not the important part either, she interrupted. You know, she managed between heavy breaths. An agent in the caves, about 300 meters deep. The director straightened immediately. What? The boy went down to 300 meters. The director almost shouted, then visibly controlled himself. And you followed him there? The girl nodded. Partly yes, I don't know how far down he fell. They carried him out unconscious, it must have been coincidence, then ending in mana poisoning. But that's not the important thing. Of course it's important. The director began pacing the office. You were supposed to just watch a normal boy from a safe distance. If something had happened to you, your father would have. The Eno agent had 2 beasts, a gold rank hippogriff and an abyssal scorpion. The director stopped dead. Explain. 2 beasts, a double tamer. And the scorpion mutation was unmistakable, only Eno has perfected that technique. Did you discover what he was doing so close to the academy? He was fighting a hydra with 2 heads. The director visibly paled. A gold rank hydra at 300 meters depth. Now you will tell me you engaged in combat. No, she quickly denied. I stayed hidden. The agent cut off one of the hydra's heads. He was furious, looking for something. Mentioned an egg. The director approached his territory map, his mind working rapidly. Did he see you? Almost. At the end, I think he sensed my presence. By all the dragons, how could you not? The director stopped himself, remembering who he was talking to. This goes beyond watching a suspicious student. I shouldn't have allowed. With all respect, she straightened in her chair. This is what I'm training for. Your father asked me to give you opportunities to improve your espionage skills. The director looked at her seriously. Not to put you in the line of fire of a territorial conflict. You can be a noble house spy or in the kingdom of Yino when your father gives your hand. Not in the deep caves at 10 years old. You put yourself in great danger. And I've improved. Nothing is 100% safe. I managed to follow the boy, discovered the agent, and escaped without being detected. Well, almost. The director sighed. She was kind of right, but the idea that something might have happened to her, the repercussions would have been catastrophic. Go to Professor Yang, he finally said. Tell him to start safeguarding the students of all years and alert the teachers. Defense protocol. She stood up, her legs firmer now. Will you go alone first? If Yino is moving pieces of that rank so close to the academy, they must have a bigger plan. Go with Yang, then rest. You've done enough for today. The girl nodded and headed for the door. And the director stopped her, his tone softer. Good work, though I'd prefer if next time you didn't risk so much. A small smile appeared on her lips as she left. She knew she would keep taking some risks. It was part of her training, and after all, she loved being a spy. The director waited for the door to close before taking out his special communicator. A Yino agent, a 2-headed hydra, and always in the middle of everything. The mushroom boy had bad luck to always be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Outside, Lynn observed from her tree, remaining perfectly still while processing what she had heard. A student trained by the director just as I trained Ren. So it wasn't just my student doing foolishness, she thought, while watching the director make his calls. An enemy agent in our territory. The question is, what did you really find down there, Ren? Here you go. Taro pulled out the crystal wrapped in black cloth and the tentacle from a bag. And the other things you asked for. Ren took only the tentacle and crystal with trembling hands. And did you find them too? Yes, Taro nodded, nervously watching the infirmary door. But I still think this is a terrible idea. If she arrives before you are done. Just don't let them interrupt me for a few minutes. I'm faster at the process now and quieter. Ren turned to look at the busy nurse, unwrapped the crystal, and positioned the tentacle over his stomach. He breathed deeply before beginning the absorption. Chapter 96, Taming, Thanks and Hugs. Ren took only the tentacle and crystal with trembling hands. And did you find them too? Yes, Taro nodded, nervously watching the infirmary door. But I still think this is a terrible idea. If she arrives before. Just don't let them interrupt me for a few minutes. I'm faster at the process now, and quieter. Ren turned to look at the busy nurse, unwrapped the crystal, and positioned the tentacle over his stomach. He breathed deeply before beginning the absorption. The pain was immediate and intense, burning through his system like liquid fire. His veins began to glow as mana flowed through his system, creating intricate patterns under his skin. The tentacle worked frantically, absorbing the excess where the veins threatened to burst, its movements precise despite the chaotic energy flow. But after a few minutes, Taro finally couldn't hide the glow in Ren's veins from the nurse with his body anymore. What are you doing? The nurse burst into their cubicle, her eyes widening with horror. Stop immediately! He can't! Taro interposed himself in her path, arms spread wide. He's cultivating. If you interrupt him, he could get hurt. He just suffered mana poisoning and his veins are glowing again. The nurse tried to get around Taro, her professional concern evident. He needs medicine now. He's perfectly fine. Taro moved to block her again, almost tripping over a small table in his enthusiasm. Just look. Step aside, young man. The nurse pulled out a potion. I need to give him this. No. Taro waved his arms dramatically. No potions. It would ruin the whole process. The nurse tried to push Taro's arm aside, who responded by hugging her tight, his face reddening at his own boldness. This is ridiculous. The nurse tried to remove Taro, who responded by spinning and hugging her from behind. I am his designated bodyguard. Taro continued hugging while the girl dragged him. Officially appointed 5 minutes ago. Meanwhile, Ren struggled to maintain concentration. The crystal was almost completely absorbed, but each second was a battle against searing pain. The tentacle moved constantly, following the points where mana threatened to saturate his veins with deadly precision. Just a little more, he shouted through clenched teeth. See? Taro pointed dramatically toward Ren. Just a little more. He's a patient recovering from poisoning. Ren let out a final gasp as the crystal finally dissolved completely. The tentacle made one last pass over his veins before becoming completely saturated. Done, he sighed, falling back against the pillows. Taro and the nurse stopped mid-drag fight. See? Taro smiled triumphantly. Everything under control. The nurse quickly approached to check on Ren. Her eyes widened in surprise when she noticed his vitals were perfectly normal. Better than normal, in fact. This is impossible, she murmured while checking his pupils. A moment ago he was on the verge of collapse from mana saturation. Cultivation can be like that. Ren smiled weakly. Full of surprises. And reckless idiots, added Taro, but he was smiling too. The tension in the room finally broke. The nurse even let out a small laugh while storing her unused potion. It's been a great day, Ren stretched, satisfied. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed with renewed energy. The best, Taro nodded. Escape training, survive poisoning, and I hugged a pretty nurse, he proclaimed proudly. The nurse gave him a gentle tap on the nose. Very gallant, little one, but I'm a bit old for you. A shadow appeared in the doorway. The smile froze on Ren and Taro's faces. Color drained from their cheeks so quickly that the nurse almost pulled out her potion again. Lin stood in the threshold, her expression unreadable. So? Her voice was dangerously soft. Who escaped from training? What were you thinking? Lin paced in front of Ren's bed. How did you trick the guards? I didn't trick anyone. Ren tried his best innocent face. I just took a shortcut. Lin pinched his cheek. Hard. Ow, ow, all right. Ren rubbed his sore cheek. I have a small secret tunnel. Sometimes I go down to 150 or 200 meters to get crystals. A secret tunnel? Lin's eyes narrowed. With all those minor and common worms around, with a beast that can barely process mana at that depth. It's not so dangerous if you know the worm's patterns and only stay there a while. Ren avoided her gaze. Besides, I was looking for something special for you. What thing? A crystal flower. Ren drew the shape in the air with his fingers. It's a very rare formation. The crystals grow in the shape of petals, but finding one is like finding a 5-leaf clover, completed Lin, still skeptical. Exactly, but no luck again. I thought I'd have it in the new vein I found. Ren looked back. Taro, did you bring option B? Taro cautiously peeked his head in. The flowers? Yes, here. Lin blushed slightly at seeing the small bouquet, but her expression hardened immediately. Her hand descended in a precise chop on Ren's head. Ow, the truth, she demanded. What did you really go looking for? It was for the flower. Ren rubbed his head. Why does no one believe me when I try to say thanks? Maybe because the last time you tried to say thanks, you also ended up trying to escape training. Lin extended her hand. Show me what you found. I didn't find the flower, just the usual. Ren pointed to the Shadow Stalker skin bag that Taro had brought. Just some crystals in deep earth. You can check. Lin examined the bag's contents. Indeed, there were only common crystals and some dark earth. All this risk for this, she shook the bag. Going so deep you ended up with mana poisoning. I need to gather a lot for my cultivation, Ren shrugged. And the crystals. Then, Lin interrupted him, her voice dangerously soft. What was all that about the Hydra? The color drained from Ren's face. Taro, who had been listening from behind, almost dropped the small bouquet. The what? The Hydra lay motionless, its single remaining head lifeless. The man approached the body. At least it won't be a total waste, he murmured while beginning the extraction. A Hydra core could become an egg again. He just needed another silver rank Hydra and wait. Keep living in the damn caves for at least 10 extra days, eating that garbage. Defecating and sleeping in the caves. To hell with it. I'm going to recover that egg. The griffin's claws sank into the crystallized skin, searching for the exact point where the core rested. Chapter 97, Taming the Lurcher. To hell with it. I'm going to recover that egg. The griffin's claws sank into the crystallized skin, searching for the exact point where the core rested. It shouldn't be too difficult to recover it, but he couldn't afford to lower his guard. Not after sensing someone watching him, that subtle presence that had almost escaped his notice. The claws found their target. The Hydra's core pulsed weakly, its power still active even after the beast's death. Its last breaths resonating with diminishing strength. Someone was there, he thought while working. The mana marks in the air were subtle, small distortions where someone had transported themselves, like ripples in an invisible pond. A will-o'-the-wisp spirit? A mineralite fairy? A shadow wolf? All three were possibilities, but they had something in common. They were very expensive beasts, the kind only the truly privileged could afford. Well, the wolf depended on luck but was still quite expensive. The core finally yielded to his expert touch. Even if for some reason he couldn't recover the egg, this would be his insurance. Transforming his mouth into the scorpion's, he took a large piece of the Hydra's mana-rich flesh and consumed it, feeling the power course through his mutated body. The pathetic monsters at this depth would feast on the wounds he'd left in the Hydra's body. Some would surely rank up. They didn't deserve it. Just like the idiot who stole the egg didn't deserve it either. He stored the core in his backpack and began his ascent. The trail of the person who had watched them was clearer now that he approached the spot where he'd sensed the presence, small points where space had been briefly distorted by mana. Though honestly, it wasn't necessary. Before him, the destruction the Hydra had caused in its pursuit also marked a quite clear path. Pulverized walls, tunnels violently widened, telling the story of a desperate chase. Could it have been the same person? He wondered while climbing. At 200 meters he found the first signs of regular occupation. Methodically worked tunnels, tool marks. He was entering mine territory. The frozen slope appeared before him at 150 meters. It seemed they had wanted the Hydra to give up the chase. An improvised but effective idea. The ice was thick enough to make ascending complicated even for a beast of his level. But the most interesting thing was what he sensed on the other side. A presence hidden among the rocks. Weak, barely perceptible from this distance. Bronze rank probably. The scorpion stirred, eager to eliminate the witness. No, he thought while studying the situation. Could have information. He pulled out his map, calculated his position, and overlaid it with another that his employer had obtained from the city of Yano, studying his location carefully. The Central Academy, he realized with surprise. We're under one of Yano's most prestigious academies. A smile formed on his lips. If the egg had made it up here, maybe recovering it wouldn't be difficult. An institution full of weak students, with only a few professors dangerous to him. But then that presence could have been a rich student. It was particularly weak, and didn't seem to be hiding its mana. The presence on the other side of the slope moved slightly. A miserable school guard, perhaps? Someone in charge of stopping students, dealing with wretched worms or delaying hordes. Surely. Even better, someone who had probably seen everything that happened. His scorpion fully manifested its tail, abyssal venom dripping softly. Time to ask some questions. You see. Ren tried his best innocent expression. I was looking for the flower for you when I heard a roar and a strong vibration. I tried to return through my tunnel, but it had partially collapsed. Lin kept her eyes fixed on him, her expression skeptical. So, I had to take the long way, through the main slope, though I knew the guards would scold me, Ren continued, avoiding her gaze. And well, that's when the Hydra saw me. The Hydra saw you? Lin crossed her arms. But it was very tired, he added quickly. Could barely move. That's why I could escape. And if you only did that much, then why did you have such strong mana poisoning? Ren started sweating. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed nervously while he searched for another credible explanation. Well, you see, when I was. The sound of hurried footsteps in the hallway interrupted him. A group of students ran past the infirmary. Luna appeared in the doorway, her breathing agitated. Everyone to the shelters, she announced, her usual composure replaced by contained urgency. Master Yang is evacuating the students. Taro, who had been pretending to be invisible in a corner, straightened up. Evacuating why? Luna ignored him, her eyes fixed on Lin. Something silent passed between them. I suspected as much. Lin stood up, her expression becoming serious. It's time. Time for what? Ren got up, but Lin gently pushed him toward Luna, along with Taro. You two, she pointed to Ren and Taro, go with Luna to the shelters. No detours, no secret tunnels. She looked meaningfully at Ren, straight to the shelters. But, Ren began. This is not negotiable. Lin's tone left no room for discussion. I'm going with Yang. Luna, make sure they reach the shelter. Luna nodded while waiting at the door. Lin, Ren called before she left. What's happening? With luck, nothing, she responded without turning. With bad luck, well, that's why we have shelters. Teacher Lin, Taro shouted. Yes? Do you still want the flowers? Lin disappeared down the hall without answering. Move, Luna ordered. And no walks like during the excursion mushroom. It's not time for your secret adventures. Ren and Taro exchanged looks while following Luna. More students ran through the hallways, some scared, others simply confused. Hey, Taro whispered while they walked. You think this has to do with your... Ren shook his head, silencing him. I don't know, but it shouldn't be. If in the end it went back down. But lie about it, he whispered. Something was happening. Something serious enough for Lin to leave her interrogation unfinished. And somehow he had the feeling it was related to the strange behaviors in the depths. The tunnels were too quiet. The agent advanced cautiously. The guard he had interrogated was left lying motionless on the frozen slope. He had resisted until the end, not releasing information even when the abyssal venom had begun to corrode his organs. Tougher than he looked. The hippogriff remained manifested, its senses alert. The scorpion pulsed restlessly under his skin, the abyssal mutations making it more sensitive to threats. Not a single guard, he thought, while approaching the exit. The checkpoints were empty, the mana lamps still lit. As if everyone had suddenly disappeared. Daylight filtered through the mine entrance. Too bright after so long in darkness, he didn't exit. His eyes would need time to adjust. He stopped several meters from the exit, keeping to the shadows. His beast tensed, detecting something they couldn't fully identify. The silence was unnatural. Not even the wind seemed to dare blow. Chapter 98, Taming Suspicion. Daylight filtered through the mine entrance, too bright after so long in darkness. He didn't exit. His eyes would need time to adjust to the harsh change. He stopped several meters from the exit, keeping to the shadows. His beast tensed, detecting something they couldn't fully identify. The silence was unnatural. Not even the wind seemed to dare blow. Too easy, his training screamed warnings. An academy doesn't evacuate its mines without reason. Doesn't leave its entrances unguarded for students to do foolish things. The Hydra's core weighed next to many others in his bag, a constant reminder of his partial failure. The egg remained lost, stolen by some fortunate thief who had stumbled upon his experiment. Should go back, he considered while studying the entrance. The mission was clear find and secure specific beast cores. The egg was extra, and he could obtain it again. But pride. He had spent months preparing everything. Finding the right Hydra, manipulating it to this vein, waiting for the egg to form. All ruined because he grew overconfident, because he hadn't considered someone else might find such a small vein. The mission, he reminded himself. Focus on the mission. The core was enough. He could find another Hydra. The depths were full of them, with time and patience. But the thief is here, a voice whispered in his mind. Close, with my egg. His beast stirred restlessly, sensing his inner conflict. Return, his training insisted. Something is wrong. Go back and plan better. He took one step back, determined to retreat, then another. It's the right thing, he thought. The sensible thing. He turned toward the protective darkness of the tunnels. And then, to hell with it, he muttered, turning sharply. Nobody steals from me. He took a step toward the light. The massive fireball consumed him instantly. The shelter was an impressive structure located behind the academy. Spacious chambers connected by well-lit tunnels now housed dozens of confused and nervous students. Min! Taro waved his arms upon seeing his friend. Over here! Min approached. Anyone know what's happening? Ren watched as Luna was immediately surrounded by the two noble girls who always accompanied her. A second group of nobles joined them, exchanging quick whispers before dispersing as if they had never spoken. It's obvious, isn't it? Taro began, his voice adopting a conspiratorial tone. All this is because of Ren's mad scientist experiments. What? Min blinked in confusion. Think about it. Taro raised an accusing finger toward Ren. Our room always smells like death and strange processing products. That's because of the cultivation, Ren began. The mushrooms in his hair glow unnaturally. They're naturally luminescent. And today he went down to the depths. Taro was on a roll. He must have activated some ancient device. The mine must be glowing right now, about to explode. Liu arrived just in time to hear the last part. What's going to explode? The mine. Taro grabbed Liu by the shoulders. Ren accidentally filled it with strange fungi. Soon we'll have giant mutant worms emerging everywhere. The worms are already quite big on their own, Ren murmured. Bigger, Taro insisted. With tentacles and light rays. Min tried to contain his laughter. Light rays? It's the only explanation. Taro began walking in circles. Why else would they evacuate the entire academy? Ren searched for Luna with his gaze, but she and her companions had disappeared into the crowd. And that's not all. Taro continued his theory. The fungi will ally with the worms. They'll create an underground empire. Taro. Min tried to interrupt. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed, as if finding the idea entertaining. See? Taro pointed at the mushrooms. They're communicating, planning their revolution. If beasts were going to start a revolution, Min said thoughtfully, don't you think mushrooms and worms, such weak beasts, would be the last ones to do it? Liu pinched the bridge of his nose. How do we get to this? Taro. You don't need to invent ridiculous things to avoid telling them about the Hydra because Lin already knows. And I didn't do anything to make them shelter us. Also, that's not what I meant by lying. But if it makes you feel better? Ren smiled. When the fungi take control, I'll name you Minister of Conspiracy Theories. Ha! Taro raised his fist triumphantly. Luna observed the crowd from an elevated corner of the shelter. A gold-rank Yano agent, here, in Yano territory. The news transmitted through her handmaidens had left the group of cousins unsettled. Have they discovered us? Her eyes moved among the students, evaluating. Her position at the academy was delicate, direct niece of the king, but pretending to be just another noble. Several meters away, Princess Larissa pretended to be absorbed in a book. Her handmaidens and other cousins surrounded her, maintaining the image of a young noble studying even during a crisis, but her mind worked furiously. The underground labyrinth, Larissa thought while turning a page she wasn't reading. The tunnels between Yino and Yano were an intricate system of passages and beasts. To enter from the other kingdom unseen, they would have to start very deep, gold or platinum rank depth. It was supposed to be impossible to navigate there without a precise map. And the maps were jealously guarded. Leora stayed close to Larissa while talking with a group of students. Her thoughts, however, were far from her current task. A gold rank resource, she calculated while smiling at the students. Yino wouldn't waste such a valuable asset on a simple mission. Agents of that level were scarce, precious, sending one so deep into enemy territory. Luna noticed a subtle signal from one of her handmaidens. Her eyes moved briefly toward Larissa, who had received a similar signal from her own group. Leora, without turning, moved a finger in a practice pattern. What are they searching for? Luna returned to her thoughts. The agent had been in the depths, fighting a hydra. Why risk so much for a beast that, though rare, wasn't particularly powerful? Larissa softly closed her book. How did they find a path? Did a traitor give them an accurate map? The question aided her. The tunnels changed constantly. Beasts altered routes. New passages formed while others collapsed. Even with a map, it was an extremely difficult task. Leora finished talking with the students. Why now? She wondered while pretending to check a list. The tension between Yino and Yano had always been present, but this was a significant escalation. The three cousins maintained their positions, separated but connected by their similar thoughts. Their handmaidens moved between them, exchanging signals so subtle they seemed casual. A book changed hands, a handkerchief folded in a certain way, a brooch adjusted in a specific pattern. Luna thought about compromise security. Larissa considered the treaty implications. Leora evaluated the political consequences. None looked directly at the others. Their beasts remained semi-manifested, each synchronized with its tamer but also alert to the other's signals. Luna's shadow wolf, Larissa's will-o-wisp spirit, and Leora's mineral light fairy, all part of the silent communication network they had perfected. The final question resonated in all three minds, though none expressed it. What if the real target wasn't the Hydra at all? Chapter 99, Taming the Threat of War. Director Ignatius waited hidden in the trees facing the mine entrance, his royal phoenix manifesting a golden aura that made each strand of his white hair shimmer with power. The bronze-rank guards maintained their encirclement at a greater distance. Their earth beasts would be useful for blocking retreat or providing support, but in direct combat against a gold-rank tamer they would be little more than a hindrance. The supervisor, his ice penguin partially manifested, positioned himself hidden on the other side of the entrance. Silver rank 2, not enough to fight directly against a gold opponent, but he could provide support to the director who did have a gold rank creature. A presence moved inside the cave. The director sensed it immediately. Gold rank power was unmistakable, impossible to completely conceal. In Yino, where platinum rank was non-existent, that meant someone near the top of their hierarchy, which made their presence here very problematic. His fingers tensed as he prepared an attack. The phoenix concentrated power in his hands and the temperature around the director began to rise. But the presence stopped. Detected the trap, thought the director as he felt the intruder cautiously retreat. The tension in the air was almost palpable. Following them inside would be a terrible idea. Without a tamer of similar rank specialized in underground combat, the terrain advantages would be too great. Better to wait. To confront them, he had to let them come out into open terrain. The seconds crawled like hours. The presence moved occasionally, evaluating, perhaps thinking it wouldn't be worth it. Come out! The director maintained his position. Save us the trouble of sending someone to follow you. The situation required a permanent solution. A tamer of this level returning to Yino with information about the Academy's defenses would be too dangerous. Better to end this here, where the incident could be contained. As if responding to his thought, the presence moved forward. The director's attack was instantaneous, releasing a massive wave of golden fire that consumed the mine entrance. The heat was so intense that the guards had to retreat further. The supervisor fully manifested his penguin, preparing for whatever would emerge from the flames. When the fire began to dissipate, a mound of earth exploded from the ground. The figure that emerged was a nightmare of flesh and chitin, a human grotesquely fused with an abyssal scorpion, the characteristic mutations of Yino taken to the extreme. A golden hippogriff manifested instantly at his side, its majestic form contrasting with its tamer's monstrosity. The director observed the transformation with a mixture of fascination and revulsion. Yino's techniques for fusing with abyssal beasts had always seemed an abomination to him, an easy path to power that inevitably corrupted its users. The mercenary's eyes opened with recognition. The famous director Ignatius Aurelius of the Imperial Academy of Yano. His voice sounded distorted by the mutations. It's an honor. Ignatius studied his opponent. I can't say the same, Director Ignatius responded, expanding his wings in threat. Though clearly you're someone of importance in Yino. An asset too valuable to let escape. Me? The mercenary pointed to his mutations with a pincer. I'm just one more. Just the result of embracing the true potential of abyssal beasts. Is your presence here a declaration of war? The director kept his voice calm, but his mind worked rapidly. An agent of this level, so deep in enemy territory, the implications were worrying. His right hand moved in a subtle pattern. The bronze-rank guards understood the signal and at the right moment would seal the entrance. There would be no retreat. One wrong move, and this could become the first act of a new war between kingdoms. War? The mercenary laughed, a horrible sound through his mutated jaw. The war never really ended, did it? We've just been preparing. And I suppose the director observed the mutations with disgust. Those abominations are part of that preparation. Abominations, the mercenary spat the word. You and your pretense of purity, at least we don't fear true power? True power. The director maintained his condescending smile while taking a step forward. Has always been limited in that aspect. So many resources invested in aberrant experiments, so much forbidden research, and the result? Not a single platinum-ranked tamer. The mercenary's crystalline pincers opened and closed rhythmically, a nervous tick that betrayed how much those words had affected him. One platinum tamer? He spat the words like venom. Is that what gives you such confidence? A single double tamer holding up an entire kingdom? Isn't that precisely what you fear? Our king's capabilities. But let's return to the important point. I'm surprised to find an agent of your level, a single agent near the academy. Makes me wonder if is really prepared for whatever it's planning. The guards sealed the entrance, their earth beasts manifesting to create interlock barriers. Oh, I see you want me to extend my visit. We have plenty of hospitality for you, so make yourself comfortable. Director Ignatius maintained his casual tone while golden flames danced between his fingers. So answer. What does seek by sending one of their gold-ranked tamers? Alone? Alone? The mercenary's voice sounded distorted through his partially transformed jaw. Do you think I'm alone in this, Director? Oh, I know perfectly well that you're alone now. Ignatius let a condescending smile form on his lips. The real question is why? Why send one of their precious experiments so deep into our territory? Precious. The mercenary laughed, a metallic and fleshless sound. Don't overestimate me, Director. I'm just one of the many gold-ranked tamers that regularly produces now. Ah, so you admit they sent you? Ignatius stepped forward, his phoenix spreading its wings in all its majesty. Though you try to pass yourself off as one of many, your griffin betrays you. You're one of their best, aren't you? What a waste of potential, corrupted by those abyssal beasts. Waste? While Yano clings to its traditions, limiting itself to archaic beasts, advances. Each year we produce more gold-ranked tamers. Each month more double tamers join our ranks. And soon. He paused dramatically, savoring the moment. Soon our first triple tamers will be ready. Chapter 100, Taming the Threat of War 2. Waste? While Yano clings to its traditions, limiting itself to archaic beasts, advances. Each year we produce more gold-ranked tamers. Each month more double bearers join our ranks. And soon. He paused dramatically, savoring the moment. Soon our first triple bearers will be ready. The director maintained his neutral expression, but his golden feathers bristled slightly at the revelation. Triple tamers were theoretically possible, of course, but the cost, the risk of uncontrolled mutation. Triples? He recovered quickly, his voice laden with disdain. It doesn't matter if they can bear 3 beasts or 5, if they're all those abyssal corruptions you so love to create. A true tamer with a pure beast will always be superior. The mercenary's laughter echoed through the clearing, a sound that made several guards shudder. A true tamer? Like your precious king? I suppose it has merit that he's a double tamer too, but it must be lonely, Director, being so limited, so tied to the old traditions. But times change, old man. A single platinum rank warrior holding up an entire kingdom. No longer depends on exceptional individuals. We have something better, numbers. And you think numbers compensate for quality? Ignatius allowed more power to flow into his flames. If you were facing our king right now, you'd already be dead. It doesn't matter if you bear 5 beasts or 10, they're all corruptions of simple silver rank. Nothing compared to a single one of his pure beasts of true power. The mercenary's smile widened, showing teeth altered by mutations. Oh, but the king isn't here, is he? In fact, his eyes gleam with malice. We know perfectly well that he's not even in the kingdom. Ignatius maintained his neutral expression, but his mind worked rapidly. If knew that, it must be lonely, Director, being so limited to a single beast, not like your great absent king. It must be lonely, continued the mercenary theatrically, to depend so much on one single warrior. What will happen when our triple bearers are ready, when we have 3 gold tamers for every one of yours? I thought you would understand it better as the tamer of that griffin, but I see now that you don't. Let me show you. Ignatius let his power manifest fully, his majestic phoenix enveloping the area in golden flames. The difference between your imitations and a true bond with a pure beast. The supervisor extended his hand as his penguin fully materialized, covering the ground with a thick layer of ice that gleamed under the sunlight. No more tricks underground, murmured the supervisor, his eyes fixed on the mutated agent. The director released a powerful flow of fire toward the mercenary. The mercenary evaluated the situation in an instant. Defend me, ordered to his hippogriff while he himself leaped to the side. The golden flames of Ignatius's phoenix met the hippogriff's wind flow. The resulting explosion shook nearby trees, creating a shockwave that made the guards stagger. The mercenary took advantage of the distraction to bury his legs in the ice. His mutations allowed him to break it enough to use the hole as a foothold and launch himself at dizzying speed toward the supervisor. The supervisor reacted on instinct. His penguin created a barrier of ice stalactites that emerged from the ground like spears. The mercenary twisted between them with unnatural grace, his body contorting in ways no normal human could imitate. Too slow. The mercenary appeared before the supervisor, his scorpion tail emerging from his back like lightning. The supervisor barely had time to create an ice shield. The stinger pierced through it like paper, stopping millimeters from his throat. He began to overpower him and push forward, the ice cracking. It seemed the mercenary's power boosts were far superior to the supervisor's. Pathetic. The mercenary smiled with his mutated teeth while advancing his pincers. A silver rank too, and yet your strength is. A column of golden fire fell from the sky, forcing the mercenary to jump back. The ice beneath his feet evaporated instantly, creating a vapor curtain that momentarily obscured the battlefield. You forget who you're fighting? Ignatius's voice resonated as his phoenix descended, its wings extended creating a wall of golden flames. The mercenary landed beside his hippogriff, which alone had been forced to retreat. I wanted to regain ground control, Director. The mercenary flexed his pincers as more plates sprouted from his skin. A valid tactic against your fire powers, don't you think? Ignatius's golden flames intensified until the air itself seemed to distort with heat. Show me then, Yino experiment, if your tactics have a future while you ignore me. Of course I will. My future and Yino's are bright after all. The future, murmured Ignatius, while his phoenix manifested its complete form, belongs to those who respect the true bond between tamer and beast, not to those who debase themselves into monsters. Luna was concentrated on exchanging discreet signals with her cousins when she felt a light touch on her shoulder. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed softly as she turned, startled at not having sensed him approach due to her distraction. Do you know what's happening? Asked Ren with a casual smile, as if he hadn't just penetrated her entire surveillance system undetected. Luna quickly composed herself, her shadow twisting uncomfortably. No, I don't know anything, she responded curtly. Now leave. Lie. Ren smiled more widely with what appeared to be amusement. Also, what are you doing? Luna's face tinged slightly red, remembering the last time Ren had discovered her ability to detect lies. The proximity in his room, the misunderstanding with his companions. What I do or don't do is none of your business, Fungus, she responded brusquely, crossing her arms. And also, this has nothing to do with you. Also a lie. Ren laughed, imitating the casual posture she usually used when interrogating him. You're exchanging information with them, he discreetly pointed to the other nobles, using rather elaborate monosignals. What do they mean? Luna clenched her fists, irritated at having her own tactics used against her. I don't care what you think you see. Leave. I don't want to see you and I'm not interested in you. The mushrooms pulsed more intensely while Ren raised an eyebrow. Wait, that's a lie. Triple lie. That must be some kind of record. And you're interested in me? Enough. Luna turned to her handmaidens who had been watching the exchange with carefully neutral expressions. Deal with him. The noble students moved with a grace that revealed training beyond mere noble posture. In seconds they formed a perfect barrier between Luna and Ren. We suggest you withdraw, one of them said in a soft but firm voice. Oh, Ren studied them with genuine interest. Out, Luna interrupted before he could talk again, her face now definitely flushed. As you wish. Ren stepped away from the wall with a small mocking bow. Though you know I'll eventually discover what's happening. I'm quite good at finding secrets and lies lately. Luna watched his back as he walked away, her handmaidens maintaining their protective formation. Only when he was far enough away did she allow herself to release a sigh of frustration. My lady, one of her handmaidens approached discreetly. Do you want us to keep him under surveillance? No, Luna massaged her temples. Watched he is. Just keep him away. He's too. She stopped, searching for the right word. Observant? Suggested a handmaiden. Cute? Your type? Suggested another handmaiden with what seemed to be a hint of amusement. Irritating, corrected Luna, sending a murderous glare to her maid, though the blush on her cheeks contradicted her words. Her handmaidens exchanged knowing looks, but maintained their professional posture. After all, part of their training included knowing when their lady was lying. And at that moment, all indicators suggested that irritating wasn't precisely the word Luna had wanted to use. Chapter 101, Taming the Threat of War 3. Ren was walking away with a small smile, the mushrooms in his hair still pulsing with amusement at Luna's reaction, when a soft roar made him stop. Klein's golden lion shone with an intense aura, while its tamer blocked the hallway. Hey, Fungus! Klein stepped forward, his voice trying to sound threatening, though the effect was somewhat lost due to his still childish tone. What do you think you're doing getting so close to Luna? The nearby students began paying attention, some discreetly, others not so much. The air grew thick with anticipation. Klein advanced with the confidence that only the heir of the Goldcrest family could possess, each step measured and deliberate. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed while analyzing the mana patterns. The golden lion was an impressive beast, though its current manifestation revealed some inefficiencies in its cultivation. If it continued like that, the main line would be lost at Silver Rank. We were just talking. Ren maintained his casual tone, though he noticed several students beginning to form a circle around them, anticipating trouble. Luna doesn't need to talk with plebeians like you. Klein took another step forward, his lion rumbling softly. Ren took a small step back, not from fear, but from habit after so much training with Lin. She belongs to me. Ren blinked, genuinely confused. Belongs to you? Can people belong to other people? Don't play dumb. Klein clenched his fists. My father told me. Luna will be my fiancée when we're older, so she's mine. It's the natural order of things. Noble families like the Goldcrests and Starweavers are destined to unite. Oh, Ren tilted his head, thoughtful. But my mother says people can't belong to anyone. She says everyone owns themselves, and thinking differently is… What was the word? The mushrooms pulsed as if helping him remember. Ah yes, half-witted. Klein's smile froze. What did you say? The golden lion roared more forcefully, its mane glowing with threatening intensity. The students took a step back, but Ren stood firm. What could your mother know? Klein spat the words. My mother knows many things, Ren frowned, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing more intensely. She knows how to cook for many people. She knows how to tell stories, she knows how to make people smile. And she definitely seems to know more than your father about people. Klein turned red with fury. Don't you dare insult my father, filthy plebeian. So she's just a plebeian cooking in some miserable restaurant. My father is the leader of the Goldcrest family. He understands how the world really works. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed with even more intensity. My mother knows that people's smiles can't be forced, and Luna definitely doesn't seem very happy or smiley when you're around. Klein turned even redder. His lion extended its claws. Don't you dare talk as if you knew her. Luna is destined to be with me. It's the wish of our families. What about her wish? Ren tilted his head. Have you ever asked her what she wants? I don't need to ask her. Klein took another threatening step. It's her duty as a noble. Something a miserable plebeian with a pathetic beast would never understand. I think you're the one who doesn't understand. Ren smiled. People aren't objects you can claim just because your father says so. Even a plebeian like me can see that. Or do you belong to your father? It's different. Klein advanced another step. You don't understand anything. You. The golden lion roared with all its might, making several students cover their ears. You! I what? Ren maintained his smile, though his muscles tensed, preparing to dodge if necessary. Training with Lin had taught him to always be ready. Klein raised a fist, his face contorted in a childish fury. I'm going to teach you your place, fungus. The ground shook violently, interrupting his threat. Students stumbled, surprised by the sudden tremor. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed with alarm. This wasn't an ordinary earthquake. Another shake, stronger than the previous one, made the shelter's lights flicker. Ren and Klein exchanged one last look. Their personal dispute suddenly seemed much less important. This isn't over. Klein backed away, though his voice had lost some of its previous conviction. Don't think. A third shake interrupted him. This time, even the shelter's protective barriers flickered. The students began to murmur nervously. Moments before. Your hippogriff fights pathetically without its tamer's guidance, Ignatius observed, while his phoenix's golden flames forced the beast to retreat. Is that why you resort to those abyssal aberrations? Because you don't know how to properly use pure beasts? The mercenary smiled. You're right, he admitted while watching his hippogriff. I made the mistake of leaving the worst to my griffin while trying to quickly eliminate the weakling with the penguin. His eyes narrowed, the scorpion mutations glowing with a threatening tone. I shouldn't have underestimated the difference between a beast guided by its master and one acting alone. The supervisor, still maintaining his ice barrier, noticed something strange in the mercenary's tone. Director, careful. But Ignatius had already perceived it. The mana around the mercenary began flowing differently, as if it were. Come. The mercenary extended his arms. The golden hippogriff instantly stopped fighting, transforming into pure light that flowed toward its tamer. The scorpion's features were violently expelled from the mercenary's body. The abyssal beast fully materialized, its monstrous form immediately launching against the supervisor. The mercenary's body transformed again, but this time it was different. Where there had been grotesque plates before, now golden feathers sprouted following natural lines. His arms were covered in brilliant plumage, while noble claws replaced the crystalline pincers. This. Ignatius observed the transformation with genuine interest. Looks more like a true Tamer's fusion. The mercenary extended his newly formed wings on his arms, each feather glowing with contained power. The transformation was elegant, almost beautiful in its symmetry. Isn't it? He smiled, his features now more avian like the director's but maintaining a harmonic balance with his human form. Although, his smile widened. One of the things my body learned after so many abyssal experiments is how to extract. Chapter 102. Taming the Threat of War. For this. Ignatius observed the transformation with genuine interest. Looks more like a true Tamer's fusion. The mercenary extended his newly formed wings on his arms, each feather glowing with contained power. The transformation was elegant, almost beautiful in its symmetry. Isn't it? He smiled, his features now more avian like the director's but maintaining a harmonic balance with his human form. Although, his smile widened. One of the things my body learned after so many abyssal experiments is how to extract. Ignatius barely had time to react. The mercenary's golden claws passed grazing his face as he threw himself backward. The director used his own phoenix claws, blocking the second attack by millimeters, golden feathers clashing against golden feathers. The mercenary feathers began to glow with more intensity. He arched his back as his transformation continued, pushing beyond natural limits. The air itself seemed to distort around him as his body reshaped itself. His arms, locked in a contest of strength with the director, lengthened and broadened, the transformation defying human anatomy. Impressive, isn't it? The mercenary pressed forward, gaining ground and strength against the director. When you truly accept becoming one with your beast, when you let the transformation reach its end. His claws lengthened further, digging into the director's skin, his face deforming slightly as a golden beak emerged, reshaping his features into something between human and raptor. This is an abomination. Ignatius manifested more power in his feathers, which burst into flames. You're perverting the sacred bond between tamer and beast. Perverting it? The mercenary pushed, his strength now far superior to before. We're improving it. Don't think, Ignatius counterattacked by wrapping his hands in flames, that just because you look more like a beast means it's better. Their claws fought wind magic against fire magic, creating shockwaves that made nearby trees tremble. Each clash sent sparks of golden energy cascading through the air. A true bond is about balance, about maintaining your humanity while channeling your beast's power. The mercenary laughed while fighting the blaze. Humanity? What good is humanity when you can be something superior? Several meters away, the supervisor fought against the abyssal scorpion. The beast was slower without its tamer, but its venom made each exchange mortally dangerous, forcing the supervisor to maintain constant vigilance. Look at what we've achieved. The mercenary nodded toward his golden wings that were beginning to separate from his arms while continuing to press his attack. 2 beasts, complete transformation, and soon. His wind power began to gain ground and managed to graze Ignatius's shoulder. We'll have tamers capable of fusing with 3. Ignatius retreated further, feeling the cut on his shoulder. It was superficial, but the fact that it had connected was worrying. All I see is someone who has forgotten what it means to be a tamer. The golden flames of his phoenix intensified, creating an aura that made the mercenary step back for the first time and sealed Ignatius' wounds. A true tamer guides their beast, doesn't become one. Empty words from someone limited by obsolete traditions. The mercenary began to gain ground again by generating thrust with his now separate wings. I'll show you the true power you achieve when you fully embrace the transformation. The mercenary's golden wings began launching cuts at Ignatius while his own arms, covered in denser feathers, kept his hands trapped. Each wing moved independently, creating a storm of slashing attacks from multiple angles. You see? He smiled while his wings attacked independently. You talk of nobility, of purity, but your transformation is limited, incomplete. Ignatius could only manifest his claws and wings on the same pair of arms. His movements lacked the versatility of his opponent, forced to choose between offense and defense with each motion. Look at your form. The mercenary fully extended his 2 extra upper appendages. So attached to human anatomy. Don't you see the irony? You boast of nobility but move further from the truly noble ones. What are you talking about? Ignatius created a mane of flames to block the wind attacks, but some still got through, leaving shallow cuts across his defenses. The dragons? The mercenary broke through the fire using his wings. The true lords of beasts, 6 appendages, not 4. My base hippogriff in this form are closer to divinity than your pure transformation. The director was reduced to focusing on his phoenix's regeneration against the avalanche of attacks coming from multiple angles. The mercenary's wings not only gave him superior mobility, but functioned as additional limbs in combat, each one capable of launching its own deadly attacks. Meanwhile, the supervisor struggled to keep the abyssal scorpion at bay. His silver rank 2 penguin created increasingly thin ice barriers while the silver rank 3 beast systematically destroyed them, each impact weakening the defensive line. Maintain the perimeter, he shouted to the guards who were fighting to contain the fires caused by the director's golden flames. Their earth beasts worked frantically, digging trenches and raising barriers to prevent the fire from spreading toward more trees in other parts of the academy. Your pure beast is failing. The mercenary pointed toward the supervisor. Your subordinate will die soon. The rank difference is evident, and abyssal beasts are superior in endurance. As if to emphasize his words, the scorpion broke through another ice barrier. Its stinger passed dangerously close to the supervisor's face, who barely managed to create a shield in time. Your methods are obsolete, Director. The future belongs to those who are willing to truly evolve. Ignatius tried to increase the power of his golden flames, but it became increasingly difficult to maintain regeneration. The mercenary was right. The ability to use his wings and arms independently gave him a significant tactical advantage. A cry of pain pierced the battlefield. The scorpion had managed to graze the supervisor's arm with its venom. The supervisor froze his arm at the point of impact, but the ice around the venom began to crystallize, the corrosion spreading rapidly. "Supervisor!" shouted one of the guards, but they couldn't abandon their position. If the golden fire spread beyond the perimeter, the entire academy would be in danger. The scorpion prepared its final blow. The supervisor, partially paralyzed by the venom, could barely maintain a weak ice barrier. "Kill him already." The stinger descended like a chitinous lightning bolt. Chapter 103, Taming the Threat of War 5, Supervisor. One of the guards shouted, but they couldn't abandon their position. If the golden fire spread beyond the perimeter, the entire academy would be in danger. The scorpion prepared its final blow. The supervisor, partially paralyzed by the venom, could barely maintain a weak ice barrier. "Kill him already." The stinger descended like a chitinous lightning bolt. He just had to finish off the only silver rank, and then the scorpion could help him with the director to clear the path. But a massive living rock intercepted the attack. Professor Yang's stone behemoth struck the scorpion, its massive fist absorbing the venomous stinger's impact without difficulty, the crystalline substance barely marking its rocky surface. "Sorry I'm late." Yang helped the supervisor to his feet while his beast kept the scorpion at bay. "The students are safe, protected by the other professors in the shelter." The mercenary clicked his tongue in annoyance. More unnecessary interference. Yang's presence manifested as a wave of silver rank power that made the agent turn his head slightly. His enhanced senses clearly detected the threat level. Another silver, he evaluated while mentally directing his scorpion toward the new threat. "The behemoth is slightly stronger than the penguin. It'll be a problem for the scorpion, not that there aren't more enemies, but..." His eyes briefly moved toward some of the bronze-rank guards still containing the fires. He didn't even bother tracking them, their attacks would barely scratch his golden feathers. "But the silvers could pierce my defense, and if they work together with the director..." His wings tensed while calculating. "I need to end this quickly." The scorpion launched itself against the behemoth, its stinger seeking weak points in the living rock. Yang retreated, dragging the supervisor, coordinating his beast to keep the abyssal creature at bay. "No more games, director." The mercenary beat his wings with more force and urgency, creating a wind gust that reduced Ignatius's golden flames. The director was momentarily exposed, his flames unable to reform quickly enough against the cutting wind. "He's mine," the mercenary smiled. Without the director's gold-rank power, most silvers wouldn't pose a threat. He could recover his egg and retreat before the king's aid. Something was wrong. The director was smiling. It was just an instant, a slight pull of his lips, but the mercenary noticed. His senses tried to expand, to search for the trap, but... Crack! A brutal force impacted against his leg from behind his knee. His legs, transformed with the hippogriff's power, withstood most of the damage, but buckled under the precise strike. The mercenary lost his balance, his wings desperately trying to compensate. "What? How didn't I sense?" Lin rolled on the ground, her crane manifested elongating and especially increasing the power of her legs. The kick had been perfect. All her beast strength concentrated in a single impact point. In the mercenary's fall, Lin took advantage of her low position to execute an impossible spin, her transformed leg connecting brutally with the agent's jaw beak. The impact was devastating, making the mercenary's head violently snap back. The director's right hand broke free, and his claws descended like a golden lightning bolt. Through his blurred vision, the agent saw the director lunge, his golden claws aiming straight for his throat. Consciousness was slipping away. Lin's strike had been calculated to knock out. He managed to cover himself at the last moment, though the cost. Blood and golden feathers filled the air as the mercenary's arm fell severed. The pain helped him overcome his blurred vision with adrenaline. He saw the director lunging forward, his golden claws aiming again straight for his throat. "I still have that, but I'll fail my mission, should keep this secret, but is my life of lesser value? No, to hell with that." His wings extended with a burst of power, creating a wind wave so intense that both Lin and Ignatius were pushed back at the last moment. "Damn you!" The mercenary roared while his scorpion dissolved into a sphere of violet light that returned to his body. His wings didn't stop beating with great force, maintaining distance, while from his bleeding stump emerged a pincer that replaced the wound. "You asked for it!" His voice sounded distorted by rage and the mixed power of both beasts. "Want to know how I got this far, director? How I could map the depths without the changing tunnels losing me?" The mercenary thought. The air began to vibrate with a strange energy while the mercenary pulled out a sphere from his bag that glowed with a purple aura and fed it with mana. The abyssal veins never change, and right below gold rank, before beasts reach platinum and can cross the barrier, exists the abyssal layer. The earth beneath their feet began to shake. Lin and the director exchanged worried looks. Ignatius narrowed his eyes, studying the mana patterns emanating from the mercenary. The energy had a familiar behavior, something he had read the theory of in ancient tomes, in the kingdom's oldest archives. "So this is it," he murmured while intensifying his flames and trying to resist the wind. Not only did they tame abyssal beasts, they found a way to navigate the abyss itself. The mercenary didn't respond, but his smile widened. His wings beat harder while the tremor increased. "Only we can navigate that 500-meter layer, from 1,500 to 2,000 meters deep, where the endless hordes of monsters make passage impossible for others." "The layer between gold and platinum," the director advanced, managing to push despite the cutting wind, his flames growing in intensity. "Where the hordes make passage impossible for those below platinum rank." His smile turned savage while the tremor increased. "That's how you could map the changing depths and get here." Ignatius felt how the beasts in the lower levels stirred, responding to a frequency that only they could fully perceive. "Ha ha ha, damn perceptive old man." "That's right, know why? Because they recognize us as their comrades. The abyssals know we're their brothers, so say goodbye to your security. We'll always have ways to reach you when you least expect it." The wind intensified while the mercenary's violet aura grew. He no longer tried to hide his connection to the abyss, each beat of his mutations making the earth shake with more force. Ignatius concentrated all his power, his phoenix's golden flames reaching a blinding intensity as he prepared for his most powerful attack. The heat was so intense that the surrounding trees began to wither, their leaves curling and blackening. He had to stop him no matter what. Chapter 104, Taming Aliens. The wind intensified while the mercenary's violet aura grew. He no longer tried to hide his connection to the abyss, each beat of his mutations making the earth shake with more force. Ignatius concentrated all his power, his phoenix's golden flames reaching a blinding intensity as he prepared for his most powerful attack. The heat was so intense that the surrounding trees began to wither, their leaves curling and blackening. He had to stop him no matter what. Yino had found a way to navigate the 500 meters of the abyss, the space where only abyssal creatures reigned. But if the mercenary had made the first map, then perhaps it could still be destroyed before others followed his path. Ignatius released all his power in a wave of golden fire. For a moment, the battlefield transformed into an inferno of light and heat while both forces fought for supremacy. With a roar that made the trees tremble, the director managed to pierce through the wind barrier. But when the flames dissipated, the mercenary had vanished. In his place, a hole gaped in the earth. The tremor intensified while the echo of distant laughter resonated from the depths, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "He's gone." Lin approached the hole's edge, straight to the depths. Ignatius took a step toward the hole, but his legs trembled slightly. The prolonged use of so much power had taken its toll, golden feathers falling from his partially manifested form. "No." Lin put a hand on his shoulder. "Going down now would be suicide. You have no earth specialty and you're exhausted. But if he escapes..." The director clenched his fists, his golden flames flickering weakly like dying embers. "Director," Yang approached, carrying the unconscious supervisor. The areas affected by the venom had expanded, covering much of his side with an otherworldly gleam. "We need help here." Ignatius quickly evaluated the situation. His flames could neutralize the venom. "Maintain the perimeter watched," he ordered while kneeling beside the supervisor. His hands glowed with a softer, more controlled fire that danced across the infected areas. Lin and Yang organized the remaining guards. The stone behemoth positioned itself near the hole, while the earth beasts reinforced the defensive positions, creating overlapping fields of protection. The director's golden fire worked methodically, burning away the venom and healing the underlying tissue. Drops of sweat ran down his forehead. He had little energy left after his massive attacks. A roar emerged from the depths, the sound unlike anything they'd heard around the normal academy depths. "They're coming!" shouted one of the guards, his earth beast trembling at the alien sound. The first beast emerged from the hole like a twisted shadow. Its body, a mass of chitin and tissue, barely had time to touch the ground before the director's flames consumed it, the creature's death scream echoing unnaturally. He had finished healing the supervisor just in time. But the creature wasn't alone. More beasts began to emerge, each more grotesque than the last. Yang's behemoth crushed several with its massive fists, while Lin used her crane-enhanced speed to intercept and drive back those trying to flank their position. A new roar, this time from another direction, this one deeper and more resonant. "Sir!" One of the guards pointed east. "They're emerging from the ground, making new entrances." Lin cursed while kicking away a beast that tried to surprise her from behind. The monsters were using the mining tunnels, emerging through multiple points in a coordinated attack pattern. The shelter, her eyes widened with concern. Ren and the other children. The impact started as subtle vibrations beneath their feet, like the prelude to an earthquake. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed with alarm, detecting something moving under the shelter's floor, something that made their usual patterns fluctuate erratically. "What is that?" Klein whispered, his previous bravado forgotten in the face of the unknown. The impacts intensified. Some students began to murmur with concern. Keep calm. The professor's voice resonated through the chamber. This shelter was designed to resist any emergency. The walls are made with several meters of reinforced solid rock. Another impact, stronger. Ren's mushrooms pulsed with increasing intensity, their glow taking on an unusual pattern. Even if it were a worm invasion, continued the professor, while other teachers organized the older students into defensive formations. The black earth layer in the construction makes it impossible for them to penetrate. It's completely safe. Klein stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the floor, all thoughts of his earlier confrontation with Ren forgotten in the face of a greater threat. Professor, he called with tense voice. But look at the floor. Ren saw it at the same time. A crack, barely visible, beginning to form in the solid rock. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed, as if detecting something completely alien to their knowledge base. Impossible, murmured the professor, approaching to inspect. This rock is specifically treated to. Another crack appeared, connecting with the first one. Ren's mushrooms pulsed with more urgency. The mana pattern they detected wasn't natural, wasn't like anything they had encountered in the mines. Professor, Ren stepped back. Those aren't worms. As if confirming his words, more cracks began to appear. Klein retreated as well, his lion covering him protectively. Ren saw genuine fear in the noble's eyes, all pretense of superiority forgotten. Everyone back! The professor began manifesting his beast. The tremor ceased abruptly. A heavy silence fell over the shelter while students held their breath, the only sound the subtle hum of manifested beasts. Is it over? Klein murmured, his golden lion still alert, its mane bristling with tension. The crystalline cracks in the floor began to expand again. Maintain distance! Min and Taro came running, their faces pale with fear. Ren! Taro stopped beside him, his beetle manifesting from nervousness. Only you can know what's. The floor exploded. The first creature that emerged made Ren's mushrooms pulse with total confusion. Its body was a vertical column of translucent purple tissue, with no distinguishable head, just a series of concentric rings that pulsed with their own light. From its center emerged tentacles. By all the... Min couldn't finish the phrase. Another creature emerged. This one had a segmented exoskeleton that gleamed with violaceous tones, but the segments didn't follow any recognizable pattern. They overlapped and intertwined, as if in constant motion. The mushrooms in Ren's hair couldn't process the information they were receiving. These beasts didn't follow their known logic. There's no information, murmured Ren while his mushrooms tried to analyze the creatures. It's as if they came from somewhere completely different. Chapter 105. Taming Sense of Wonder. Ren's mushrooms couldn't process the information they were receiving. These beasts didn't follow their known logic, defying every pattern he had learned. There's no information, murmured Ren while his mushrooms tried to analyze the creatures. It's as if they came from somewhere completely different. Fall back! Shouted one of the professors, while attacking one of the beasts, barely managing to inflict any damage despite his powerful beast. The students retreated in panic as more creatures emerged. A being that seemed made of intertwined tubes pumping violet liquid advanced toward them, its movements following no natural rhythm. They're more horrible than I expected, Klein murmured, his lion growling at enemies that defied its comprehension. What do we do, Ren? Min asked, his water snake manifested but coiling nervously. What kind of beasts are these? Taro also turned to him. Are they like the deep worms in living tunnels, or more like the bugs or assassins you told us about? The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed erratically, trying to process what they were seeing, their usual patterns breaking down in the face of the unknown. He watched one of the creatures that had an elongated body covered in overlapping plates of deep purple. It had no visible eyes, but dozens of antennae vibrated constantly. Ren found himself speechless for the first time in a long while. His mushrooms couldn't provide useful information, the beasts didn't follow the normal patterns he had learned to recognize. I don't know, Ren finally admitted, the sensation of ignorance hitting him like a physical weight. I have no information about them. Min and Taro exchanged surprised looks. Ren always knew something, always had some idea of how to proceed. A roar resonated in the chamber as a larger beast emerged. Its body was a mass of dense tissue, with multiple appendages ending in branching structures. Defensive formation. Professor Wei's voice cut through the panic. Senior students, form a perimeter. You've studied abyssal beasts. The teachers moved with a precision that only comes from real experience in the army during their military service. Their beasts attacked while they took strategic positions. Don't let them advance, shouted another professor while his elephant bull charged one of the creatures. Test elements until you find their random weakness. Wei directed his manicore. Bronze rank. Seek elemental weakness. Silver rank. Attack directly. Brute force works if you have enough power. The senior students who had advanced in their cultivation organized quickly. One launched a water attack that made one of the beasts writhe in pain. Another discovered his wind beast could disarm the protective plates of another. This is revealing, murmured Ren while watching the battle unfold with fascination and apprehension. He observed, fascinated, as the teachers and experienced students worked together, testing different approaches until finding the effective way to eliminate each type of beast. It was for him a reminder that the world was larger and stranger than his mushrooms could show him at this level. "It's like starting over," he whispered, a small smile forming on his lips despite the danger. "There's so much I don't know," Ren observed with renewed interest. Perhaps he didn't know these beasts, had no information about their patterns or weaknesses, but that only meant there was more to discover. Of course he was afraid of the unknown. But he had always been brave, because he had always liked the idea of being an explorer like the wandering king from his book. The initial feeling of vulnerability slowly transformed into something else, the same feeling of excitement and curiosity that had led him to leave home or explore the mines in the first place. "Well," he finally said to Min and Taro, his mushrooms pulsing with renewed determination, "I guess it's time to learn something new." The last monsters fell to the teacher's combined experience. What initially seemed like a crisis was resolved with common military tactics, leaving only carcasses and some holes in the ground as evidence. "Very well." Wei gathered the younger students while other teachers inspected the damage. "Normally this is explained in battle class in a few years, but since you've had an unexpected direct encounter with abyssal beasts, we'll advance this lesson." He cleared his throat, preparing for one of his extensive explanations. Wei observed the group of young students, noting with discomfort the presence of a certain student he normally didn't have to face in his classes. During the last few months, he had grown accustomed to freely mocking the absurd fungus theories when the boy wasn't present. Now he would have to teach with him there. "As you can see," he continued with some stiffness, "abyssal beasts are fundamentally different from the normal creatures we find in the mines or outskirts." He stopped instinctively, waiting for the inevitable correction. When Ren only observed attentively with what seemed genuine interest, Wei found himself losing his train of thought. Normally these attacks. Wei cleared his throat, uncomfortable with Ren's silent attention. "These attacks occur from the great abyss in the city outskirts." Taro, sitting nearby, smiled seeing Wei's nervousness. During the last month he had had to endure the professor's constant mockery about the absent fungus' theories, and now the professor seemed unable to maintain his usual condescending tone. "True hordes are much larger," Wei continued, his hand playing nervously with his robe. "They can last entire months." He stopped instinctively, his experience with Ren making him wait for the inevitable, "Actually, Professor." Nothing. The boy kept listening with total attention, showing no signs of wanting to interrupt. This attack was unusually small. Wei tried to recover some of his usual confidence. Though I suppose some might have alternative theories about that. The jab, which would normally provoke laughter in class, fell into uncomfortable silence. The students who had witnessed Wei's behavior during the last month exchanged amused looks. "Any questions?" Wei looked directly at Ren, almost begging for the familiar confrontation. "Yes, Professor." Ren raised his hand politely. "Could you explain more about the horde cycles?" Wei almost choked on his own saliva. Where were the absurd theories? The references no one else knew. True hordes. Wei loosened his robe's collar, visibly sweating, follow a cycle of several years, and appear in specific seasons, and require the intervention of the complete army. Another glance at Ren. Was he sick? Had the encounter affected him more than it seemed? Does anyone want to add something? He looked meaningfully at Ren. "Comment on any error in my explanation, please." Chapter 106 Tamers Progress True Hordes. Wei loosened his robe's collar, visibly sweating. Follow a cycle of several years and appear in specific seasons, and require the intervention of the complete army. Another glance at Ren. Was he sick? Had the encounter affected him more than it seemed? Does anyone want to add something? He looked meaningfully at Ren. Comment on any error in my explanation. Actually, Ren straightened up, and Wei almost sighed with relief. I'd like to know more about the defensive tactics used against different types of abyssals. Several students laughed discreetly at seeing the expression of total bewilderment on Wei's face. Well, tactics against Acerus monsters, like those, are just about finding the weakness by trying multiple options, and this isn't normal, murmured Wei, passing a hand across his forehead. Are you feeling well? Why do you ask, Professor? Ren tilted his head innocently. Because you seem like someone who always had something to say. Wei finally exploded. Have you learned your lesson and become a new person in these months? Oh, Ren smiled. It's just that I don't know anything about this, Professor. My mushrooms don't have information about abyssal beasts. Your mushrooms don't know anything. Wei blinked in confusion. No, sir. That's why I'm listening. Although, and here the mushrooms in his hair pulsed, according to what Taro has told me about your cultivation classes, you're still wrong about many things. Wei's face went through several shades of red in rapid succession. I thought you had changed your... He began, but stopped, breathing deeply. You know what? I prefer when you don't know anything. Let's continue with the lesson about what you do want to learn. And I hope you remember that soon you'll only have less than half the semester left to fulfill your word in our bet. Of course, Professor, Ren nodded seriously. Though about the cultivation method you mentioned to Taro last week. No, enough. Wei raised his hands in defeat while the students burst into laughter. 10 points less for existing. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed to the rhythm of laughter, while Wei tried to regain control of the impromptu class, muttering something about thinking he had changed and returning his pity. The day of the second exploration is near, but it's not the only thing happening soon. Well, Liu observed while Taro absorbed another processed crystal. Do you feel closer to becoming a living tunnel yet? Don't be like that, Min laughed. Clearly Ren is transforming him into a deep assassin. Can't you see how his mouth is lengthening and his shell glows differently? Taro almost choked while dealing with the crystal absorption. Don't joke while I'm cultivating, idiots. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed with amusement while he continued absorbing the next crystal for his own cultivation. Though, Min moved closer to examine Taro more carefully. Your mana does flow differently lately. Liu nodded with fake seriousness. And your markings are more defined. Maybe the fungus knows what he's doing after all. Of course I know. Ren smiled while finishing his absorption and storing the saturated tentacle. That's why you two should. No. Min raised his hands defensively. First let's see if Taro survives. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Taro muttered. Hey, you're our brave guinea beetle, Liu patted him on the back. If you survive and evolve like Ren says, we'll be first in line begging for help. And if I don't survive? Then we'll be first at your funeral, Min smiled. With flowers and everything. The four laughed, though Taro looked slightly darker as he finished absorbing. Well, I'm off, Liu stood up. Some of us still have to study normal and safe cultivation methods at this hour, and Professor Agatha is just as bad as Wei. Coward, Taro shouted as he left, provoking more laughter. Once alone, Ren, Taro, and Min also prepared to leave while discussing something more serious. Professor Yang's mid-semester evaluation, Min began. We need a strategy, Taro nodded. We're the only team without an offensive beast, and I don't know if I'll have time to rank up. Hope they delay the date more because of the horde problem. Ren studied his companions thoughtfully. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed while analyzing each one's capabilities. We have to use our strengths, he began. Min, your snake has our best attack range. Taro, your beetle is perfect for defense, especially now that your mana flows better. And you have the brightest mushrooms, Min completed with a smile. Also Lin's training, Taro added. True, Ren straightened. And lots of normal beast knowledge, which means we can use interesting strategies depending on who we face. Well, I'm off to Professor Dorothy. Good luck with Wei and Lin, ha, Min mocked while walking away. Taro clenched his fist, Ren frowned. That lucky one had the calmest teacher of first year. The boys separated to go to their first classes, and Ren went to hide from Lin. He failed again. After a brutal training session with Lin, a punishment that had been going on for several days after his escape to the caves, Ren was dragged by Lin to Yang's class for more training. 5 more laps, Yang watched while the students ran around the training field. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed steadily. It wasn't actually so bad since training with Lin had significantly improved his endurance. Min, on the other hand, was breathing heavily beside him. How do you do this 4 times every day? He managed between breaths. Lin is worse lately, Ren smiled, remembering his morning session. When they finally finished, Yang gathered all the students. Well, I have an important announcement. His voice resonated across the field. As you know, you would normally have the gathering trip in the middle of the 4th month of the semester. Would have? Cass, Jin's friend, interrupted. What do you mean by would have? Professor Zhao will be indisposed, Yang continued. Therefore, we'll take advantage of that day to hold a small friendly mid-semester tournament. Murmurs of discontent spread quickly among the students. But we need those materials, someone protested from the back. The collection is crucial for generating profits and paying for our cultivation. Ren also felt some disappointment. The collection trip would have been an excellent opportunity to obtain many materials again. Though thinking about it, without Zhao present and the noble kids being targets, it could be more dangerous than last time. Silence. Lin's voice cut through the complaints. To compensate for the loss of the trip, special prizes will be awarded to the teams with the best performance. This immediately caught everyone's attention. The prizes, Yang smiled, will include materials equivalent to what you could have obtained on the trip, possibly more depending on your performance. Now, Lin took out a small box. We'll proceed to draw the matches for the first round. Chapter 107, Tamer's Absence. Zhao's owl manifested completely in his body as he advanced through the silver ring, its wings fusing with the professor's arms to allow him to glide silently between the trees, each movement calculated to minimize detection. A group of 2-headed hyenas hunted below, their black bodies perfectly camouflaged but visible to Zhao's owl eyes under the moonlight. He easily avoided them. Though he could defeat them, the noise of battle would attract unwanted attention, and he needed to advance as fast as possible. Further ahead, a nest of winged serpents occupied several treetops. The silver-ranked three creatures intertwined their bodies, creating a living net, their scales gleaming with hypnotic patterns designed to trap flying prey. Zhao descended. Flying in this zone would be suicide. The serpents had the advantage in the air and hunted in groups. A distant roar made him stop. The border with the beginning of the gold ring announced itself with a change in vegetation. The trees here were larger, older, their trunks marked by battles between superior beasts. The roar was probably from a golden fox bear, common in the area ahead. Dangerous territory, he thought, while his owl eyes scanned the area. From here on, all beasts are stronger than me. A fox bear dozed in a nearby clearing. Zhao carefully circled around it. A rank gold 1 predator was dangerous for someone of silver rank like him. The ground trembled slightly. A herd of golden turtle trees moved in the distance, their massive bodies regenerating vegetation in their wake. Zhao was thankful they were far away enough. A sharp screech cut through the air. Above, a giant horned crow made its rounds. Zhao pressed himself against a tree trunk, merging with the shadows thanks to his owl's feathers. I'll die before reaching the platinum ring, he thought while continuing to advance with extreme caution. His enhanced senses caught every sound, every movement in the darkness. Upon reaching the platinum ring, alive but exhausted, a clearing opened ahead. Moonlight revealed recent battle marks, fallen trees, disturbed earth, broken plates scattered across the ground. Zhao's owl caught movement. A figure moved among the shadows, its power making the air vibrate around it. Found you? Zhao smiled slightly while preparing for the encounter. He just hoped the news he brought justified the risk of venturing so deep into hostile territory. The figure seemed to sense his presence, turning slowly toward his position. Ignatius observed the city from his office window when he felt the familiar presence approaching. He didn't need to turn to recognize his former student's characteristic power. It's been a while, Director. Prince Julius's voice sounded tired, though I would have preferred to visit under less concerning circumstances. The director turned to find the young noble practically collapsing into one of the seats. Work at the castle must be exhausting, but there was something more in his expression, a fatigue that went beyond the physical. They took their time responding, Ignatius commented while pouring 2 glasses of wine. We took time finding someone who could respond. Julius took the glass with a heavy sigh. The council is divided on how to handle the situation. And your father? The prince laughed without humor. What do you think was his response when I suggested he should have returned already 3 months ago? Ignatius observed the liquid in his glass. Let me guess. I won't abandon my mission for small trifles you can handle. The will of dragons cannot be interrupted by mortal machinations, Julius quoted bitterly. As if Yino weren't literally invading our territory while he searches for. What exactly is he searching for? The director noticed how his former student avoided specifically mentioning the king's mission. Even in private, some secrets were too dangerous to be named. Does the council know Yino is aware of his absence? The council can barely agree on what to have for breakfast, Julius rubbed his temples. Half insist we must reinforce the army at the rift. The other half argue that any sudden movement will only confirm Yino's suspicions. While they discuss, Ignatius set down his glass. Yino advances. Their agents can navigate the abyss now, Julius. They found a way to use the hordes to their advantage. I know I did read your message first. The prince straightened slightly. And I don't like the rest either. Their experiments with abyssal beasts, their double tamers. And now this about triples. Do you think it's possible? 3 beasts? Julius frowned. A year ago I would have said it's impossible, but He paused, carefully choosing his words. They're willing to cross lines we wouldn't even consider. Ignatius noticed the subtle emphasis on we. Purity in the bond between tamer and beast was one of Yano's fundamental principles. But how much were principles worth against raw power? Your father believes he'll find the answer in his search, the director commented softly. My father believes many things. Julius finished his glass in one gulp. He believes he can abandon the kingdom indefinitely. He believes his personal power is sufficient deterrent. He believes the dragons will guide him to whatever he's searching for. The silence that followed was heavy with unspoken words. The king, the only platinum-ranked tamer in the kingdom, chasing a legend while his nation teetered on the brink of a war that could end everything. Zhao reached the platinum ring, the prince continued, but father was no longer there. Ignatius nodded while pouring more wine. It wasn't a surprise. The king never stayed long in one place during his searches. Zhao found my brother who father left behind, continued the prince. Though with him, we have another gold double in the kingdom, I don't think it will be enough. The director observed his former student. The young noble had matured quickly since his father's obsession began affecting the kingdom's stability. I'm sorry you had to come, but I understand why you couldn't trust this to a message, Ignatius commented. With the abyssals able to emerge anywhere. And I couldn't ignore the situation either, the prince straightened. Especially not when my sister and my cousins are here. His eyes narrowed slightly. Leora told me about the incident in a letter, about the Hydra in the mine. Your cousins have maintained excellent vigilance. the director tried to reassure him. Their unexpected dangerous encounter was something. Chapter 108 Taming Conjectures. His eyes narrowed slightly. Leora told me about the incident in a letter, about the Hydra in the mine. Your cousins have maintained excellent vigilance, the director tried to reassure him. Their unexpected dangerous encounter was something. I don't blame you, director, the prince interrupted. I know those three, always getting into trouble, so I need to increase their security. The academy is a target, Ignatius agreed. The agent's attack made that clear. The academy has always been a target. Julius poured himself more wine. It's the nest that increases our kingdom's power and home to perfect hostages in the enemy's eyes. They have spies here, the director added. Good spies. The prince nodded slowly. I know, more guards. Yes, the prince nodded. But common guards would draw attention. I need to increase the number of handmaidens with additional training. The kind of handmaidens that only you can discreetly enroll. Ignatius accepted the request with a simple nod. And the informants? They're everywhere, the prince rubbed his temples. Every noble, every counselor, all have their own agendas, and with father absent. He paused, carefully choosing his next words. Platinum rank used to be our last bastion of security, but neither I nor any of my siblings managed to match father's cultivation. Something was missing, and if what you say about the abyssals is true. It is, Ignatius confirmed. The agent made it very clear after fleeing. They have a way to navigate the depths using the hordes themselves. If Yino tries something with that while father is absent. The word absent carried the weight of years of frustration. The king, the only platinum tamer, chasing legends while his kingdom teetered on the edge of crisis. How much longer? Until he returns? The prince laughed without humor. Does even he know? Let's talk about something more interesting. Leora told me something about her adventure in the mines that coincidentally resonates with something Zhao mentioned. Han's spider is problematic. Min traced patterns in the air with his finger, while his snake coiled nervously around his neck. Those hexagons aren't just decorative. Ren nodded while his mushrooms pulsed, analyzing the available information. It can create traps and barriers too. Not as strong as Taro's shell, but more versatile. And Sora has good speed with her deer, Taro added. The horns in her hair aren't just for looking pretty either. At least Jin's monkey is more straightforward, Min sighed. Enhanced strength, nothing complicated. Ren's mushrooms pulsed while considering their options. If Taro had started his cultivation at the beginning of the semester, they would now be planning tactics with his evolution in mind. But there was no point in lamenting. We'll have to work with what we have. Ren stood to draw some formations in the air. Min, your snake has the best range. If we can keep Han busy and you take down his webs. And Jun always attacks directly, Min added. If we could use that against him. A knock on the door interrupted their planning. The three exchanged confused looks. It was late for visits, and Liu generally didn't knock to enter. Ren approached the door, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing with curiosity. When he opened it, the welcome words died in his throat. Director Ignatius was there, his phoenix manifesting in a subtle golden glow. And beside him, Prince Julius, heir to the throne, observed Ren with intense interest. His beast, a Kilin, created golden patterns that flowed under his skin like liquid gold. Young Ren, the director kept his voice neutral. We apologize for the hour, but we need to discuss something important. Min and Taro stood up so fast they almost tripped over each other. May we come in? The prince smiled slightly at their reaction. Of course, Ren stepped aside, his mind racing with possibilities. Relax, the director noticed their nervousness. Actually, the prince interrupted softly, we're here about something that has intrigued me quite a bit. His eyes fixed on the mushrooms pulsing in Ren's hair. Something about unconventional methods and unexpected knowledge. Taro and Min exchanged worried looks. How much did they know about the cultivation experiments? The director mentioned something Professor Wei reported. An interesting bet, continued the prince, while examining the papers with battle formations on the table. About evolution and traditional methods. The mushrooms pulsed faster. Ren could feel the weight of the prince's gaze, evaluating, measuring. Though that's not all, Julia smiled. I've also heard fascinating stories about a certain student who seems to understand beasts better than some teachers. The director remained silent, observing the interaction with an indecipherable expression. And I wonder. The prince sat casually in one of the chairs, his Qilin manifesting more completely. What other secrets might you know? Moments before. Zhao and Leora. The director observed the prince as they walked through the academy's empty hallways. It's curious that both specifically mentioned this student. Yes, Julia smiled slightly. Zhao spoke of a boy who seemed to have unusual knowledge about beasts. Specifically mentioned that his knowledge during the exploration was too precise. And Leora noticed something similar, Ignatius nodded. Though she focused more on how the boy seemed very confident while exploring. As if he knew what to expect, the prince stopped, his Qilin partially manifesting. Or as if he had detected something others couldn't see. The director considered the implications. You think it wasn't coincidence that he was in the cave that day? Zhao said the boy appeared exactly when needed. Julius continued. And when my cousin was following him, coincidentally, that's the same place where the agent appeared. His eyes gleamed while his second beast created crystalline patterns on his arms. My earth beast can track underground movements. I came primarily to search for the mercenary, if he's still nearby. But you also want to know why a student with the supposedly worst beast seems to have such deep understanding of the depths, Ignatius completed the thought. Exactly, the prince nodded. A common spore that somehow guided my cousin exactly toward an infiltrated agent. A student who, according to Wei, is challenging all established knowledge about cultivation. Wei tends to exaggerate, the director smiled. Especially when it comes to this particular student. But he's not completely wrong, is he? Julius arched an eyebrow. Chapter 109. Taming Conjectures 2. Wei tends to exaggerate, the director smiled. Especially when it comes to this particular student. But he's not completely wrong, is he? Julius arched an eyebrow. Wei talks a lot but doesn't lie a win. And just when Yino finds a way to use the abyss against us, continued the prince, such a student appears. You suspect a boy with a mushroom too? The director smiled. Not necessarily. Julius smiled too. Rather, I'm intrigued. Zhao mentioned something specific about how he was too clever. They stopped in front of the dormitory door. Ready to speak directly with our mysterious student? Julius smiled while raising his hand to knock. So, the prince observed the room with apparent casualness. Do you enjoy spending time in the mines? Minantaro had withdrawn after a signal from the director, leaving Ren alone with his important visitors. It's a good way to obtain resources, Your Highness, Ren responded carefully, measuring each word. The guards say you're quite successful at finding crystals, Julius continued. For someone with a spore, it's unusual. I just follow basic patterns, Ren maintained his neutral tone. Anyone can learn them. The prince smiled slightly. Like the patterns you followed during the exploration with Zhao? Ren felt a pang of nervousness, but kept his expression calm. Professor Zhao guided us that day. I just followed his instructions. Curious, Julius tilted his head. He remembers the situation differently. Something about a boy escaping his famous vigilance. The director remained silent, observing the exchange like he would a chess match. I think, pardon why, Your Highness, Ren chose his words carefully. I think Professor Zhao is being too generous. He probably compares me to others because of my weak beast, and assumed more than what really happened. Auxiliary Lin? The prince changed topics abruptly. Why does she decide to train you personally? Because I have a pathetic beast in combat and I'm a lost cause, Ren smiled with feigned self-deprecation. Or I was, at least. Master Lin has a weakness for lost causes. The director coughed slightly to hide a smile. The answer was perfectly believable. Lin was known for adopting students with unrecognized potential. You were also in the infirmary for mana poisoning that day, Julius continued. How deep did you really go? Not very deep, Ren shrugged. But my spore is so weak that even a little exposure affects me more than others. It was a perfectly reasonable explanation. The prince frowned slightly. Each of Ren's answers was logical, simple, almost too perfect in their normality. But was it really that weak? He didn't have much to compare it to, but it shouldn't be so different in processing mana to others, maybe 50% less, and the cultivation method that bothers Wei so much. Oh, that. Ren seemed to genuinely animate. It's just an idea based on a lucky friend. Professor Wei believes it's impossible, but he stopped, as if doubting whether to continue. But, the prince encouraged. But I think sometimes we focus so much on what we believe impossible that we stop seeing what can be, Ren concluded. Julius studied the boy for a long moment. Each answer subtly diverted attention from any special ability, attributing everything to luck, help from others, or simple persistence. It was the kind of humility that could be genuine, or a well-constructed facade, but the prince was the one who had taught the girls to detect lies. You know, the prince finally stood. I need to investigate something in the mines tomorrow. The guards say you seem to be an expert in tunnels and very lucky. Ren blinked, surprised by the change of topic. You want me to? Guide me. Julius smiled. Since you spend so much time there, you must be able to help me find an intruder's trail. The director carefully observed Ren's reaction. For a moment, something seemed to gleam in the boy's eyes, but it disappeared so quickly it could have been imagination. Oh, of course, Your Highness, Ren nodded respectfully, though I don't know how useful a spore can be as a guide. Oh, don't worry about that. The prince headed toward the door. Sometimes the simplest beasts surprise us, don't they, Director? Ignatius nodded slightly, noticing how the mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed faster than ever. The prince observed Ren while they descended through the tunnels. The boy's answers in the dormitory had been careful, measured, and several of them were definitely false. There was something in the way his eyes moved when answering about the exploration, and how his voice subtly changed when talking about the depths. Small details others might overlook, but for someone who had trained Luna, Leora, and Larissa in the art of detecting lies were clear as day. The mushrooms in Ren's hair illuminated the way with a soft glow. Well, the prince commented casually, at least now I see one small advantage you have over your companions. That light must be useful down here. Do your mushrooms have any other interesting advantages? It's just light, your highness, Ren responded while guiding the way. Not really a big deal. The prince noticed the slight tension in his shoulders, the subtle change in his tone. Another lie. Do you know anything about the intruder who attacked the academy? He asked abruptly, watching Ren's reaction. Just what I heard afterward, Ren responded, and this time his voice carried the ring of truth. That he was someone dangerous for Mino. Interesting, thought the prince. So he didn't see him personally then. And can you repeat to me what you were doing that day in the mines? Looking for crystals, as always. The response was too quick, too rehearsed. The prince studied the boy while they continued descending. He didn't seem like a spy. His lies were too specific, too focused on hiding something particular instead of the kind of general deception an infiltrator would use. Tell me, he stopped at a tunnel crossing. Do you notice anything unusual? Anything different from what you're used to? Ren visibly hesitated. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed while his eyes scanned the walls. No, not really, the prince smiled. It was the most obvious lie yet. You know, my cousin told me something about you and how you understood her special ability, but... His voice softened. I was the one who taught Luna to detect lies. It's a subtle art, the small changes in voice, the tension in certain muscles, the way the eyes move, and above all, the bodily flow of mana. Ren froze, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing erratically. And you, young Ren, have been lying quite a bit. Not about everything, but definitely about important things. Chapter 110. Guide Tamer Ren Patinder. You know, my cousin told me something about you and how you understood her special ability, but... His voice softened. I was the one who taught Luna to detect lies. It's a subtle art, the small changes in voice, the tension in certain muscles, the way the eyes move, and above all, the bodily flow of mana. Ren froze, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing erratically. And you, young Ren, have been lying quite a bit. Not about everything, but definitely about important things. Silence filled the tunnel, while Ren processed this revelation. You're not a spy, the prince continued. Your lies are too specific for that. You're protecting something, hiding something you can do or see. The mushrooms pulsed more intensely, as if responding to their bearer's tension. Please. Julia softened his tone further. Tell me what you really see down here, what your mushrooms with more than just light are showing you. Ren remained silent for several seconds, clearly debating with himself. The mushrooms pulsed once more before Ren finally spoke. The patterns. He began hesitantly. I can see patterns in the mana, in the walls, in the beasts, in how the energy flows. The prince observed how the boy seemed to relax slightly upon finally telling the truth. Although that was an ability several beasts had, like his Chillin, or those of his cousins or siblings, he had never heard of a spore providing it, and it definitely wasn't enough to explain Zhao's exaggerations. Continue, he encouraged gently. It's like clues, Ren gestured toward the walls. I can see where crystals form, where beasts have left marks, which tunnels are safe, and which aren't. His mushrooms pulsed with more confidence as he continued explaining. And since the attack, there are new patterns, marks I hadn't seen before, as if something had altered the natural flow of mana in the depths. The prince listened attentively, noting how each word now carried the unmistakable weight of truth. The supposedly useless spore had turned out much more interesting than anyone could have imagined. Or was Ren's spore different to others? But it's strange, Ren frowned, his mushrooms glowing more intensely while he approached to examine a crystalline vein. The mana flow is different, as if something had pushed it out of its natural course. He moved to another section of the wall, his fingers tracing lines invisible to others. Do you see these crystal formations? He pointed to patterns that seemed random to the prince. Normally they grow following the natural mana lines, but here... He paused, searching for the right words. It's as if something had forced them to grow in another direction. The prince observed with renewed interest as Ren continued his analysis. The abyssals, Ren murmured, more to himself than his companion. When they emerged, it must have been like opening a floodgate. A vein of their energy extended up to here. His mushrooms pulsed more rapidly while following the trail of alterations. But it's receding, he continued, noticing how the patterns began normalizing in certain areas. The natural flow is pushing back, reclaiming its territory, like a river returning to its course. The prince could see it too, but played along trying to understand more about the boy. More like. Ren searched for a better analogy. Like when you mix water with oil. At first they blend, but gradually each returns to its natural place. The mushrooms detected something else, a subtle fluctuation in the patterns. Although, Ren stopped, studying a particular section more carefully. There are areas where the abyssal energy seems to have settled, as if it had found points where it can remain stable. How the boy moved through the tunnel with a confidence that completely contradicted the image of someone with the worst beast. Each movement seemed guided by information invisible to others. He showed no fear of possible old wormholes that could make him fall, seeming to walk as if through his own home. That's why some crystals are changing color, Ren pointed to formations. They're absorbing the residual energy from the abyssals. He stopped before a particular crack, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing with a slower, more cautious rhythm. Here, he murmured. This point is still active, like it's an anchor for the abyssal energy. The prince approached to examine the crack. To him it looked like any other, but the certainty in Ren's voice was undeniable, so he scraped with his beast's claws and found violet crystals. The normal mana flow is avoiding this area, Ren continued explaining, like a river circling a rock, but the abyssal energy. He stopped, considering his next words. Yes? The prince encouraged him to continue. It's as if it left a mark, Ren frowned, a point where its influence remains, even while the rest fades. The mushrooms pulsed one final time, detecting something deeper, more worrying. And I don't think it's the only point like this. It must continue downward. This way. Ren pointed to another descending tunnel while his mushrooms pulsed. The abyssal energy vein is stronger in this direction. They passed a group of guards who respectfully saluted the prince. As they descended, the marks on the walls became more pronounced. Your Highness, Ren stopped abruptly. This was his chance to escape from the prince. He had guided him far enough in the right direction. We're passing 150 meters, with my spore, the mana poisoning. Is that what really worries you? The prince interrupted softly. Or is there another reason you want to stop here? The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed erratically. I don't understand what you mean by. That day, Julius looked at him directly, when they found the mercenary. Did you also stop at 150 meters? Of course I lie. The prince took a step toward him. Like the other lies about your limits, how far did you really go down, Ren? Silence filled the tunnel while Ren considered his options. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed faster and faster. 150 meters isn't your limit, Julius continued pressing. Not even close. I can see it in your face every time you mention that depth. Ren took a step back, but the prince advanced another. I might have gone a bit deeper that day. How much is a bit deeper? Maybe 200 meters. The prince smiled without humor. You're still lying. 300 meters perhaps. Ren's mushrooms practically glowed at the mention of that depth. It was all the confirmation Julius needed. 300 meters, the prince whistled softly. With a spore. I won't ask how you avoided the deep assassins or the worms, but it's impressive. And what were you looking for so deep? Nothing in particular, just. Ren, Julius interrupted again, we've established that I can detect your lies. Why don't you tell me the truth? There was another moment of tense silence before Ren finally sighed. There was a mana vein, he admitted. A special one, that I wanted to use for my cultivation. And that's when you found the Hydra. Ren nodded slowly. Show me? What? Chapter 111 Guide Tamer Ren Patinder 2. Ren, Julius interrupted again. We've established that I can detect your lies. Why don't you tell me the truth? There was another moment of tense silence before Ren finally sighed. There was a mana vein, he admitted. A special one, that I wanted to use for my cultivation. And that's when you found the Hydra. Ren nodded slowly. Show me. What? The prince opened his robe, revealing dozens of small vials secured inside. Medicine for mana poisoning, enough to keep you safe even at that depth. Ren's mushrooms pulsed while considering his situation. Well? The prince arched an eyebrow. Will you show me the way? Or would you prefer we continue this game of half-truths? Ren looked at the medicine vials, then at the prince, and finally toward the depths he knew so well. The vein is relatively easy to find, he began slowly. Perfect. Julius took out a vial and offered it to Ren. Guide me. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed restlessly while he guided the prince through the tunnels. His mind kept circling back to the mantis core he had left dangling and accumulating mana. It shouldn't be an egg yet, he thought as they descended. According to the knowledge, mana levels indicate it still needs almost 20,000 points to complete the process. But the prince was the problem. How would he explain that? The mushrooms detected a subtle change in mana patterns. Everything all right? The prince noticed his hesitation. Yes, your highness, Ren responded automatically, just verifying the safest path. Although maybe. His mushrooms pulsed while considering the possibilities. It wasn't such a bad situation if he could use the prince and his potions to collect the core already. Then the mana points saved in medicine, and preparations could be injected into the core to finish the process. And the prince observed him with interest while they navigated another tunnel crossing. Ren could feel the weight of his evaluating gaze. The core should still be safe. With no monsters having hatching behavior at this depth, the core should maintain its nature. But since that Hydra had made it up here, maybe it wasn't a bad idea to collect a bit earlier if possible. Suddenly, the mushrooms pulsed with alarm. Ren stopped dead. What's wrong? Julius asked, his hand transforming into claws instantly. A deep assassin, Ren whispered, moving through the side tunnel. If we wait a moment, it will pass without. The prince stepped forward, an enigmatic smile on his lips. No need to wait. A golden light emanated from his body while he manifested his beast. The creature that materialized was something Ren had only seen in books. A sleek and elegant body covered in scales that shone like polished jade. Its horn, long and spiral, emitted an aura of pure power that made Ren's mushrooms reduce their glow. A Killen. The sacred beast's aura expanded through the tunnel. Ren felt how the assassin, a creature that normally feared nothing at this depth, retreated in panic. Its presence quickly vanished in the distance, fleeing from the power that had just manifested. Assassins are cowardly creatures, the prince commented casually while his Killen remained manifested, its light illuminating the tunnel with a glow greater than Ren's mushrooms. So sure of their position in the food chain, until they find something truly superior. Ren couldn't take his eyes off the sacred beast, the mushrooms trying to process the unique mana patterns emanating from the Killen. But most information concerning a gold beast was beyond their knowledge. Perhaps the assassin wasn't cowardly. Maybe it was intelligent. Ren stopped, searching for the right words. First time seeing one? Julius smiled at his amazement. Not surprising, Killen are the symbol of royalty. The mana patterns around the Killen were different from anything Ren had seen before. Let's continue, the prince indicated, his Killen illuminating the way with its golden radiance. I suspect we won't have any more interruptions. Beasts tend to avoid me. Ren nodded, his mind divided between awe at the beast and concern for his core. At least now they would have a clear path to the vein, though that meant he wouldn't have excuses to delay the inevitable. I just hope, he thought as they resumed their descent. The prince is more interested in the mana vein flow than in any unusual core we might find. What do you know about crown lizards from the western desert? Julius asked as they advanced, his Killen still illuminating the way. Oh, they're fascinating. Ren's mushrooms pulsed, giving him the knowledge enthusiastically. They have a unique life cycle. They run in circles that they use to create hot air currents. The currents trap insects that. The prince observed how the boy described with micrometric precision the habits of a beast he had probably never seen. It was the kind of knowledge you'd only find in specialized texts. He asked more about iron, bronze, and silver beasts and the celestial spirit flames of the eastern islands. Lou told me he read a book recently that says they glow with their own light and can levitate using mana currents, although. Ren hesitated for some reason. They actually don't use currents. They project themselves wherever the mana is because they're pure energy. Interesting, thought Julius. Extensive knowledge but with some weird confusions. The prince had thought Ren was wrong when in reality the book Liu had read was the one that was wrong and the boy's correction was the truth. The prince, of course, believed the version from the book he had also read. Zhao had mentioned something similar, how during the expedition, Ren seemed to know too much about some things, but added small outlandish things to the general knowledge. What about phoenixes? Ren seemed to shrink slightly. I only know the basics. Gold rank or higher beasts, very powerful, use fire, and platinum wyverns. Sorry, Your Highness, I know even less about those. Julius frowned. The contrast was marked, encyclopedic knowledge of common and rare beasts of silver rank and below, but almost nothing about the more powerful gold ones and above. As if someone had poured hundreds of books of lower rank creatures into his head, thought the prince. But that doesn't make sense. Records showed Ren came from a modest family. Limited wealth wouldn't allow the kind of library needed to accumulate such knowledge. And although the academy had an impressive library, the boy hadn't been there even half a year. Was he really some kind of genius? Or, Chapter 1 Chapter 12, Guide Tamer Ren Patinder 3. As if someone had poured hundreds of books into his head, thought the prince. But that doesn't make sense. Records showed that Ren came from a modest family. Limited wealth wouldn't allow the kind of library needed to accumulate such knowledge. And although the academy had an impressive library, the boy hadn't been there even half a year. Was he really some kind of genius or... Tell me about your spore, Julius said casually. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed with nervousness. It was the question he had been dreading since this journey began. But then, something changed in his expression. You know what, Your Highness? It's not fair, Ren stopped, turning toward the prince. You ask all the questions, how about I ask something too? Julius blinked, surprised by the sudden change in attitude. Then smiled, amused by the boldness. About my beast, I suppose. Exactly. Ren's mushrooms pulsed with genuine enthusiasm. What's it like having a Killen? And what's your other beast? The prince laughed softly. The boy was skilled at diverting attention, but perhaps if he played along it would make him relax. The Killen is the beast of royalty, as I already told you, he began, watching Ren's reaction. My father is the only one who has a platinum rank one. An impressive sight, truly. And your siblings? None have managed to take it beyond gold 3, Julius sighed. I myself stalled at gold 2. The cultivation failed after that, my Killen matured. Ren's mushrooms pulsed with curiosity. Why? There's something different in my father's method, the prince shrugged. Some detail we haven't been able to replicate. He insists it's simple, but sometimes the simplest things are the hardest to see, Ren commented, surprising Julius with the depth of the observation. True. As for my other beast, continued the prince, it's a rank gold 1 elemental wolverine. The ones that can adapt to different elements. Exactly. It's popular among nobility too. I have it attuned to the earth element, though changing its neutral element in juvenile stage isn't difficult. Most of my sisters prefer water, my brother's fire. He stopped, a nostalgic smile on his lips. A shame both beasts are already mature. The decisions we make when young follow us all our life. Ren's mushrooms pulsed more intensely. How? How do you manage to have 2 beasts? Julius smiled enigmatically. Sorry, but that's a royal family secret. If I told you, I'd have to kill you. Ren froze for a moment, until he noticed the gleam of amusement in the prince's eyes. Just kidding! Julius laughed at Ren's expression. The method for obtaining 2 beasts isn't really a deadly secret. It's just impractical to replicate on a large scale. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed with curiosity while they continued advancing. Unlike Yino, we don't have easy methods to cultivate double tamers, the prince continued, his expression becoming more serious. According to our recent visitor, they've found a way to make the process quite replicable. They're even experimenting with 3 beasts. And is it true? Seems so. But they have their own limitations, Julius nodded. Their abyssal beasts seem to have the limit at silver 3, no matter how many they accumulate, if that's the limit in their individual power. Ren processed this information while his mushrooms analyzed the tunnel ahead. The mana pressure was gradually increasing, making it a bit difficult to advance, but he could still endure about 14 minutes more without major problems. Wouldn't it be better then? He began without thinking too much, to share the method with Yano's people. If Yano can give 2 or 3 beasts to their tamers, keeping the method secret seems like a disadvantage for the kingdom. Julius stopped, observing Ren with renewed interest. It's more complicated than that, he finally responded. The method has implications that could affect the kingdom's economy, and would be problematic for people to know for various reasons. Ren's mushrooms pulsed while pointing to another tunnel. This one showed signs of recent destruction, though local beasts had begun rebuilding it. The worms and beetles have been working, Ren commented as they passed. They use their secretions to reinforce damaged tunnels. It's fascinating how they incorporate crystal fragments into. How do you know so much about the depths? Julius interrupted. Not just the tunnels and beasts, but their behaviors, their habits. There are many books in the academy, Ren responded automatically. You read that much? In the library of the... You haven't been at the academy that long, the prince cut him off softly. And your family. Besides, I feel it's half lies. He stopped. Something in Ren's expression had changed. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed with a different rhythm, while the tunnel opened into a wider cavern. The air here smelled different, like death. So this is where, Ren whispered. Julius's Keelan illuminated the cavern with its radiance, revealing a scene of major destruction. The wall showed marks of battle, and in the center, the Hydra, the prince approached the corpse, or what's left of it. The beast's massive body had been practically consumed completely, only the hard parts of its armor remaining. Purple crystals sprouted from some of its wounds, creating a grotesque statue that glowed faintly under the Keelan's light. The attacker's abyssal energy, I suppose, Ren murmured, his mushrooms pulsing while failing to analyze the patterns. The crystals around, the mana, even the way beasts rebuild the tunnels is strange here. As they skirted the Hydra's corpse, Ren grew bold enough to ask, Your Highness? Ren stopped beside the Hydra's crystallized corpse. Could I collect some parts of the armor? Julius blinked, as if the idea hadn't occurred to him. The armor? The diamond scales, Ren explained, while his mushrooms analyzed the most valuable sections. In the market, even a single Hydra scale can be worth. The prince had probably never needed to worry about the market value of anything, so he hadn't thought about it. Of course, Julius smiled, understanding the situation. Take what you can carry, just avoid the parts affected by abyssal energy. Ren's mushrooms pulsed while identifying the best pieces. Some scales here, a tendon fragment there. Each piece worth a small fortune. As for the rest. The prince manifested his second beast. The wolverine that emerged was massive. Its fur had an earthy tone, and its body seemed to partially merge with the ground beneath its paws. Crystals and minerals sprouted from its skin like natural armor. Watch! Julius commanded his beast. Chapter 113 Guide Tamer Ren Patender 4. As for the rest. The prince manifested his second beast. The wolverine that emerged was massive. Its fur had an earthy tone, and its body seemed to partially merge with the ground beneath its paws. Crystals and minerals sprouted from its skin like natural armor, each one catching and reflecting the Keelan's light. Watch! Julius commanded his beast. The wolverine approached the Hydra's corpse, and to Ren's surprise began to devour it systematically. But something was weird. The pieces it swallowed seemed to disappear into some kind of internal space. It has a special cavity, the prince explained upon seeing Ren's expression. It can store objects without digesting them, quite useful for transporting things, or eliminating evidence. Ren's mushrooms pulsed with fascination while observing the wolverine methodically consume the Hydra's remains. When it finished, the beast simply vanished, returning to Julius's body. Are the remains inside you now? Ren couldn't help but ask. In a way, Julius smiled. Though I prefer not to think too much about the details. Do you have everything you need? Ren nodded, carefully securing his bounty. A beast that can store objects, he thought as they advanced, would be really convenient. His mushrooms pulsed, reminding him there were more immediate things to worry about. The mana, he murmured, taking out the vial the prince had given him. At this depth. Now, the prince resumed their path. Since I've answered your questions, how about you tell me more about that spore of yours? Well? Ren began but stopped abruptly. His mushrooms pulsed with a different rhythm. What's wrong? We're close, Ren pointed ahead. The vein is just past that bridge turn. Julius noticed the topic change but decided not to press. For now, the boy was more skilled than he appeared at handling difficult conversations. Before Julius could ask more, his mushrooms pulsed with intensity. It's here, he pointed to the large chamber as they exited the tunnel. The vein revealed itself as a crystal bowl that glowed with pure energy. The mana pressure was considerable. For someone with a common spore, it should be almost unbearable to approach the flow. Ren knew he still had about 10 minutes before really needing the medicine, but his mushrooms pulsed erratically while he pretended to stagger slightly. Julius observed how Ren drank the medicine, his eyes studying every movement. The boy seemed genuinely affected by the pressure, which was consistent with someone bearing a simple spore. And yet, better? He asked while Ren recovered his balance. Yes, thank you. Ren nodded, hoping his performance was convincing. If the prince thought he could barely handle himself at this depth, maybe he wouldn't insist on exploring further down, filling him to the brim with potions. The vein is impressive. It's rare to have them at this low depth. Julius approached to examine the crystals. Is this what you were looking for that day? Something like that, Ren responded vaguely, his mushrooms pulsing while searching for the mantis core. The dangling core should be here, oscillating right where he had left it, but disappeared, he thought with a touch of sadness. At least he still had the Hydra egg as backup. Interesting location, Julius commented while descending to examine the geyser more closely. You were right. It's not particularly inaccessible. Though with recent problems, it's not worth the effort to come here to. To create more random eggs for the kingdom? Ren completed the thought. His mushrooms pulsed while considering something. Is that how you make the random colored eggs, using the veins? Julius stopped mid-inspection. He turned slowly toward Ren, a smile forming on his lips. You know, I really should kill you for asking such perceptive questions. Julius observed the boy. His knowledge was too precise to be coincidence, too specific to be just reading. But it also didn't fit the profile of a spy. Perhaps it was even worse. It was as if Ren was a mystery that grew deeper with each answer. Every time I learn more, thought Julius. I understand this boy less and less. Ren tensed for a moment before noticing the gleam of amusement in the prince's eyes. I realize, Julius continued, that it's quite difficult to hide things from you. You've probably already deduced most of it. He approached to examine a particular crystal formation. Yes, the kingdom has a massive mana vein. That's where we get the eggs we distribute. Ren's mushrooms pulsed with interest while absorbing this confirmation of his suspicions. The problem, Julius sighed, is that we can barely control what type of eggs form there. Most methods for obtaining specific beasts require dragon brooding, or at least a platinum rank beast, and we don't have. He stopped, but Ren had already caught the implication. The king's platinum Keelan probably had played a crucial role in producing eggs for the royal family, but that wasn't a detail that needed mentioning. Too late to hide it, though it was obvious to me. This vein is too small, Julius continued, apparently oblivious to Ren's thoughts. There is a method to revive cores using concentrated mana, but here we could barely produce 1 egg per month. Maybe 1 every 10 days, if we found a creature willing to brood, but few could live at this depth. Oh, the Hydra perhaps. But it's not worth the effort, right? Ren left the question hanging so the prince wouldn't follow the conversation thread that would lead back to why the Hydra had followed him up. Exactly. The gold-rank beasts that can survive here can't brood, or aren't strong enough to make the effort worthwhile. Ren's mushrooms pulsed while looking around. Anyway, Julius straightened. I'll discuss the possibilities with the director. Though small, a pure mana vein always has its uses. Ren nodded, his mind working quickly. If the kingdom had a massive vein somewhere, it must be in. Don't bother trying to find the big one we have. Julius smiled, reading his expression. The main vein is very well protected. Though, he added with a wink, I have the feeling you'd find a way to get there if you really tried. Ren's mushrooms pulsed with what might have been embarrassment or amusement. After all, the prince continued, you seem to have a special talent for finding trouble, and things that are supposed to be well hidden. If you knew I already know where it is, maybe you would actually kill me, thit Ren. Chapter 114 Guide Tamer Ren Patinder 5. While Julius examined the vein, Ren's mushrooms pulsed, detecting something unusual. A different mana pattern emanated from a nearby crack at the edge of the bowl. Ren descended the slope as far from the pure mana geyser as possible and approached cautiously, taking advantage of the prince being distracted with his inspection at the bowl's center. The crack was narrow, barely visible in the penumbra, but there, his heart skipped a beat. 2 cores rested in the hollow. One still had the weaver's thread tied to it, his mantis core, and next to it, another core that hadn't been there before. The mushrooms pulsed with excitement, while Ren extended his hand toward the crack. If he could reach them quickly and hide them. What are you doing? Ren jumped, his hand freezing midway. Julius was right behind him, his eyes fixed on the cores in the crack. So this is it, the prince murmured, leaning to better examine the discovery. You found a way to generate eggs? Ren's initial panic mixed with resignation. Something like that, he responded carefully. I have a bug egg. Ren's mushrooms pulsed nervously. With the prince's ability to detect lies, there was no point trying to deny it. Julius's eyes momentarily gleamed while verifying the truth in those words. I see. Experimenting with basic eggs to sell in the market, eh? Though they're not very popular, but with your family situation I can understand a bit. The prince's assumption was convenient for Ren, but there was something more in his expression, as if he were connecting invisible dots. Then something seemed to occur to the prince. His expression changed subtly. You know, Ren, Julius spoke slowly, his tone changing too. I wonder, were you the one who caused the incident with the Hydra? The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed erratically, while the boy tried to find a way to respond that wasn't a direct lie. All right, he said softly. That it followed you by bad luck when you came doesn't imply you're the culprit I'm looking for. Would it be who brought it here, or who took it up? The prince noticed his hesitation. No, let me rephrase that. Julius raised a hand. Did you bring the Hydra here for brooding a core or for some other reason? No, Ren responded immediately, grateful to be able to tell the absolute truth in this. The prince kept his eyes fixed on Ren for several seconds, studying every micro-expression, his killing illuminating the scene with its golden radiance. Interesting, he finally murmured. That last response was completely true. He approached the crack, observing the cores more carefully. I wonder what other secrets you keep about this whole incident, because I'm starting to suspect you know much more than you appear to. Ren's mushrooms pulsed with concern. You know what's most fascinating? Julius continued, his voice casual but his eyes sharp. That a student with the supposedly worst beast has managed not only to survive at these depths, but also experiment with cores and eggs. That requires knowledge not found in common books. He turned to fully face Ren. The question is, where does that knowledge come from, and what other secrets are you hiding? How much could he reveal without getting into more trouble? Take your cores, Julius smiled slightly. If you don't want to share your specific method, you don't have to. Relief flooded Ren while he carefully collected both cores from the crack. Upon closer examination, he noticed the second one also seemed to be from a Hydra. It could be useful for something different if he applied his method, though he would need parts of the beast he wanted to get. Julius had moved to another sector of the cavern, his eyes fixed on the ground. There are traces here, murmured the prince. From the agent, probably. He turned to Ren. What do you think? Should I follow the receding abyssal corruption trail, or these footprints? Ren considered the question while his mushrooms analyzed both patterns. Not the corruption trail, he finally responded. If I were the intruder, I'd think that's good bait. Besides, he thought to himself, this second core must be related to the intruder. It wasn't here before, so maybe he still has something to do with the Hydra egg. You're probably right, Julius nodded. You should return for now. I agree, Ren responded, grateful for the suggestion. The prince took out 3 more medicine vials and offered them to Ren with a wink. For when you think of doing more interesting things. Ren took the vials, hesitating a moment before making a decision. The prince had treated him well. It seemed his suspicions toward Ren were simple protocol, so he could return some kindness. Your Highness, there's something that might be useful for the kingdom. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed while organizing his thoughts. Deep killers don't brood at this depth, but... He paused, making sure to explain correctly. If you have a part of the monster, a carcass, or any other part, you can put it surrounding the core, along with 10 days of the specific bug cultivation in this case. And... Ren proceeded to show him the correct mana circulation pattern in the core. It was a complex symbol that followed the reasoning of the creature's mana circulation in life. You can revive the egg without needing its own species to brood it. Julius observed him with surprise, clearly processing the implications. But the pattern's complexity was too ridiculous to be a coincidence. When could people simply happen upon such a discovery by chance? How? Suddenly an amused smile crossed his face. "Wolverine," he called, manifesting his massive beast. "I need you to shake yourself, and scratch a lot." The beast seemed confused for a moment, but obeyed. It began an intense session of scratching and shaking, spreading hair and mineral fragments across the ground. "Are these useful to you?" Julius asked, pointing to the remains. I can at least sell them," Ren responded, surprised by the gesture. "Thank you." "Good," the prince smiled. "Wolverine, could you take our friend up?" Before Ren could protest, Julius had lifted him and placed him on the beast's back. The mushrooms in his hair barely had time to pulse with surprise before the Wolverine moved. A minute later, Ren blinked under the light at the cave entrance, still processing what had just happened. Chapter 115, Taming Pursuit. The prince's Wolverine returned after leaving Ren at the cave entrance. Julius began his descent, following the trail the mercenary had left. In the silver zone at 500 meters depth, the greater deep assassins were the first to appear. Where their lesser cousins were solitary predators, these hunted in pairs. Julius had to use his Qilin several times to force these creatures to reveal their presence. No wonder some explorers don't return from these depths. Their more developed bodies gleamed with a metallic tone more suited to the new environment. As they moved between shadows, their forms blending perfectly with the crystalline formations around them. "Impressive coordination," murmured Julius, while observing them communicate through small taps on their partner's front legs. But they still maintained distance from the Qilin. Deeper, he found the domains of the superior worms. These beasts had evolved to be larger, and still created complete networks of interconnected galleries but now wider. Natural engineers, he noted. The greater living tunnels, unlike their common versions, could improve tunnels in more complex ways, like adding spikes at certain entrances to damage assassins, turning entire cave sections into traps. Their work showed an intelligence that went beyond mere instinct. Common hydras were very rare at these levels, and it found it was almost at the end of the section, in small groups. Though individually less impressive than the one that had attacked the academy, their teamwork made them equally dangerous. Upon reaching the gold zone, the environment changed drastically. The beasts here weren't just stronger, they had fundamentally different behaviors. The assassins became more crystalline, almost transparent, their strategy shifting more to camouflage and ambush than pursuit. Their bodies seemed to bend light itself, making them nearly invisible until the moment they struck. The worms developed resistant shells. The living tunnels created mobile magical traps. Gold hydras cared for lower-rank hydras, teaching them, protecting them, showing a level of social organization that challenged the common understanding of most beasts. But it was the rock beetles that really added tension to the assassins' more obvious ambushes, their massive forms emerging from seemingly solid walls. "Fascinating," he murmured while observing one of these divergent evolutions of the living tunnels. They merged with the walls, these massive insectoids literally appearing as rock, gaining the ability to mold and generate it at will. The power difference is notable, he thought, while dodging an attack from an assassin that had jumped from its hiding place. His Wolverine barely managed to deflect the beast's proboscis of the same rank, while the Qilin attacked from behind. The mercenary's trail became harder to follow. The beasts here were at his level, some would even be stronger soon when he descended further. Each step required more caution, more power. Finally, he reached the border between gold and platinum, the zone where the true abyss began. "So this is where you went," he murmured, observing how the abyssal energy trail was lost in the depths. They are using the abyss itself as refuge indeed. The mercenary had escaped him. He had chosen another path, and not the abyssal vein but had reached the abyss anyway. But something didn't add up. "Damn it!" The agent's voice resonated in the vein cave. His scorpion arm glowed faintly reflecting the geyser while he struck the wall in frustration. It had been a risky plan to send to the bottom, create 2 trails, and then return through the abyssal energy vein dragging a new hydra. The days needed to feed the core would be almost covered by the time he returned, and he could wait out the last ones hidden near the entrance. The silver hydra he had captured writhed weakly. It was badly hurt, but once it took mana from the geyser it would recover and serve to brood the core. If only he could find it. "Again!" he roared, his mutations expanding from frustration. "Again someone took the damn core!" His fingers traced the empty space where the core should be hidden. All the effort. He took the risk of reaching the abyssal vein, climbing back up through the zone that would give him a quick escape route if someone pursued him, letting his beast make a second trail while he hid from the gold rank ones. All had been in vain. The hydra shook again, as if mocking his failure. "Don't think this means you'll be saved," murmured the agent while approaching the beast. If he couldn't have the egg, at least he'd get another hydra core before returning. His claws rose, preparing to give the hydra the final blow. After extracting the hydra's core and feeding himself some meat, the mercenary decided it was no longer possible to obtain the egg. He would have to return and deliver at least the hydra core. After all, his employer seemed to have an alternative method. though it would give only a tenth of the reward. He left the vein chamber. The attack came from nowhere. The agent barely managed to dodge, his mutations reacting by instinct. A golden shielding claw passed grazing where his head had been a moment before. Did you think having 2 trails would be enough? Julius's voice resonated in the cavern. Didn't you think your pursuer might also have 2 beasts? The mercenary backed away, cursing internally. His strategy had been solid. Both trails would lead any pursuer toward the abyss. How did he find the trail after he changed his access route from the abyss? Had he returned to the chamber on a hunch? The prince emerged from the shadows, his wolverine manifesting in his body. 1 trail for my chillin', Julius smiled. And another for my nose, the agent completed, his scorpion arm tensing. I should have considered that an earth tracker could catch my scent from the surface trails. I followed them both, the prince advanced casually. But you were careless returning here. Do you care so much about this small vein? I want to know why. The agent observed the blocked exit, and Liu leaned forward. Chapter 1-16, Taming Nests. Spill everything! Min practically jumped with excitement, trying to feed his curiosity. What did the prince want? Why did he take you? Did he threaten you? Liu added, his bat opening its mouth briefly from anxiety. Ren smiled while his mushrooms pulsed softly. Nothing so dramatic, he just wanted to check some things in the mines. The prince? In the mines? Min narrowed his eyes with suspicion. Well? Ren elaborated a convenient version of events. Apparently he had heard about my successes finding veins. He wanted to hear about my method while I guided him. Well? Ren elaborated a convenient version of events. Apparently he had heard about my successes finding veins. He wanted to hear about my method while I guided him. And? Liu leaned forward. And nothing. I showed him how I used the mushrooms for light. He let me take some remains from the dead Hydra and gave me old parts from his beast. End of story. His friends clearly wanted more details, but Ren moved toward his trunk, effectively changing the subject since, carefully he took out the Hydra egg and the bug egg, placing them next to the 2 cores he had recovered. Taro, who had been unusually quiet, observed the objects with familiarity. After all, he had helped Ren hide them the day he ended up in the infirmary. What the hell? Min approached to examine the objects. Where did you get those? A bit deeper in the caves, Ren responded honestly. Luckily, I found them along with the cores. Liu studied the cores without much interest. Why keep cores? They're useless. The government buys them, Min pointed out. Though they pay a pittance. You can't extract mana from them like a crystal. They can absorb mana, but filling them is a useless waste because they have no practical use. Taro scratched his head. The bug egg is worth something. What, about 100,000 crystals for being rare? If you find a buyer, Liu snorted. People prefer to pay a bit more for a brown egg like the one that gave you your beetle. At least they have the possibility of getting a mole then. Ren's mushrooms pulsed while his friends discussed market value. If they only knew. But this other egg is what intrigues me. Min pointed to the Hydra egg, his eyes shining. I've never seen anything like it even in the city market. The egg glowed like a diamond. Its pattern's clearly different from common random eggs. Doesn't look like a random egg. Liu moved closer. What beast could it be from? How much do you think it's worth? That glow is impressive. Much more than the bug one, surely. Min nodded. Some people pay fortunes for unique eggs. Ren let his friend speculate about prices and potential buyers. It was safer if they thought about the objects only in terms of their market value. Why don't you sell them? Liu finally asked. You could get a really good profit. School residence hasn't treated you as badly as we thought after all. Congratulations, lucky shroom. I'm waiting for the right moment. Don't tell anybody yet, Ren responded vaguely. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed softly. His friends would never suspect that one of those useless cores would soon become something as valuable as any rare egg in the market. Soon he would have 4 eggs in his hands. Hypothetically, if you could choose, Ren began, what would you prefer? A defensive creature with some attack, an elemental offensive one, or a faster one with utility? Defensive, Taro responded immediately. There's nothing like a good shield. Are you crazy? Min shook his head. Elemental offensive, obviously. The best defense is a good offense. You're both wrong, Liu intervened. Speed and utility. What good is power if you can't reach your target? Ren's mushrooms pulsed with what seemed to be exasperation. Thanks, you're not helping at all. He lay back on his bed, thoughtful. The Wolverine's ability to store things inside was fascinating, and the Mantis's mirrors had already saved his skin more than once. But the Hydra also. Suddenly he stood up, startling his friends. He began emptying his enormous backpack, which seemed to contain his size and materials. What are you doing? Taro asked, while Ren piled Hydra plates to one side. Without answering, Ren opened his trunk and took out the carefully stored Mantis plates. With precise movements, he began building small nests, using the Mantis plates as a base for one, interweaving the Wolverine's hair and minerals for the other. Min observed, confused. Are you making abstract art? Maybe it's a phase, Liu whispered. Like when Taro tried to make ugly sculptures with earth. Hey, those sculptures were art. They were piles of dirt, Taro. Ren ignored them, completely focused on his task. Suddenly, something seemed to occur to him. He grabbed some of the hydra plates and headed toward the door. His friends were left staring at the decorative nests, and then at the door where Ren had disappeared. Should we? Min began. Worry about his mental health? Liu completed. They looked at each other for a moment. Ren, wait! They shouted in unison, running after him. They found him in the hallway, muttering to himself while examining a hydra plate against the light. Are you going to tell us what you're doing? Taro asked. Brooding, Ren responded distractedly. Brooding? Min repeated skeptically. Need more materials, Ren elaborated, turning the plate 45 degrees. For what? Liu asked. It's for the nests. The three exchanged looks. You know? Min began slowly. When we said you needed a hobby away from the caves, we didn't mean this, Liu finished. Shouldn't you be practicing for the tournament? Ren asked without stopping examining the plate. Shouldn't you be practicing with us for the tournament instead of whatever this is? Taro counterattacked. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed with what could have been amusement. Multitasking. Doesn't multitasking imply doing both things? You're only doing one. Min observed. Ren finally looked at them, a mysterious smile on his face. Don't you have homework to do? The three looked at each other while following Ren until... Jesse! Min practically shouted when they saw who Ren was looking for. Why didn't you tell us we were coming to see Jessie? The young evaluator jumped in her seat, dropping several papers. Ah, Ren, and company. Ignore them, Ren smiled while his mushrooms pulsed. They're bored and decided to follow me. Hey, Liu protested. We're worried about your mental health. The art with monster parts. Art? Jessie blinked confused while picking up her papers. Oh, are you going to sell me more materials? Just these 5 diamond skin plates. Ren placed the enormous hydra plates on the counter. Jessie's eyes lit up immediately, her cat ears perking. These are... Wait, let me check. She began frantically searching in her manual. The quality is exceptional, she murmured while examining the plates. And the crystallization pattern. Oh, and look at this iridescence on the edges, gold rank. Min, Lu, and Taro watched open-mouthed while Jessie calculated the value. F for the quality and preservation state. Jessie smiled brightly. I can offer you 3 bright bronze crystals for each one, 15 total. 15, the 3 friends exclaimed in unison. Chapter 117, Taming Nest 2. F for the quality and preservation state. Jessie smiled brightly. I can offer you 3 bright bronze crystals for each one, 15 total. 15, the 3 friends exclaimed in unison. Seems good, Ren nodded while his mushrooms pulsed with satisfaction. While Jessie prepared the payment, the others couldn't stop staring at the crystals with envy. The lucky bastard had 5 more plates in the room, not to mention the eggs and who knows how much more among his fortunate acquisitions. While his friends were still processing the figure, Ren pulled out a list. I also need some materials, he said casually. Oh? Jessie took the list. What are you looking for? Speed and elemental control runes, Ren began. And these components. Jessie's eyes widened while reading the list. These are unusual combinations. The runes are usually the most expensive parts of cultivation. How much for everything? 10,000 for the speed rune, 15,000 for the elemental control one, and with the materials you want, T30,000, Jessie stuttered. But I could look for more economical alternatives. It's almost exactly the calculation I had, thought Ren. The cultivation materials for the mantis for 10 days are cheap. No more than 500 crystals, 1,000 for the rune guide solution. But the Iron Wolverine ones are quite expensive. They must be popular among royalty and high-ranked nobility. Use my credits. Should be just enough, Ren said. Credits just enough? The 3 friends exclaimed in unison. Next stop, Ren announced after saying goodbye to Jessie. The bank. At the bank, Finch was polishing his spectacles when they saw the group enter. Theodore, Finch's high-pitched voice greeted them. Prepare the withdrawal forms. Look who's come to visit us. Our mysterious fungus magnate. The small white mouse sighed, pulling out the corresponding papers. How much will it be this time? Finch smiled sympathetically. 5,000 for the month's expenses. Your 3rd month report was only 10,000, still quite impressive for that beast, but you'll spend your luck very soon if you squander it like it's... Actually, Ren interrupted, I'm here to make a deposit. Finch blinked. Deposit? But you just turned in your last report. Ren placed 10 bright bronze crystals on the counter. Finch's mustache trembled violently. This is 100,000? Look, I have 5 more here. And wait until they double it in the 4th month report, Ren added with a wide smile. Theodore dropped the forms. In cash, Finch squealed. Theodore, our magnate has returned, and more magnate than ever. The mouse began counting frantically while Finch circled around the counter. Let me see. Finch adjusted his spectacles. With the previous 100,000, plus the 10,000 from the 3rd month, plus what's doubled from the 3rd month's report, you've already gathered 220,000 crystals total in 3 months. For the third month, Ren had only managed to obtain 10,000 crystals from the mines. Ren's friends stared at him open-mouthed. Where did you get so much? Just sold some normal materials, Ren laughed. Ha? Normal? 15 bright bronze crystals. Theodore, remember when 15 bronze crystals was our annual budget? The mouse nodded solemnly while beginning to count. Though. Finch narrowed his eyes when Ren pocketed the other 5 crystals. Not depositing everything? Does the fungus magnate need cash for minor expenses? It's for a project, Ren responded vaguely. Project? Finch's eyes enlarged behind his glasses. What kind of project requires 50,000 crystals in cash? Are you building a mushroom palace? Nests, Ren smiled. Nests? Finch looked at Theodore. Did you hear that, Theodore? Nests. 50,000 crystals for nests. The mouse paused his counting to look at Ren with curiosity. Exactly. Finch removed his spectacles to clean them compulsively. Theodore. Finch turned dramatically. Add luxury nest builder and interior decoration to our list of side hustles to get rich. The mouse pulled out his tiny notebook, diligently noting while his whiskers trembled with amusement. By the way, Ren turned to his friends. Why do you have so much free time? You should join Lin's training. The instant horror on their faces said it all. No, they shouted in unison, backing up several steps. We value our life, Min explained. And our unbroken bones, Liu added. And our dignity, Taro completed. Cowards, Ren smiled. Oh, Finch clapped. You're one of Lin's students? That explains so much and so little at the same time. Theodore, Finch turned to his mouse. Add sadistic training to our list of theories about our fungal friend. The mouse leafed through the tiny notebook and noted diligently. Anything else you need? Finch asked while Theodore finished the paperwork. A personal accountant? An investment advisor? A historian to document the legend of the fungus magnate? Back in the room, Ren took out the rune guide solution. His friends watched with curiosity while he traced precise patterns around the mantis core in the nest full of components. What are you? Min began to ask. Ren took 2 of the 5 bright bronze crystals. No, Liu narrowed his eyes. You wouldn't dare. Don't be ridiculous, Taro laughed nervously. No one would be foolish enough to. Ren pressed the crystals against the rune drawn on the core. His friend's scream of horror probably reached the academy's top floor when the crystal began dissolving, its mana flowing into the core. My eyes! Min covered his face dramatically. 20,000 crystals! Liu fell to his knees. Stop! Taro tried to reach Ren. We can still save it! But Ren had already finished with the first core. His mushrooms pulsed while he turned toward the Hydra core, holding the 3 remaining crystals. No. Min's eyes widened with horror. No. The 3 lunged forward at the same time. Lin's teachings kicked in, and the first movement knocked down Liu, who fell with a thud. The second sent Min spinning toward the bed. The third left Taro blinking from the floor, wondering how he got there. If you let me explain, Ren began. Explain what? Liu shouted from his position. How to throw your money in the trash. This one needs an extra step, Ren continued calmly while tracing a different rune on the Hydra core. Since I'm going to change its beast type. He pulled out a male shadow stalker tentacle. Chapter 118, Taming Nest 3. Explain what? Liu shouted from his position. How to throw your money in the trash. This one needs an extra step, Ren continued calmly while tracing a different rune on the Hydra core. Since I'm going to change its beast type. He pulled out a male shadow stalker tentacle. The preserved appendage seemed to writhe slightly in the dim light, as if still possessing a fragment of its former life. Min groaned from his bed. Oh great, more monster parts. Are you making a collage now? Their mockery transformed into horrified fascination as Ren used the tentacle to methodically destroy the core's edges, systematically erasing the form that defined its original species. The room filled with a subtle humming as he worked, the whisper of ancient magic being undone. The core, now more spherical than before, emitted a soft pulse of light as Ren began tracing new runic symbols with his solution. No. Taro's whisper was barely audible, his digger beetle's markings darkening with distress. Not the other 30,000, but it was too late. The 3 remaining crystals dissolved one after another, their mana flowing into the modified core like water into parched earth. Each crystal's death drew a collective wince from his audience. The silence that followed was deafening. The 2 cores, after consuming 50,000 crystals worth of resources, simply glowed a bit brighter. Their subtle illumination seemed to mock the fortune that had just been invested in them. That's it. Min's voice was flat with disbelief. He's lost his mind. If you wanted more light, you already have your stupid glowing mushrooms. Liu gestured wildly at Ren's hair, his nightbat's ears manifesting in agitation. We don't need more nightlights. Taro joined in, his voice rising with hysteria. We can barely sleep with the ones you already have. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed with what appeared to be amusement while his friends continued their lamentations. 50,000 crystals. Min pulled at his hair, his water snake coiling in distress. I only managed to get 5,000 last month with so much effort. This must be a nightmare. Taro suggested hopefully. Are you done? Ren asked calmly while carefully storing the cores in the nests. No, they responded in perfect unison, their voices blending into a chorus of outrage. At least Taro's sculptures were free, Min pointed out desperately. Hey! Taro protested, his pride visibly wounded. My sculptures were art. They were piles of dirt, Taro. Liu and Min responded automatically. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed steadily as he watched his friends argue, their light seeming to dance with silent laughter. Soon they would understand that some wastes were worth far more than any investment. But for now, he found entertainment in their dramatic mourning over his 50,000 crystal lamps. A subtle tremor shook the room, causing the crystals on the desk to tinkle briefly before everything returned to stillness. The vibration was so slight it might have been imagination, yet it left an unsettling feeling in its wake. See? Taro pointed dramatically at the floor. The dragon god of the depths is angry at your waste. Ren's laughter was cut short as he produced 2 more crystals from his bag. His friends immediately launched into panic mode. No more! Min lunged forward, his snake extending protectively. Think of the children! Liu pleaded, though which children he meant remained unclear. Their relief was palpable when they saw they were just common bronze-sized crystals, barely worth 10 points each. The tension in their shoulders visibly eased. Oh, now you use the cheap ones, Taro muttered. With precise movements, Ren began organizing the materials he'd purchased from Jesse. He simulated 2 different cultivation processes, one using the patterns of the Iron Rank Wolverine, and another from the Iron Rank Mantis. When you see them turn into eggs, Ren continued casually, as if discussing the weather, don't tell anyone, okay? His friends erupted in laughter, the sound bouncing off the dormitory walls. Oh yeah, Min wiped a tear from his eye, his snake swaying with mirth. Your big secret of turning cores into eggs is safe, sure thing. And after that, Ren continued, ignoring their laughter, his mushrooms pulsing steadily. When I reach bronze, I'll absorb one to become a double tamer. The silence lasted exactly 3 seconds before his friends doubled over with renewed laughter. A double tamer, Liu clutched his stomach. You haven't even reached bronze rank. With a spore, Min added between gasps. Getting to bronze would already be a miracle. 10 days, Ren murmured while his mushrooms pulsed rhythmically. In 10 days the eggs will be ready. Just in time for the friendly tournament, Taro asked, showing genuine curiosity. Yes, though I won't be able to absorb anything yet, Ren explained patiently. I'll only be at about 60 days of cultivation by then. I need 100. And I'll be at 75. We started 25 days late then, Taro added, calculating his own progress. Min and Liu were still laughing. You'll see, Ren smiled as his mushrooms pulsed. I know it's too early to prepare them, but having them ready will give me the motivation to not miss a single day of cultivation. Oh? So you have plenty of motivation not to miss a single day? Lin's deceptively sweet tone from the doorway made all 4 boys stiffen. That's wonderful, she continued as she entered the room, each step deliberately slow. Because you're already late for your night training, and I grew tired of waiting. Teacher Lin Ren began backing away, but there was nowhere to run in the small room. No, Lin smiled. If you have such motivation, surely you'll want to make up for lost time. Before Ren could protest further, Lin grabbed him by the collar, her grip gentle but inexorable. Guys, help! Ren called out as he was dragged toward the door, his mushrooms pulsing frantically. Sorry, Min carefully avoided eye contact. We value our lives. Traitors. Ren's voice faded down the hallway, leaving his friends in guilty but relieved silence. Do you think he can really make eggs? Taro asked after a moment. It's more likely Lin will turn him into one, Liu responded dryly. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed weakly as he was dragged to his fate, but a small smile played on his lips. In 10 days, his friends would have to swallow their laughter. If he survived Lin's training, that is. In the director's office, a different kind of conversation was taking place. The setting sun painted the grand windows in shades of amber and gold, its dying light illuminating a young woman who stood before Ignatius's desk. Her posture was perfect, her report delivered with military precision. His routine hasn't varied since the incident, she explained, her voice crisp and professional. He begins at dawn with Lin's training, still completely avoiding Professor Wei's class. The director nodded thoughtfully. The bet between Wei and Ren was well known to him, through both the professor's complaints and the girl's reports. It would almost certainly result in the boy failing one of his units this semester. Why had he made such a foolish wager? Unless... He attends Professor Yang's class, then Zong's, the girl continued, cutting through his musings. After that, he invariably descends to the mines. And at night. More training with Lin? Ignatius arched an eyebrow, genuine curiosity coloring his voice. Precisely. Interesting. The director leaned back in his chair, the leather creaking softly. Most students Lin adopts don't last a month. The pace is intense. In fact, the girl added, a hint of intrigue in her tone, since the prince left him out of the cave, he seems more animated. Animated. As if he's found something that particularly motivates him. The director was about to respond when a sharp knock interrupted their conversation. Without waiting for an answer, Prince Julius strode into the office, his presence immediately filling the room. I was beginning to worry. Ignatius straightened in his chair. How was the investigation? Chapter 119, Taming Presumption. The director was about to respond when a sharp knock interrupted their conversation. Without waiting for an answer, Prince Julius strode into the office, his presence immediately commanding attention. I was beginning to worry. Ignatius straightened in his chair. How was the investigation? I found him. Unfortunately, I couldn't take down the mercenary. Julius shook his head as he leaned against the director's desk, exhaustion evident in every line of his body. The recent pursuit had clearly taken its toll. I had the complete advantage in power, but when it came to escaping, he proved extraordinarily skilled. I tried following him through the abyss, but there were too many creatures. I ended up wasting energy without achieving anything from there. With a gesture that spoke of pure frustration, the prince hurled the blood-stained backpack onto the desk. The impact resonated through the office with a dull thud, the considerable weight of its contents making the solid wood creak. At least I managed to wound him significantly, he continued, his eyes gleaming with the memory of combat. Golden light flickered across his irises as his killing stirred beneath his skin. He might not survive. I tore off another arm and a leg during our confrontation. The prince straightened. But using the abyssal power from the start was barely enough for him to escape. He invoked the abyssal vein again, they undoubtedly can control it. The small surge of abyssals attacked me while ignoring him. His fingers clenched into fists. He replaced his lost leg and hand with scorpion appendages almost instantly and ran. The mutation capacity of abyssal beasts. The director began to mutter, but Julius cut him off with a sharp gesture. This wasn't a simple mutation. The prince's voice carried an edge. It was as if the beast was part of him at a deeper level, the way he manipulated those appendages. Too natural, too controlled. And the normal beast, the hippogriff? The director asked. I destroyed his form, Julius responded, bitter satisfaction coloring his voice. My Wolverine followed the mercenary while I used the Keelan. It was a relatively easy battle, but the beast fought to the end. His expression darkened. By the time I had defeated it, the mercenary had already tricked my beast and escaped quite far. When I caught up, part of the griffin had already regenerated in his body, so he used its wings to move faster and reach the abyss. The director and his cousin listened intently to the story. The girl, especially, seemed fascinated by the pursuit's details, her eyes never leaving the prince as he spoke. What's in the backpack? His cousin finally asked, her gaze fixed on the bloodied object. Julius pushed it, causing its contents to spill across the desk in a cascade. Dozens of cores rolled across the polished surface, some still stained with dark crimson, others emitting a faint pulsing glow in the fading light. Why risk so much for this? The director picked up one of the cores. Surely they could obtain many others more easily in their territory. Apart from generating random eggs in the controlled veins, cores are practically useless once the beast dies. Maybe they're not so useless. The prince's voice dropped lower, heavy with implication. Maybe there's something we don't understand, but they do. What if it's not the quantity that matters, but the specific type? If they've discovered how to hatch them, if they're from specific creatures that help them. His eyes narrowed. Like the one from the mercenary infiltrating us. His words fell heavily in the room, each syllable weighted with unspoken threats. The director observed the cores scattered across his desk with renewed concern, while the prince's cousin began collecting them. Her movements precise and methodical. The setting sun filtered through the office windows, making the cores gleam with an ominous light. What had seemed like worthless remains now represented a potential threat none of them had considered. What if it's not coincidence? What if they're collecting specific cores to facilitate their mass infiltrations? We need to investigate this further, the director began, but the prince was already walking toward the door, his Keelan's light casting elongated shadows. I'm already doing something about it. Julius paused in the threshold. For now, I need you to complete the paperwork for the extra guards, and you, dear cousin, keep watching our friend very carefully. The door closed behind him with a soft click, leaving the director and his cousin contemplating the situation, silent witnesses to an approaching war that was taking an unexpected turn. Ren's muscles screamed in protest as he settled into his bed. Every movement sent waves of pain through his overtaxed body, reminders of Lin's particularly brutal training session. He took the recovery pill she had given him, feeling the familiar warmth spreading through his limbs as the special medicine took effect. The constant ache began to fade, replaced by a gentle tingling sensation that promised relief. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed softly as his gaze drifted to the two cores resting on his nightstand. The mantis and hydra cores glowed faintly with the mana he had invested in them. His trunk caught his attention, specifically the 2 eggs hidden within. The ambush bug egg especially. He could sell it. There were always buyers interested in rare eggs, and though bugs weren't popular, their rarity guaranteed a good price if he was patient enough to find the right buyer or collector. But finding it already transformed was too lucky, he thought, as his mushroom's glow momentarily distracted Taro. It could be useful later. His eyes drifted to where he kept the Abyssal Shadowstalker core. Though he couldn't use it yet. His knowledge didn't cover abyssals. Perhaps when his spore increased in rank, there would be interesting possibilities. Bronze rank with 2 beasts. He could become strong enough to defeat beasts with real cores when he reached that level. The thought made his heartbeat hasten with anticipation. Could he obtain more cores in the future to produce more eggs, transform them for use or sale? The mushrooms pulsed insistently, reminding him of reality first. He needed to become stronger. Dealing with bronze rank beasts was too dangerous at his current level. Luck and knowledge would only take him so far. He needed real power to back up his plans. Hey Ren. Taro's voice pulled him from his thoughts. His roommate sat cross-legged on his bed, surrounded by books and notes from Wei's class. The flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows across his unusually serious expression. Do you really believe my beetle can evolve beyond bronze? Taro fidgeted nervously with his pen. Truth is, I've tried not to get my hopes up, but... He paused, searching for the right words in the dim light. You always surprise us, he finally continued, voice thick with emotion. With your knowledge, with your predictions. Now, if even those cores transform into eggs, I won't be able to help it anymore. And now, with my beetle's cultivation, Tears began forming in his eyes. Chapter 120, Taming the Prince Investment. He paused, searching for the right words in the dim light. You always surprise us, he finally continued, voice thick with emotion. With your knowledge, with your predictions. Now, if even those cores transform into eggs, I won't be able to help it anymore. And now, with my beetle's cultivation, Tears began forming in his eyes. The mushrooms pulsed gently as Ren watched his friend struggle with his doubts. I'm scared, Taro admitted in a whisper that barely disturbed the night air. Scared that this hope will turn into disappointment. Everyone says it's impossible, that I should be content with bronze rank 2 at most. Ren sat up in his bed, ignoring the protest of his aching muscles. I promise you that won't happen. How can you be so sure? Because, Ren smiled with quiet confidence, I see what others can't, and you have potential you can't even imagine. Taro opened his mouth to respond, but a sharp knock at the door interrupted them. The sound echoed strangely in the quiet dormitory. Who could be visiting at this hour? Did Liu forget his key again? Taro rose, setting aside his studies. No, they told me. Ren shook his head. He and Min are in the library until late. Liu's helping Min with an assignment. Another knock, more insistent this time. Good evening, Ren? Prince Julius smiled when the door opened, his presence immediately filling the small room. How have you been? Without waiting for an invitation, he strode inside. His eyes immediately fixed on the cores resting in their elaborate nests of diverse materials. Interesting, he murmured, studying the setup with undisguised curiosity. I see you've been busy. Taro had frozen on his bed, textbooks forgotten as he watched the Crown Prince enter their dormitory for the second time. I brought you a gift, Julius continued, dropping a stained backpack onto the floor. Dozens of cores rolled across the wooden planks, their dull surfaces catching the light from Ren's mushrooms. Ren showed his surprise as he observed the sheer quantity of cores scattered before him. I was thinking. The prince casually leaned against Taro's desk, his Qilin's power subtly manifesting in golden ripples across his skin. Instead of taking them back to be converted into random ones, how about I leave them with you to show me what you can do with them? Ren glanced between the cores and the prince. Oh, don't worry. Julius waved a dismissive hand. The castle has far more than we can process anyway. Ren's mushrooms pulsed as he analyzed the cores. They all appeared to be from scorpions, their essence still faintly resonating with their original nature. Filling them all with mana will be difficult, Ren commented cautiously, acutely aware of Taro's presence. You have time, the prince smiled. Besides, I think that vein we found will be safe for quite a while. He winked at Ren. Julius transformed his stomach into something resembling a bottomless void and pulled out an enormous package. I also brought you these. He unwrapped it to reveal 10 more Hydra plates. This should give you enough to work with for a while. Ren nodded slowly, noting how the prince carefully avoided mentioning eggs specifically in front of Taro. Though, Julius added casually, in your next demonstration, I'd like to see if you can do something more interesting. Like a Hydra one, for example. Ren felt his throat go dry. His mushrooms pulsed erratically as he searched for an excuse. But then he noticed something peculiar. Among all the scattered cores, there wasn't a single Hydra one. They were all scorpion cores. Wouldn't it be strange for the intruder who was trying so hard to get a Hydra core not to have any among their collection? The prince followed his gaze. Oh? I hadn't paid attention to that. To me, all cores were just cores. His smile widened. Thank you for noticing. He moved toward the door. Unfortunately, my vacation has to end. My siblings must be drowning in work without me. Before leaving, he paused in the threshold. I'll visit you again, Ren. I have a feeling you'll do very interesting things in the future. Ren scratched his head, unsure how to respond as the door closed behind the prince. What just happened? Taro finally found his voice. Ren surveyed the cores scattered across the floor. The prince had been somewhat careful with his words, but the message was clear. He knew more than he let on. Seems I have more work than I thought, he murmured as he began gathering the cores. Day 105. Liu sighed while checking his calendar. Only 75 days left until the end of semester. Min looked up from his books, his water snake coiling lazily around his shoulders. 105 days have passed already. Feels like we just arrived yesterday. We should be going gathering today, Taro commented while absorbing his daily crystal. His cultivation was on day 75. At least we have the tournament to distract us. Min tried to sound optimistic. 3 days of competition. Ren, who was organizing his trunk, struggled to make space among his materials. The 15 hydra plates and cores took up an enormous amount of room. Even the space under his bed hadn't been spared. Most are from the prince, he insisted when he noticed his friend's knowing looks. Sure, Liu smiled. Like the 100,000 crystals you casually deposited the other day. Or the 50,000 you invested in your core lamps, Min added. Oh, Taro perked up. Did you hear about our tournament prize? Professor Yang will announce it today, but I overheard some senior students talking about it. No. Is it something good? Liu asked, noticing Taro's excitement. It must be. Taro practically bounced on his bed. It's to compensate for the canceled gathering trip after all. I didn't get that kind of event last year, but I bet it's special materials, Liu speculated. Like Ren's hydra plates. The ones worth 30,000 each? Min whistled. Most are from the prince, Ren repeated. Or maybe some bronze shine crystals, Taro continued excitedly. Like the ones Ren wastes on his nests. The ones that cost 10,000 each, Min recalled. It's not a waste, Ren muttered. The bell rang. Oh, Min jumped up. It's time! Yang's going to make the announcement. All four hurried to the training field, where other students were already gathering. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the packed earth as they found their places. Yang waited for everyone to settle before beginning. This friendly tournament will compensate for the gathering trip, his voice resonated across the field. 3 days of competition. The best teams will prove their worth. The tension was palpable as students waited for the prize announcement. The winning team, Yang made a dramatic pause, will be exempt from the final Tamer battle exam and receive 10,000 crystals for each member. Min, Liu, and Taro slowly turned to look at Ren, who tried to maintain a neutral expression. 10,000, Min murmured. Like 1/3 of a hydra plate? Liu calculated. Or one of his nest crystals, Taro added. The three sighed in unison. The plates are from the prince, Ren repeated automatically, his mushrooms now definitely pulsing with amusement. Still, Min complained. After seeing your 100,000 deposit, and the 30,000 you spent on materials with Jesse, and the 50,000 on your lamps, and they're from the prince, Ren interrupted. But this time he didn't even try to hide his smile. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed cheerfully, while his friends continued lamenting how 10,000 crystals no longer sounded impressive after witnessing Ren's investments. At least, Liu grinned, we know who to borrow from if we need money. If he sells any of his 15 hydra plates, Min laughed. Most are from the prince, all three chorused along with Ren, bursting into laughter. Chapter 121 Tamer's Friendly Competition. In the dormitory room, Min and Taro were visibly depressed. 5,000 for second place, Min collapsed onto his bed. And 1,000 points for third and fourth. Not even real money for 5th to 8th place, Taro sighed, absently turning his daily cultivation crystal between his fingers. His beetle's markings had dulled to match his mood. Liu laughed from his desk. What did you expect, that they'd hand out fortunes like Ren's? Ren listened while organizing his materials, trying to find space where none existed. Anyway, Liu continued, it's not like you had a chance of winning. Luna's famous wolf will sweep everyone aside, and if not her, it'll be Klein's expensive beasts or some other noble. Liu's right. Maybe we should focus on the mines, Min murmured, then grimaced. Although lately, it's impossible to find decent veins, Taro completed the thought. And Ren always disappears shortly after we enter to search for good veins alone. Selfish mushroom. Ren's mushrooms pulsed as guilt pricked at his conscience. His expeditions to the depths were still too dangerous to bring a group that would make more noise. The interrupted gathering trip was terrible too, Min continued, his snake mimicking his dejected posture. Only 1,000 crystals from the weaver's thread. I can only say I did better than the rest with 1,500 because I sold the thread to Ren. At least you got extra. Taro sank deeper into his bed. If my mother hadn't sent money, I still wouldn't have the defense room. 12,000 crystals. You would have gotten it, Ren interjected, though barely 5 days before the 100 days limit. How are we supposed to cultivate higher ranks like this? Min complained. The mines are practically empty in the safe levels now, and we've already lost 5 days of gathering outside. Ren considered how to cheer up his friends. We can try to win at least one round, and I'll give you my 1,000 crystal prize. If we don't manage even that, this tournament is just preliminary, he began. The important one will be the final exam. By then Taro will have evolved, and we'll have a better chance. If I evolve, Taro muttered. You will, Ren affirmed with conviction. And when you rank up, you'll be able to get better materials. I'll teach you how to deal with the weaker worms. There are specific techniques you can use with your next ability that. And now you're going to disappear with Taro in the mines, Liu teased. Ren ignored the comment and turned to Min. You could start your cultivation too. Your snake has potential and... Ah, no! Min waved his hands nervously. I prefer to wait and see how it goes for Taro first. Fine, I won't insist. But back to the tournament topic, you should at least try. We've practiced. Besides, he continued, we don't need to win to pass Yang's class. Just give a good demonstration and... The bell's ring interrupted him. The four exchanged glances. It was time. At least, Min tried to joke as they stood up. If we lose quickly, we can go to the mines before other teams finish. And follow Ren. Maybe this time we'll catch him before he disappears and reveal his secrets, Liu added. We'll find his magical vein of infinite crystals. Ren rolled his eyes. The training field had been transformed for the tournament. In the first semester zone, only 8 teams were going to fight. The teams had arrived and Yang explained the battle format. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the packed earth as students took their positions. Ren, Min, and Taro observed their competitors with careful attention. Klein stood proudly apart with his team, his golden lion manifesting in brilliant patterns. Feng and Aster flanked him. Near them, another team of nobles who constantly sought their approval practiced their formations. Luna and her 2 companions maids remained silent in their corner, her shadow wolf barely visible as a rippling darkness around her. The other noble girls, her cousins, and the other maid maintained a calculated distance from everyone else. Jin and his group occupied the opposite end of the field, and beside them had formed another team that lately seemed to gravitate toward their influence. But formed another 2, 8 teams. In the stand, 6 new girls observed the preparations. Though they had arrived recently, they had already integrated themselves into the noble circle, orbiting especially around Luna and her cousins. It was curious how the teachers barely made them participate in class, and now they wouldn't compete in the tournament either. Remember that since most of you are young and your beasts are still not very resistant, no weapons or offensive skills in dangerous body areas will be allowed or Yang, and I will stop you and disqualify you, Lin warned them. First match, Yang announced. Jin's team versus Larissa's team. The maid with the armadillo took central position, Larissa and Leora flanking her. Facing them, Jin smiled as Kai advanced to the vanguard, his green scales gleaming under the sun. Cass moved to the right, her eagle partially manifesting in shimmering feather patterns across her skin. Begin. Yang gave the signal. Kai launched forward, activating his speed enhanced by his lizard legs. The maid responded by activating the armadillo's shield skill, creating a semicircular barrier that covered all 3 of them. But Cass and Jin ran to the sides, their movements fluid and practiced. Now! Jin ordered. Cass began launching small cutting wind bursts, while Jin circled around the shield to attack from behind, his spiritual claws gleaming with ethereal light. Leora's blue hair rippled like flames as she dodged the wind cuts, but she didn't counterattack. Her movements were graceful, almost dance-like, but she was clearly holding back. The faint glow around Larissa intensified slightly when Jin approached, but she too didn't respond with power. Instead, she relied solely on hand-to-hand combat techniques to counter Jin's advances. We have them cornered. Kai pressed against the shield. The maid maintained her position, the armadillo channeling more power into the barrier. Larissa and Leora continued moving with grace, dodging attacks but never utilizing their beast skills. Ren observed from the stands, noting how the 2 nobles contained their beast features and abilities as always. For most, it would be difficult to guess the girl's beast for this reason, since many beasts shared flames or glows, but not for Ren. Leora's will-o-wisp could have launched devastating flames, while Larissa's mineral light fairy could have easily blinded their opponents, or defended its tamer even better than Kai's lizard. Even short spatial jumps would have completely changed the course of the battle, because both could do them. They were truly powerful creatures like Luna's wolf, but for some reason, they didn't want to show them. Chapter 122 Tamers Friendly Competition 2. Leora's will-o-wisp could have launched devastating flames, while Larissa's mineral light fairy could have easily blinded their opponents, or defended its tamer even better than Kai's lizard. Even short spatial jumps would have completely changed the course of the battle, because both could do them. They were truly powerful creatures like Luna's wolf, but for some reason, they didn't want to show them. Ren had a theory, based on the prince's face, and the familiar resemblance some of the girl's features shared after being close to him for a while. Also on the fact that no random eggs could produce such beasts. They had to come from unique eggs unavailable in the market. Unlike Luna's beast, the eggs of these creatures would be many times more costly. If Luna's wolf could compete with them, it was only due to her enormous luck in obtaining it from a random black egg. They had to be very important people, but the fact that they weren't searched for during the first excursion's attack by the Abyssals must have been because they hid to look as plain nobles. Yet Ren had one doubt when looking at the girl's features. Luna. Why didn't she hide? Jin increased the pressure, his spirit claws slicing through the air ever closer to striking Larissa. She simply stepped back, her glow barely perceptible beneath her skin. They're boxing themselves in. Cass intensified her attacks, creating a rain of wind cuts that forced Leora to move closer to the shield. The air itself seemed to shimmer with each slice. The maid adjusted her position, maintaining the barrier, though the effort was beginning to show. The armadillo's plates glowed with increasing strain, their light flickering under the pressure. Lost shield formation? Jin commanded. Kai suddenly withdrew while Cass and Jin converged from both sides. The maid stepped forward accidentally when Kai's pressure disappeared, forced to pivot the shield to protect her ladies. This left her back exposed, which Kai immediately exploited. His green plates blazed on his fist as he struck the girl. Simultaneously, Jin and Cass launched their most powerful attacks, their beast energies harmonizing in deadly synchronization. Larissa and Leora could have used their spatial jumps to reposition. Instead, they moved conventionally, allowing themselves to be caught in the attack pattern. The combination was devastating. Cass's wind cuts forced Leora toward Jin's spirit claws, while Kai finally broke through the maid's defensive formation. The coordinated assault left no room for escape. After that, the noble girls tried to win, with hand-to-hand combat techniques, even getting close to knocking Jin out, but ultimately Jin's group's liberal use of abilities proved too much for them. Victory for Jin's team, Yang announced. The nobles withdrew gracefully, showing no frustration at their defeat. The maid bowed respectfully, her armadillo features fading from view like morning mist. Good battle, Jin smiled, but there was something mocking in his gaze. From the stands, the 6 new girls observed in silence. Their expressions remained unreadable as the nobles returned to their side. Next match, Yang announced. Klein's team versus Roran's team. The Goldcrest family heir stepped forward with his usual arrogance, his golden lion manifesting in an impressively generous mane. Feng, whose red cobra created scarlet scales across his skin, and Aster, with his rhinoceros's bluish plates, flanked him with similar aristocratic bearing. On the other side, Roran's team took their positions. His troll dog, a robust beast with grayish skin, fully manifested as it adopted a defensive stance at the front. Mira, his companion with a giant rat, let her beast's moss and flowers bloom across her arms as she positioned herself on the left. The vibrant growth pulsed with gentle energy. Trent and his fire ant completed the formation on the right, heat shimming around him. Begin! Klein didn't even move. Seeing that Roran had fully released his beast, he did the same, and with a casual gesture his lion roared, creating a golden pressure wave that forced his opponents back. Feng followed suit, his cobra slithering forward, scarlet scales gleaming as it spat a stream of venom toward Mira. The giant rat created a moss barrier, but the venom began corroding it instantly, eating through the green defense like acid. Aster's rhinoceros charged at Trent. The power of its charge made the ground tremble, forcing the fire ant to abandon its position. Hold formation! Roran shouted, his troll dog struggling to break free from the paralyzing effect of Klein's lion. Pathetic? Klein smiled as his lion pounced, attacking with golden claws that left trails of light in the air. Mira's rat managed to regenerate its moss enough to dodge another of Feng's attacks, but the cobra's scales began to glow with greater intensity. The next stream of venom didn't hit the moss, it made a parabola aimed directly at Mira's feet, forcing her to jump out of the way. The rhinoceros charged from the flank, channeling power into a strike that shattered Trent's fire ant's defense. The wall of flames was impressive, but the rhinoceros's bluish plate shone, creating a barrier that nullified the damage completely. The ant was crushed beneath its power. Roran's troll dog was knocked down by Klein's lion, its gray claws scraping the ground in desperate attempts to escape its grip. This is boring, Klein sighed. Feng Aster, let's end this. Feng's red cobra coiled around his arm while scarlet scales covered more of his skin. The venom it spat this time, guided by Feng's will, formed a complete circle around Roran's team. Aster's rhinoceros charged again. The ground beneath its feet cracked and splintered as it rushed forward. Klein simply extended his hand, his lion roaring one final time to paralyze them. The golden pressure combined with Aster's charge, amplifying the rhinoceros's power to devastating effect. The result was brutal. Mira's rat's moss withered instantly as it was knocked out, and Yang stopped the battle before real damage could be done. Victory for Klein's team, Yang announced, though it was unnecessary. Klein didn't even look at his defeated opponents as he withdrew, Feng and Aster following with the same arrogance with which they had entered. From the stands, Jin observed in silence. His expression remained neutral, but his eyes tracked Klein's every movement with predatory focus. Klein paused briefly, looking toward where Luna watched the battles. For a moment, his expression shifted from arrogance to something else. But the moment passed quickly as he continued on his way, the golden line fading from his skin like sunset's last rays. Next match, Yang called. Luna's team against. Chapter 123 Tamers Friendly Competition 3. Luna's team against Hector's team, Yang announced, his voice carrying across the hushed training field. Luna stepped gracefully onto the field, her shadow wolf barely visible as a dark silhouette at her feet, rippling like ink in water. Her noble companions, in reality her maids, took flanking positions. The cloud bird of one created soft wisps in the air, while the small tree growing from the other's turtle shell swayed gently. In the stand, students leaned forward, eager to witness Luna's infamous combat style. Even the new noble girls seemed to pay closer attention, their usual aloof expressions showing hints of genuine interest. Hector, leader of Klein's follower team, manifested his minotaur, its horns gleaming menacingly as he took center position. The beast's power radiated in waves of barely contained aggression. To his right, Vern let his centaur fully materialize, its hooves resonating against the ground in a steady rhythm. The hybrid beast's muscles rippled with anticipation. Rosalind completed the formation, her three-horned horse pawing the earth eagerly. The beast's three horns caught the sunlight like polished spears, their points promising swift and decisive strikes. Begin! Hector's minotaur charged immediately, its horns blazing as it aimed for Luna. Vern's centaur flanked right while the tri-horned horse attacked from the left. The triple attack formation would have overwhelmed most opponents through sheer power alone. Luna smiled. Her maid's beasts moved to intercept, the cloudbird creating a curtain of mist while the tree turtle generated many thin wooden stakes at the front. They appear to be a weak defense against the charging power of three noble beasts. Some spectators even muttered about the apparent mismatch, but it was going exactly as Luna had planned. Just as the minotaur was about to impact the barrier, the maids melted into the mist, and Luna vanished into the shadows. Her wolf emerged behind Hector, its fangs gleaming as they prepared to bite his leg. Behind, Vern shouted, spinning to protect his companion. But there was nothing there except lingering shadows. Luna appeared from Vern's own shadow, her precise strike finding a pressure point in his neck that sent him stumbling off balance. The attack was so swift that many in the audience missed it entirely, seeing only its effects. At the front, Rosalind turned and attempted to charge Luna, but the cloudbird had created enough cover for the shadow wolf to slide through the mist, arriving at Rosalind's back, biting not too deep, as permitted the girl's leg before she could attack Luna from behind. Defensive formation! Hector ordered upon seeing his injured companion, his minotaur backing up to protect him and his teammates. The tree turtle advanced then, its seemingly harmless skill becoming a threat. It began creating more stakes between the boys to separate them, and when the horse tried to charge back, roots extended with surprising speed, entangling its feet. Luna switched places with her wolf just as the centaur tried to stomp her. The wolf dodged the slow attack meant for Luna, and its fangs found the beast's flank while Luna materialized behind Rosalind like a ghost. The cloudbird's mist had spread across the entire field, creating a labyrinth of shadows and sticks that Luna and her wolf exploited with devastating efficiency. Hector struggled to free his minotaur, also caught by the roots, but one of the maids emerged behind him for a knockout strike. The wolf also surfaced from below, its fangs finding the beast's belly. The minotaur roared one final time before fading, returning to Hector's unconscious body. Rosalind and her tri-horned horse were the last to fall, but their resistance proved no different from their companions, and with her injured leg it was only a matter of time. The end came swiftly, almost merciful in its precision. Victory for Luna's team, Yang announced. The mist dissipated slowly, revealing the three defeated nobles and Luna standing at the field center, her shadow wolf once again barely visible at her feet. Her maids maintained neutral expressions, as if their role in the strategy had been insignificant. From the stands, Klein watched with burning intensity. The shadow wolf's power was impressive, but it was Luna's tactical precision that truly stood out. The defeated nobles rose with what dignity they could muster after receiving preventive healing from an assistant's beast. They would head straight to the infirmary, but their pride was more wounded than their bodies. Still, despite their defeat, they had shown considerable skill and coordination. They had simply been outmatched by superior strategy and beast. Luna inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement as she withdrew, her maids following like if they were normal noble girl subordinates. Next match, Yang called, drawing attention back to the field. Ren's team versus Han's team. Ren studied their opponent's formation as they took positions. Han's Weaver Spider, their greatest threat, its ability to control the battlefield more devastating the longer they leave him alone. Sora, with her deer's antlers gleaming in her hair, took the left flank while June with his monkey hands positioned himself on the right. Remember the plan, Ren murmured. Taro, contain Sora and Junmin, keep Taro standing. His mushrooms pulsed as he analyzed their opponent's manifestation patterns. Han's web was the priority, being the worst matchup for Taro. Once neutralized, the others would lose their main tactical advantage. Begin! Sora launched forward immediately, activating her skill to increase his speed to levels comparable to Kai's. Jun activated his skill too, though there was nothing to climb here. The boost it gave was useful, his muscles visibly swelling as his monkey's strength increased from 30% to 60%. Taro advanced to intercept them with his skill also activated. his shell gleaming as he expanded his defense. Min began channeling water, ready to heal or attack as needed. Han started weaving webs around himself, creating hexagonal patterns. Ren moved laterally, studying how light refracted through the nearly invisible threads. Sora rammed against Taro's shield, his manifested antlers clashing against the reinforced shell. Jun took advantage to flank, his enhanced strength making each blow resonate. Hold on! Min directed a concentrated water jet toward Jun, forcing him to retreat while using another stream to heal the cracks in Taro's defense. Ren dodged Han's first web, noting how the mana had been channeled for the attack even before it was launched. The edges, he thought while jumping aside. They're 4 meters from his hip. Chapter 124 Tamers Friendly Competition 4. Hold on! Min directed a concentrated water jet toward Jun, forcing him to retreat while using another stream to heal the cracks in Taro's defense. Ren dodged Han's first web, noting how the mana had been channeled for the attack even before it was launched. The edges, he thought while jumping aside. They're 4 meters from his hip. Jun vaulted over Taro with monkey-enhanced agility, attempting to strike at Min. Taro's arm extended just in time, his shell's reinforced surface intercepting the blow, while Min counterattacked with a precise water jet to Jun's face. The coordination between defenders and healer had become almost instinctive. Sora seized the momentary distraction to charge again, her antlers blazing with accumulated power. Taro pivoted to intercept, but the sheer force of impact drove him back several steps, leaving small furrows in the packed earth. Han had woven an intricate network of hexagons, the nearly invisible threads limiting Ren's movement options. The pattern was beautiful in its complexity, a deadly spider's web catching the afternoon light, but instead of retreating, Ren advanced. The weaving pattern has a rhythm. His mushrooms pulsed as he analyzed each intersection. 3 gaps large enough for me between each main connection. Ren slid between the web's gaps with serpentine grace. Lin's technique gave him the confidence to approach, but it was his analytical mind that revealed the exact paths through Han's deadly maze. Han's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected the mushroom boy to enter his trap zone so directly. Spectators leaned forward, sensing something unprecedented was about to unfold again. Meanwhile, Taro held Jun at bay, his carapace absorbing blow after enhanced blow, while Min alternated between healing his fracturing defense and keeping Sora at distance with precisely aimed water jets. Their teamwork had evolved dramatically since their first training sessions, each movement supporting the others. Ren surveyed the battlefield with calculating eyes. Han's hexagonal webs reached only hip height, unable to rise higher without anchor points, a limitation of the field he could exploit. In a forest, Han would have been far more problematic for them. Han launched another web, trying to snare Ren as he approached. The hexagons gleamed faintly, nearly invisible, except for how they distorted light and their mana content. The pattern was mesmerizing but deadly. Ren moved. Not backward as Han expected, but sideways. A calculated leap carried him over the low webs, landing perfectly in another gap. Then he sprang forward to finally close the distance, but... Got you! Han's smile was triumphant as he launched a web directly into Ren's trajectory mid-air. Time seemed to slow. He was in trouble but not trapped. Not yet. Ren hung suspended in the air, the web approaching with inexorable certainty. From the stand, several students held their breath. It seemed impossible to dodge in that position. Jin's smile widened knowingly. Ren! Min's cry echoed across the field, but he couldn't help while maintaining Taro's defense. Sora tried to exploit the opening to charge Min. Her antlers blazed as she rushed forward, but Taro remained vigilant. In a move that demonstrated how much his initiative had improved since his defeat against Jin, thanks to the hope Ren had given him, Taro grabbed one of Sora's antlers. Using her own charging momentum against her, he spun and hurled her directly into Jun. The impact sent both sprawling. Ren calculated angles and distances in the split second he had left. The web approached, its hexagons glowing with Han's anticipated victory. Now. The mushrooms in his hair flared brilliantly, temporarily blinding Han with their sudden radiance. It was all he needed. In that same instant, Ren covered his right hand with spores. As the web was about to catch him, he grabbed one of the threads he'd been jumping over and pulled hard, canceling his jump's forward momentum to drop faster. The spores adhered to the sticky thread while his hand came away clean. Han blinked away the afterimages, expecting to see Ren trapped in his web, but there was nothing above. The strike came from below. Ren had crawled under the web network. His kick connected perfectly with his opponent's legs, sweeping the weaver off his feet. Han tried to break his fall by putting his hands down, but before they could touch earth, Ren's fist was already threading between his arms. The uppercut, perfected through countless sessions with Lin, found exactly the right point on Han's jaw. The weaver crashed unconscious to the ground. Han is out, Yang announced, his voice cutting through the stunned silence. When Taro had thrown them together, Sora and Jun collapsed in a tangle of limbs, giving Ren time to rejoin his teammates. Their expressions showed a mixture of relief and renewed determination. Without Han's support, the combat dynamics shifted dramatically as Ren joined the fray. Shall we finish this? Ren smiled, his mushrooms pulsing as he adopted one of Lin's combat stances. Min and Taro nodded, falling into position beside him. Taro and Ren moved to flank their opponents while protecting their healer. Lin's training sessions with Ren and their practice as a team finally bore fruit. Within minutes, Sora and June also lay defeated. Their resistance was skilled but futile against the team's synchronized assault. Victory for Ren's team. The first round is concluded, Yang announced while assistants tended to the minor injuries. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed softly as he helped Han to his feet. The Weaver blinked in confusion, still processing what had happened. How? He began to ask. My spores, Ren explained, showing him the residue still clinging to the thread. They stuck to the thread, but my hand didn't. Han studied the spores for a moment before laughing. Using my own web as an anchor point, brilliant. From the stands, Luna observed with renewed interest, unable to completely hide a small smile from her watchful maids. Her shadow wolf seemed to ripple at her feet. For the semi-finals, Luna's team versus Jin's team, Klein's team versus Ren's team. Ren's mushrooms pulsed steadily as he looked toward where Klein smiled arrogantly, his golden lion's mane shimmering. The real test was about to begin. Chapter 125 Taming promises the room was illuminated by the light of 3 moons when they returned from the infirmary, casting triple shadows that danced across the walls. Their injuries had been minor, bruises and scratches that the auxiliaries had healed quickly. Well, at least you made it to the semi-finals. Lu tried to lift the mood as he settled at his desk. That's more than most people expected. Min collapsed onto his bed, stretching muscles that still ached despite the healing. His water snake coiled dejectedly around his belly. Yeah, and now we get to face the strongest team in the tournament. Perfect. Maybe Luna's team is stronger, though it depends on how you look at it. If you'd been matched against Jin's team, you'd have had a chance, Lu continued, trying to find silver linings. Their beasts are strong, but not at Klein's team's level. Those are too much, even with Ren's strategies. No. Strategies don't help much when there's such a huge power gap, Taro muttered. Ren stood by the window, his mushrooms pulsing softly as he mentally reviewed every possibility. He wanted to tell them there was a way, that if they tried hard enough and executed the perfect plan. But even with all his knowledge, he couldn't find a viable solution. The gap was simply too wide. Klein's golden lion, Feng's red cobra, Aster's rhinoceros, all beasts with explosive growth in their early stages. Their raw power was evident in every movement, every manifestation. In contrast, Taro's beetle would need time to reach its true potential. Min's snake was just beginning to develop its water abilities. And his mushrooms. Well, the intense glow only worked up to a point and wouldn't surprise anyone anymore. He didn't want to give them false hope. It wouldn't be fair to promise an impossible victory. Hey, don't make those faces, Lu tried again, his nightbat manifesting slightly in response to his concern. Nobody expected you to get this far. Just being in the semi-finals is. Maybe we can find a way to lose with style, Min completed with a resigned smile, his snake mimicking his defeated posture. Ren finally turned to face his friends. His mushrooms pulsed steadily as he made a decision. You should be happy, he said, drawing everyone's attention. At least you're guaranteed 1,500 crystals each. Each? Taro blinked in confusion, his beetle's markings swirling with surprise. But third place is only 1,000 points. I'll give you my share, Ren explained, his mushrooms casting gentle light patterns across the room. I don't really need it and... Oh! Min sat up straighter, a hint of his usual humor returning. The generous magnate doesn't need his prize because he has a trunk full of hydroplates. Which are from the prince, Lu added automatically, triggering laughter that helped ease the tension. It's not because of that, Ren smiled, his mushrooms pulsing with amusement. It's because you worked hard following the plan, and... A knock at the door interrupted him. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed with sudden alertness as everyone turned toward the entrance. It was late, and after the day they'd had. Another knock, more insistent this time. Ren approached the door, his mushrooms analyzing the presence on the other side. Whoever it was carried an aura of purpose that seemed unusually intense for this hour. The male wing's corridors were practically deserted at this hour, moonlight creating patches of silver and shadow across the wooden floors. A girl moved with the practiced grace of someone accustomed to avoiding notice, her blue hair barely visible in the darkness as she slipped between shadows. Each step was precisely placed, each movement calculated for silence. Like so many other nights, her destination was Ren's room. It had become routine. Listen, observe, report. But tonight something was different. A movement in the perpendicular hallway made her quicken her pace. For an instant, a flash of her blue hair was illuminated by moonlight through a window before she vanished around the corner. Klein, passing by, froze mid-step. Luna, the blue hair, the direction. His eyes narrowed as he processed that this corridor led directly to Ren's room. His golden lion stirred beneath his skin, responding to his rising tension. The knocks at the door startled the room's occupants from their contemplation. Ren approached cautiously, his mushroom's light revealing his friend's concerned expressions. When he opened it, Klein shoved the door with enough force to make Ren step back instinctively into a defensive stance. Feng and Aster flanked Klein but remained in the hallway, their beasts partially manifesting as their leader scanned the room with narrowed eyes, as if searching for something. Or someone. Hey! Min jumped up, his water snake coiling protectively around him. You can't just barge in like that. Ren, hide the plates, Taro whispered urgently. Maybe they're here to steal them. If he steals anything, he'll be expelled, noble or not, Lu interjected. The Academy is extremely strict about obtained items. The value must be doubled by them, so they're very careful about where things come from. Klein diverted his attention from the corner he'd been examining. I'm not interested in your miserable possessions, he spat, though it was clear he had no idea of the wealth Ren had accumulated. Not that it mattered, as the Goldcrest heir. Money was the least of his concerns. His eyes swept the room one final time before focusing on Ren with laser intensity. Came to tell you something directly. His golden lion manifested partially, creating brilliant patterns across his skin and expanding his mane into a corona of power. Tomorrow, I will humiliate you in front of everyone. When they see the abyssal difference between us, perhaps you'll finally understand your place. Ren's mushrooms pulsed with growing irritation as Klein spoke of humiliation. It was one thing to know the battle would be difficult for them. He himself had been considering it moments before. But seeing how his friends lowered their gazes before Klein's threats, Ren's mushrooms pulsed as he studied Klein. There was something more than simple arrogance in his bearing, an extra tension, an irritation that went beyond his usual disdain. His golden lion's manifestation seemed almost unstable with emotion. Once I demonstrate how insignificant you are, Klein continued, his voice carrying an edge of something personal, it will be perfectly clear that approaching Luna is forbidden. Taro and Min exchanged confused looks. Luna, what does she have to do with this? After all, Klein raised his voice slightly, as if wanting someone else to hear. A promised girl shouldn't be meeting other men in secret. The silence that followed was absolute. Ren's friends stared at Klein uncomprehendingly, while Feng and Aster seemed equally confused by their leader's comment. The tension in the room grew thick enough to cut. Promised? Min finally broke the silence. What are you talking about? Klein ignored the question, his eyes fixed on Ren with burning intensity. Tomorrow you'll learn your place, Mushroom, and I hope that afterwards certain people remember their obligations too. I told you before. Ren stepped forward, cutting off Klein's monologue. That kind of discourse is for halfwits. Klein froze in the doorway, his golden lion manifesting more fully until its power filled the corridor with shimmering light. What did you say? Chapter 126, Tamer's Pride. I told you before. Ren stepped forward, cutting off Klein's monologue. That kind of thinking is for halfwits. Klein froze in the doorway. His golden lion manifested more fully. What did you say? Having a beast that is decent in the lower ranks doesn't give you the right to look down on others. Ren's mushrooms pulsed with growing intensity, their light steady and unwavering. Or to threaten humiliation, or to treat people like objects. A decent beast, Klein turned fully. My golden lion's lineage is the culmination of generations of noble cultivation. You dare call it decent? What next will you compare it to your pathetic mushrooms? Your beast or your noble genes don't make you a better person than anyone else. Ren's voice remained firm, unbending. And tomorrow won't be the easy victory you imagine against my awesome spore. Min and Taro straightened slightly at his words. It wasn't a promise of victory. Both understood the real odds too well for that. But it was a promise of dignity. Are you challenging me, Mushroom? Klein stepped forward, but Ren held his ground. I'm reminding you that arrogance has a price. Ren met Klein's gaze steadily. And that my friends deserve respect, regardless of tomorrow's outcome. Feng and Aster exchanged wary glances. Few dared confront Klein like this. Tomorrow, Klein practically spat the word. You'll regret every single one of those words. And when I'm done with you and your pathetic friends, everyone will see the difference between someone who needs to humiliate others to feel superior, Ren cut in, and those who win or lose with dignity. Outside in the dark hallway, the girl held her breath. Her mistake in being seen had caused Klein to reveal something perturbing, but at least now she knew, though now she would have to report this unexpected development. The Goldcrest heir was saying very concerning things, and she didn't like hearing that at all. At least Ren seemed unwilling to let Klein say whatever he wanted about it. The silence that followed within the room crackled with tension. Golden patterns danced across Klein's skin, pulsing with fury. Tomorrow, Klein finally spoke, his voice cold as winter frost. In the arena, we'll settle this once and for all. Tomorrow, Ren nodded once. When Klein and his followers finally left, Min released the breath he'd been holding. What was all that about? Taro asked as they finally closed the door. Klein being Klein, Min shrugged, though worry lined his face. He's trying to intimidate you, Liu suggested. Though I don't know what he meant about Luna. Wait, is he jealous because Ren seduced her in the room the other day? Don't be ridiculous, Ren sighed. Ren, Taro began hesitantly. I know. Ren turned to face Taro and Min. I know the odds aren't in our favor, but that doesn't mean we have to accept his threats or his contempt. You're right, even if we lose, Min smiled faintly. At least we'll do it on our terms. And he'll have to earn his victory, Taro added, his voice stronger now. Liu watched from his corner, a small smile playing on his lips. They might not win tomorrow, but something more important had been strengthened tonight. Ren's mushrooms pulsed softly as he began planning tomorrow's battle. He couldn't promise them victory, but he could ensure Klein never forgot this encounter. Luna, Leora, and Larissa gathered in the main room each night, a ritual as familiar as breathing. 2 of the 3 cousins shared the characteristic blue hair of the adjacent family, while one bore the blonde of the main line. Each wore it differently, like variations on a noble theme. You won't believe the horror story I just heard. One burst into the room, practically trembling with disgust. Mine is shouting to the 4 winds that he has a fiancée. That's impossible, another replied, sitting ramrod straight with an irritated expression. Marriage promises can't even be made until 16. But that's in 6 years, mumbled the 3rd cousin from her corner, half hidden behind a beast manual. And he went straight to Ren's room to make a scene, continued the 1st. The book quivered slightly. To Ren's room? Oh, does that interest you? The storyteller's smile widened mischievously. It was quite interesting. He defended the right to free choice in everything. Who did he defend? The other 2 asked in unison, one demanding and barely audible. A blush crept across one face, its owner immediately turning away in a futile attempt to hide it. Is that a blush I see? Don't be silly. The blushing girl kept her face turned away. It's just warm in here, but we just opened the windows. Don't take her side. The maids, who had remained discreetly in the corners until now, exchanged amused glances. Young Ren has certainly been showing interesting facets lately, one commented. Especially in the mines, added another, causing one of the cousins to visibly tense. It's fascinating how he always knows where to find the best veins and win battles without a beast, and how he seems to understand beasts so well, came the comment from behind the book. And how certain someone always seems to be aware of his movements, a maid added with feigned innocence. Enough. The blushing cousin stood abruptly. It's not what you're implying. And what exactly are we implying? The playful smile grew. We haven't mentioned anything about certain eyes following a certain figure in Yang's classes. The book dropped, revealing a startled face. You noticed too? That's enough. The blushing girl began herding her cousins toward the door. The tournament is tomorrow, and we need rest. The maids hid their smiles, as they watched their young lady practically expel her cousins from the room, their protests and laughter echoing down the hallway. When she finally closed the door, she leaned against it with an exasperated sigh. Young Ren is quite peculiar, isn't he, my lady? A maid commented while preparing the bed. The only response was a soft groan and the sound of someone burying their face in a pillow. The crystal dissolved in Ren's hand, the last of his daily cultivation. In the adjacent bed, Taro absorbed his dose as well. Neither spoke. There was no need. Last night's words still echoed in the room, the promise of dignity. The training field awaited them, ready for battle. Luna's team versus Jin would be an interesting match, but everyone knew who would win. All eyes were on the second battle, the Gold Crest heir against the Mushroom Boy, who seemed to win in interesting ways, leveraging the beast's low rank to cushion his spore's virtual uselessness. Klein was already there, his golden line manifesting across his skin. Feng and Aster flanked him, the red cobra and rhinoceros creating an intimidating tableau. In the stands, Ren saw the 3 cousins with their 3 maids watching intently. Beside them, the 6 new students remained silent. What he had said last night. It was a promise that regardless of the outcome, this battle would be remembered. First semi-final, Yang announced, team. Chapter 127, Tamer's Friendly Competition 5, first semi-final, Yang announced, his voice carrying across the morning air. Luna's team versus Jin's team. The teams advanced to the center of the field. Luna walked with innate grace, her noble companions flanking her with matching elegance. Her shadow wolf was barely visible as a dark silhouette at her feet. Jin took center position, his tiger manifesting partially in rippling stripes across his skin as he studied his opponents. At his right, Kai let his defensive plates gleam under the sun. Cass completed their formation on the left, her eagle flickering like a living shadow above them. Begin! Mist began flowing immediately from the cloudbird, but Jin's confident smile showed he had anticipated this. The same strategy as before. Jin's voice dripped with disdain. Hiding in the mist won't work this time. Luna didn't respond, but a small smile curved her lips as her companion's cloudbird continued producing mist in great quantities. The fog rolled across the ground like a living thing. Cass! Now! Cass's eagle was already outside her body, its majestic wings spread to their full span. Each feather gleamed as it began beating the air, creating currents that started dispersing the mist. The area around Jin's team cleared, revealing the battlefield. Morning light pierced the thinning fog like golden spears. See? Jin's smile widened. Without your cover, your wolf isn't so... He stopped mid-sentence. For a moment, it had seemed their strategy would work. But, where the eagle dispersed the mist, new fog flowed to fill the void. It was like watching water flow in slow motion, filling every empty space with deliberate purpose. Doesn't matter, Jin clenched his teeth. Keep trying, Cass. Kai, prepare for any attack. A cracking sound drew their attention. The turtle's roots and branches began emerging from the ground, creating barriers that serpentined between them. Don't let them separate us. Kai fully activated his plates on his fists, striking the wooden barriers. But for each branch he destroyed, 2 more took its place. A howl resonated through the growing mist. Cass, watch out! Jin shouted, but the wolf had already emerged from the shadows. Its fangs found Cass's flank with precision, drawing a cry of pain. Her eagle, responding to the primal instinct to protect its tamer, abandoned its task of dispersing the mist. It was their fatal mistake. The wolf appeared above the manifested eagle like a black lightning bolt, its fangs finding the exact point where the neck was most vulnerable. The eagle vanished in a flash of light, its form dissolving back into pure mana. Luna emerged simultaneously from Cass's shadow, a precise strike to her nape rendering her unconscious before she could even register the attack. 1 down, Luna counted softly, her voice carrying an edge of satisfaction. Cass! Jin tried to reach his fallen companion, but more wooden barriers blocked his path, the branches weaving together like prison bars. Luna and her wolf vanished back into the shadows. The mist swallowed them whole, leaving no trace of their passage. Back to back, Kai ordered, his plates blazing intensely as he positioned himself beside Jin. Their shoulders touched as they turned slowly, trying to watch every angle at once. A soft laugh echoed through the mist, seeming to come from all directions at once. The sound danced around them like autumn leaves in the wind. Coward! Jin shouted, his frustration evident in every line of his body. Come out and fight face to face! The laughter continued, mixing with the sound of wind through branches and occasional wolf howls. In the mist surrounding them, shadows began to move with deliberate purpose. Coward? Luna's voice resonated through the fog. Like you, always bullying those you think weaker? The wolf bit Jin's arm while Luna's voice distracted him. Jin tried to counterattack with a spirit punch but hit only empty air. The beast had already melted back into the shadows. You're a narcissistic child, a boring bully, Luna continued, her voice moving around them like a dance. What makes you think you're better than others? Your wealthy family? Your beast? Shut up and fight face to face, you witch! Jin launched more spirit punches into the mist, but the wolf was too quick, appearing and vanishing between shadows like a nightmare. Kai withstood the attacks better, his defensive plates absorbing the wolf's bites, but even he began showing wounds in his less protected areas, blood slowly staining his uniform. Enough! Jin growled, his frustration reaching its limit. Spirit Tiger! His beast manifested fully outside his body, roaring as it searched for the wolf in the mist. Luna's laugh gained a sharper edge. Perfect. The wolf emerged from the shadows, this time holding nothing back. It no longer needed to worry about injuring the tamer too deeply. A manifested beast could be eliminated without permanent consequences. It would regenerate completely within a day at most. The massive wolf appeared from below and tore the tiger's throat with a brutal bite. Blood that would soon turn to mana sprayed in an arc through the mist. The tiger managed to connect the slash with its huge paw, making the wolf retreat briefly. But Luna's beast recovered quickly, returning to the shadows while the tiger's open neck let all the mana of its form bleed away. With a flash of light, Jin's beast vanished, returning to his body. No! Jin tried to manifest it again, but it would be impossible for today, and the wolf was already upon him. 2 down. Luna counted again as Jin fell unconscious. The wolf continued its assault against Kai, though the damage it had received was beginning to take its toll. Its movements had slowed slightly, black blood dripping from where the tiger's claws had found their mark. Kai saw his opportunity. The wolf had become slower after the tiger slash. Activating his enhanced speed, he launched himself toward the wolf that had just missed an attack against his armor. It was his final mistake. Luna emerged from his shadow, her strike finding exactly the same point Ren had exploited in their individual battle. Kai's eyes widened in surprise before he collapsed. 3 down, Luna finished counting, satisfaction evident in her tone. Victory for Luna's team, Yang announced as the mist began to dissipate like morning fog burning away under the sun. The wolf walked back to its tamer's side, showing some signs of the encounter with the tiger in its gait, but retreated to Luna's shadow to rest. The noble girls accompanying her maintained their neutral expressions, as if the outcome had been inevitable from the start. Luna observed her fallen opponents as medical auxiliaries approached to tend to them. Next time, she murmured, though only her wolf heard, Think twice before calling someone a coward witch. The mist finished dispersing, revealing the battlefield in its entirety. Klein followed Luna with his gaze as she and her group returned to the stands, his eyes blazing with an intensity that made several people look away. The medical auxiliaries carried away Jin's team. Their injuries weren't severe. Some healing energy would mend them, but taking them to the infirmary beds was more convenient to give them time to recover their dignity as well as their health. Second semifinal. Yang's voice resonated across the field once more. Klein's team versus Ren's team. Chapter 128 Tamer's Friendly Competition 6. Last semifinal. Yang's voice resonated across the field. Klein's team versus Ren's team. Lin watched Ren prepare to descend to the arena, her hands tightening. Her student had progressed enormously in recent months, but this battle, still she couldn't bring herself to suggest surrender. Yet the thought of a crushing defeat affecting his motivation made her chest tighten with worry. Taro and Min flanked Ren as they advanced onto the field. Their expressions showed determination despite the overwhelming odds they faced. The morning sun cast long shadows behind them, like omens of the challenge ahead. What Ren had said last night, it was a promise that, regardless of the outcome, this battle would be remembered, and he intended to go by those words. Klein stepped forward before Yang could begin the match. His golden lion manifested fully, creating a spectacle of light that drew gas from the spectators. Rippled with power, each strand seeming to capture and amplify the morning sun. Listen, everyone. His voice carried across the field. What you're about to witness is not just a battle. This is a demonstration of the natural difference between nobility and those who don't know their place. Feng and Aster smiled as their beast partially manifested, the red cobra and rhinoceros adding their intimidating presence to the scene. The cobra's scales gleamed like fresh blood, while the rhinoceros's armor plate seemed to absorb light itself. No matter what tricks you pull from your sleeve, mushroom, Klein pointed at Ren, contempt dripping from every word. No matter what pathetic strategies you attempt, the difference between us is fundamental, and today everyone will see it. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed softly as he held his position. Min took several steps back but left his snake with Ren, while Taro stepped forward, creating an unusual linear formation that seemed to puzzle the spectators. From the stands, Luna observed in silence, her shadow wolf rippling at her feet. Her cousins exchanged meaningful glances while the 6 new students remained motionless as always. But like everyone, their attention was fixed on the unfolding scene. This will be a lesson, Klein continued, his voice growing more theatrical. A lesson about the natural order of things, about why certain boundaries should not be crossed, and certain approaches should not be attempted. He glanced briefly toward where Luna sat before returning to Ren, the meaning clear to those who understood. Yang studied both teams before raising his hand. But Ren's team seemed uninterested neither to answer nor even listen. Instead, they stared intensely at Yang himself, as if expecting something. Do they want him to defend them? Well, yeah, the speech was getting... After this battle, Klein continued, cutting Yang's thought, everyone will see the difference between a true noble and... Begin! Yang dropped his hand, starting the battle if only to silence Klein. The golden lion's roar shook the air as the battle for pride, and something more began. Their positions seemed strange to observers. Taro and Ren at the front, with Min slightly behind. To the spectators, it looked like suicide. Poor things, someone murmured in the stands. They don't even know how to position themselves properly. The lion's roar will paralyze them the moment it starts, another added. It'll be a massacre. Klein observed the formation with undisguised contempt. Were they really so stupid as to separate? Should he simply take a nap while letting his lion's power do the work? This would be even easier than he'd thought. The golden lion roared instantly, waves of spiritual power crossing the field like visible ripples in the air. Klein smiled, expecting to see his opponents frozen in terror. The smile froze on his face. Taro and Ren were already running full speed forward, as if the roar hadn't affected them at all. Their movements were unhindered, fast, nothing like Klein had expected. Impossible. Klein gritted his teeth, his confidence cracking. Attack! Klein's golden lion charged directly at them. Ren's mushrooms pulsed as he analyzed patterns. The frontal attack was a distraction. Feng's cobra was already slithering along the left flank, while Aster's rhinoceros prepared to charge from the right. It was ridiculous. Did they really think they could face beasts of this level in direct combat? Finish them. Klein ordered his lion, focusing on Ren. That damn mushroom needed to learn his place once and for all. But Taro was in front, so he'd have to deal with him first. The lion attacked, its golden claws gleaming as they descended toward what appeared to be Taro's suicidal charge. Then Ren's light made a strong pulsation across the field. But from that far it couldn't blind anybody, even less at daylight. Yet it wasn't important because instantly after, in a move no one expected, Taro curled into a ball. Synced brilliantly as he concentrated all his defense into his back, the hardest part of his beetle manifestation. Months of cultivation had made that shell a bit stronger too. The lion impacted against the carapace with devastating force. But Taro held firm. The sound of the collision echoed across the field. "What?" Klein began, but then he saw it. Ren, who had been running behind Taro, used the shell as a springboard as Taro also pushed him up. His legs, honed by months of training with Lin, launched him skyward. Every muscle, every movement had been perfected for this moment. Min's snake launched against the lion's back, giving him the second small boost he needed. The coordination was flawless, each piece falling into place like a perfectly executed dance. For a moment time seemed to stop. Klein saw Ren suspended above him, the mushrooms in his hair gleaming under the sun. In that frozen instant, their eyes met, one filled with shock as he tried too late to put up his guard, the other with furious determination. It can't be, Klein thought. He's just a commoner with a useless beast. Charged with months of training with Lin and his small but meaningful buff, connected directly with Klein's jaw. The impact carried the weight of every slight, every insult, every moment of condescension. The Goldcrest heir fell backward, his eyes wide with disbelief as his golden lion roared in impotent fury. The sound of his body hitting the ground seemed to echo across the suddenly silent field. In the stand no one breathed. Even the wind seemed to pause. The mushroom boy had just knocked down the Goldcrest heir with a single punch. Luna's lips curved in a small, satisfied smile. Chapter 129, Tamer's Friendly Competition 7. The battlefield was controlled chaos. Spectators remained slack-jawed, still processing the shocking initial blow they'd just witnessed when the true battle exploded into life. Min's snake had coiled skillfully around the golden lion, using its flexibility to keep the powerful beast occupied. Taro was doing the impossible, containing Aster's rhinoceros. His shell, though already showing cracks from the lion's impact, continued to hold. Each blow resonated through the field like thunder, yet he refused to yield. Across the field, Min dodged and weaved, keeping ahead of Feng's cobra, buying precious seconds. Klein lay on the ground, his vision blurred from the impact. The metallic taste in his mouth only fueled his fury at the humiliation of being knocked down before everyone. But before he could fully recover, he saw Ren launching himself forward to finish the job. "No, damn commoner," rage cleared his mind like lightning. "I won't lose to a damn commoner. Return!" Klein's cry echoed across the field. The golden lion transformed into a sphere of pure energy, breaking free from the snake and returning to its tamer's body. Beast power coursed through him, clearing the confusion from the blow, and allowing Klein to block Ren's next attack with renewed strength. Ren's movements were precise, each strike and step showcasing Lin's brutal training. Klein found himself shocked to be on the defensive while still grounded. The cursed mushroom really knew how to fight, but Klein was no novice either. His beast's power enhanced his reflexes, letting him block the strike aim for his chin. His training in the Goldcrest mansion emerged as he blocked and counterattacked. He wouldn't underestimate this opponent again. Ren's movements were a revelation to all present. With a technique Lin had made him practice dozens of times, he caught Klein's arm in a lock, forcing his guard to open. The second punch connected, drawing a grunt of pain from Klein. "Klein!" Aster launched himself toward them, his kick catching Ren's side. The impact forced him to release his hold on Klein, sending him stumbling back. "You'll pay for this." Klein rose, wiping blood from his lip as his eyes blazed with murderous fury. This humiliation, this insult. His line fully manifested again, golden patterns on his skin glowing with menacing intensity. The beast's power radiated from him in visible waves. Ren adopted his fighting stance once more, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing in rhythm with his controlled breathing. Lin's training had been brutal, but now he understood why. This was the level needed to face the Academy's elite. Crack! The impact was brutal. After so many attacks, Taro's shell finally gave way before the rhinoceros's charge. His body rolled across the ground as his beast was forcibly returned to his interior. "Taro is out of combat," Yang announced, the rules preventing any additional attacks on the fallen student. "Taro," Min shouted, trying to reach his companion through the chaos. Feng's cobra intercepted him, forcing Min to retreat. His own snake hesitated, torn between protecting its tamer and helping Ren. The conflict was visible in its shifting coils. "Return!" Min finally ordered his beast, knowing Taro couldn't rejoin the fight after Yang's announcement. Ren quickly evaluated the situation as his mushrooms pulsed with analytical light. The rhinoceros was already charging toward him, its plates gleaming threateningly in the morning sun. 3 against 1. Klein spat blood while smiling as Feng joined them. "Where's your wit now, mushroom?" Ren didn't respond. His eyes moved constantly, evaluating angles and distances as Lin had taught him. Against multiple opponents, every second of analysis was crucial. Each movement had to count. Aster attacked first, relying on their numerical superiority. Ren dodged the initial strike and responded with an elbow that connected with his opponent's solar plexus, forcing him back with a grunt. Klein tried to exploit the opening, but Ren had anticipated the move. Pivoting on his axis, his kick found Klein's side before he could complete his attack, but Feng managed to kick Ren's back. "Damn you!" Klein roared. "Hold him!" The rhinoceros finally arrived and charged, forcing Ren to leap aside. But it was exactly what they'd expected. Aster was already there, his arms closing around Ren in a lock. The trap had sprung perfectly. "Ren!" Min shouted, watching his companion struggle desperately. He tried to reach him, but now he had to get past Feng. Min's snake managed to coil around the cobra, but Feng himself still blocked the path. Min's limited combat abilities prevented him from breaking through, each attempt rebuffed with brutal efficiency. Ren flexed his body, employing one of the most difficult techniques Lin had taught him. His elbow found a pressure point in Aster's grip, loosening it just enough to free one arm. Klein approached, transforming his hand with his lion's power. Ren blocked the first strike to his face, then the second. The third grazed his cheek, but he maintained his defense despite the overwhelming difference in strength. "Why don't you surrender?" Klein growled while preparing another blow with his massive lion claw. Ren smiled despite the situation, blood staining his teeth. "I can still do this." His leg rose in an impossible arc, connecting with Klein's jaw for the third time in the battle. The gold crest heir staggered back, spitting fury and blood. But that moment of triumph proved costly. The rhinoceros finally returned to Aster, its plates reinforced in his fists as he struck Ren's side. The impact was devastating, though Ren responded with a strike of his own. There was no way to damage that defense with mere fists. Klein recovered, fury burning in his eyes as even his fangs transformed. He unleashed his lion's roar, trying to paralyze Ren with fear. But just like before, the roar seemed to have no effect on the mushroom tamer. "Hold him tight," Klein ordered, preparing to strike. Min watched everything as if in slow motion. His snake distracted the cobra, but Feng continued blocking his path. Each second that passed was another moment he couldn't help Ren, couldn't reach his friend. "Ren!" he shouted, throwing himself against Feng in a desperate attempt to break through. Klein's first punch connected with Ren's stomach, driving the air from his lungs. The second crashed into his side. The third struck his face, making him spit blood. The fourth would have downed him if Aster wasn't holding him upright. "This one is for daring to strike me." Klein prepared the final blow, his lion's power concentrating in his fist like golden fire. Chapter 130, Tamer's Friendly Competition. "8 Ren!" he shouted, throwing himself against Feng in a desperate attempt to break through. Klein's first punch connected with Ren's stomach, driving the air from his lungs. The second crashed into his side. The third struck his face, making him spit blood. The fourth would have downed him if Aster wasn't holding him upright. "This one is for daring to strike me." Klein prepared the final blow, his lion's power concentrating in his fist like golden fire. Even then, held and beaten, Ren refused to surrender. His mushrooms pulsed one last time as he gathered his remaining strength, their light steady despite his battered state. "And this," he managed between ragged breaths, blood staining his teeth, "is for underestimating me." His final kick connected with Klein's knee, making him stumble, curse in pain and fail the hit. But the price was steep when the Lion Kid recovered. The fifth blow finally connected with Ren's face, Klein's enormous golden lion hand sending his head snapping back. This time, consciousness fled from him like morning mist before the sun. "Ren!" Min fell to his knees watching his companion collapse. His snake, sensing his anguish, released the cobra and coiled protectively around him. "Victory for Klein's team," Yang announced as he saw Min surrendered, medical auxiliaries rushing onto the field. The battle had ended. The result was expected. But no one who witnessed the match would forget how the Mushroom Boy faced the Academy's elite, and though he lost, did it on his own terms. Silence hung heavy over the field while the auxiliaries tended to Ren and Taro. Min remained on his knees, his snake wrapped around him in an attempt at comfort. Klein spat blood while wiping his split lip, shoving away the auxiliary trying to heal him. His victory felt different from what he'd imagined. The humiliation of being knocked down, of needing help to defeat a mere commoner with a spore. "He knocked Klein down," someone murmured in the stands, breaking the silence. "Incredible," another whispered. Would he have been knocked out in the end if Aster hadn't helped him in time? And the lion's roar, it didn't work on Ren. How? Lin watched from her position as they loaded her student onto a stretcher. Her hands, which had been clenched throughout the battle, finally relaxed. The marks of her nails remained in her palms, crescents of worry etched in flesh. The three cousins remained silent, though one gripped the edge of her seat so hard her fingers had gone white. Each impact on Ren had made her flinch imperceptibly. "My lady," a maid whispered. "Should we?" A subtle gesture silenced her, though concern remained evident in the maid's eyes. In the higher stands, the 6 new students exchanged meaningful glances. Klein couldn't stop staring at where Ren had fallen. 5 direct hits. He had needed 5 direct hits, plus his companions' help and 2 of their beasts, to defeat someone that was supposedly the weakest in the academy. "Lord Klein," one of his followers approached. "That was an impressive victo." "Shut up," Klein cut off the attempt at flattery. His line dimmed briefly, its golden patterns dulled by exhaustion and something that might have been shame. Min couldn't stop following Ren's stretcher with his eyes, his snake mirroring his worried movements. "Easy," an auxiliary restrained him gently. Your friend will be fine, he just needs rest. You don't understand, Min smiled weakly, tears gathering in his eyes. That's not why I want to go. I want to be there when he wakes up, to tell him that was the most incredible battle I've been in and that he defended our honor like he promised. Yang found Lin watching as the auxiliaries carried Ren to the infirmary. She maintained her stoic expression, but he knew her well enough to see the worry swimming in her eyes. Did you really expect him to win? He asked softly, taking his place beside her. Lin shook her head while sighing. The difference in beasts was too great, she responded after a moment. Ren is clever, reckless even, but there are barriers not easily overcome with just. Don't see yourself there, Yang smiled slightly. Your crane isn't considered a good beast for its rank either. Yet the other day, you were crucial to the director's victory. Lin recalled the battle against the mercenary, how her kick had created the necessary opening. The memory brought a ghost of pride to her face. Everyone's contributions matter, Yang continued. Ren didn't win, true, but he gave a performance worth remembering. Like you, he refused to accept the limitations others tried to impose. A small smile formed on Lin's lips as she watched her student being transported. Even unconscious, there was something in his expression that suggested satisfaction. You're right, she admitted. Ren is worth more than just his fighting ability. His way of analyzing situations, his persistence. If he had any other beast, Yang nodded, he probably would have won today, even with a common combat beast, his tactical ability. He stopped seeing Lin shake her head, her eyes fixed on the stretcher where Ren rested with a slight smile on his face. You know, I have the feeling that even if he could, Ren wouldn't want another beast as his first, Lin said softly. During training, even the hardest sessions, I've never seen him sad or frustrated about his spore. She paused, searching for the right words in the afternoon light. He always seems grateful. Yang observed Lin, noting how her expression softened when speaking of Ren. The usually stern combat master had found something special in this unusual student. The stretcher disappeared down the hallway. The last students began dispersing, still commenting on the surprising battle that may become an academy legend. Then I'm sure he'll find his place, Yang assured. Like you found yours, sometimes someone's true worth isn't in winning every battle. Lin nodded, remembering her own struggles to be accepted as a combat master with a bronze crane as her beast. Chapter 131. Taming Reproach. Light filtered through the infirmary windows when Ren opened his eyes. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed weakly as his vision cleared. In the adjacent bed, Taro slept deeply, his eyes occasionally moving beneath his lids, as if responding to some dream. He removed the small bread balls from his ears. Min, who had been looking out the window, turned at the sound of movement. His hands twisted nervously as he approached the bed, his snake coiled anxiously around his shoulders. Ren. His fingers played with the edge of his shirt. If I had gotten there sooner, and steal all my fun? Ren tried to sit up, wincing as he still felt some of the blows. I was the one who wasted the opportunity. If I had knocked Klein out when I had the chance, we would have had that 3-on-2 we planned. He leaned back against the pillows, a small smile forming on his bruised lips. Though that first hit, Klein's face when he went down, no one's going to forget that anytime soon. Min laughed softly, letting his shoulders relax a bit. Especially after all that speech about crushing victories and great differences. Exactly, Ren nodded. And in the final battle of the semester. His mushrooms pulsed stronger, their light carrying a promise. We'll have our rematch. Ren leaned back against the pillows, a small smile tugging at his bruised lips. Though that first hit, Klein's face when he went down, no one's going to forget that anytime soon. Min laughed softly, letting his shoulders relax. Especially after all that speech about crushing victories and great differences. Exactly, Ren nodded. And in the final battle of the semester. His mushrooms pulsed stronger, their light carrying a promise. We'll have our rematch. You're right. And it was pretty satisfying seeing his expression at the end. Min sat down, his fingers finally releasing their anxious grip on his tunic. Ren, do you think you could? He stopped, biting his lips. Yes? Could you teach me the correct cultivation for my snake? The words tumbled out in a rush. I know I should have accepted the offer before, I'm sorry. It's just that. Just bring me a fruit drink as an apology, Ren interrupted with a smile. I'm quite thirsty. Min blinked in surprise before breaking into a grin. I'll be right back. When his footsteps faded down the hallway, Ren's smile faltered. His mushrooms pulsed while his hand clenched into a fist beneath the sheets. So close to taking him down. And it was a shame. Ren startled at the girl's voice. Luna was leaning against the doorframe, her wolf barely visible as a shadow at her feet, its presence making the light bend strangely around her. Can you tell me how you avoided the roar's paralysis? Ren sighed, a slight smile returning to his face. We put some bread in our ears, he explained. We could barely hear anything, but that way the effect can't take hold. It needs to reach a high volume in the opponent's ears to work, though with your beast's mana level. Thank you. She looked down. a blush coloring her cheeks. The hits you landed on Klein were satisfying, she continued, her eyes still avoiding meeting Ren's. Don't worry. I'll make sure to beat him in the finals. It's time he stops feeling so important and stops bothering me. Her fingers played with the edge of her sleeve. And you know, I don't need you to defend my freedom. He can't force me into anything if he doesn't manage to. I defended you. Ren frowned. Then he remembered the conversation with Klein. How do you know about that? Luna visibly tensed, a soft pink coloring her cheeks. Without another word, she vanished into the shadows just as Min's footsteps returned down the hallway. Got your drink? Min entered holding a glass. I brought one for Taro too when he walked. He stopped, noticing Ren's confused expression. Did something happen? I'm not sure, Ren responded while his mushrooms pulsed with curiosity. But I think I just had a conversation with my shadow. In the adjacent bed, Taro mumbled something about invincible shells in his dreams. Klein slammed his fist against the wall of his private room, ignoring the protest of his bruised knuckles. His golden lion stirred beneath his skin, rippling with agitation. The beast's unease only fueled his anger. 5 hits. The number haunted him like a curse. And not just the hits, he'd needed Aster to hold Ren, needed Feng to kick his back, needed... His pride twisted like a knife in his gut. My lord? A hesitant knock at the door interrupted his brooding. The auxiliaries are waiting to finish healing your injuries. Leave me alone. The words emerged as a snarl. His lion's mane partially manifested, casting fractured golden shadows across the room. The servant's hasty retreat echoed down the hallway. Klein touched his split lip, still refusing healing. Let it sting. Let it remind him of his victory he'd won. So why did it feel like ashes in his mouth? That first punch replayed endlessly in his mind. The moment he'd looked up to see the mushroom boy suspended above him, those cursed glowing fungi casting light across his determined face. The impact that had sent him sprawling in front of everyone. In front of Luna, his future wife. His fingers clenched into fists again, nails biting into palms. 110 days of cultivation. That's how far the commoner had progressed, far more than should have been possible with such a weak beast. His own line grew stronger every day. By the time of the final exam, he'd have completed his family's special 166 days method, reaching bronze rank 1. It should be enough. It had to be enough. You were supposed to be nothing, he muttered, pacing the room like a caged animal. A joke, a rotting boy with the weakest beast in history. So how? The question gnawed at him like poison. If someone with a mere spore could land such a blow, what chance did he truly have against Luna's shadow wolf? His father's words echoed. The Goldcrest name must be elevated. The Star Weavers. Luna's power will be ours, one way or another. Klein had been so certain. The arranged marriage would be simple. Demonstrate overwhelming strength, prove himself worthy of first place, and claim what was promised. But now... He caught his reflection in the window and froze. A bruise was darkening along his jaw where Ren had struck him, where a commoner had marked the face of a Goldcrest heir. Damn you, he whispered, but the fury felt hollow. Something else crept in, an emotion he refused to name. If you could do this with just a spore. The thought trailed off as his golden lion stirred again, almost nervously. The beast that was supposed to represent his noble breeding, generations of careful cultivation. Yet today it had barely been enough. No, he couldn't think like this. He was a Goldcrest. His beast was superior by divine right. This was just a fluke, he tried to convince himself, but the words rang false even in his own ears. It has to be. The sun was setting outside his window, painting the academy grounds in shades of amber and gold. Somewhere out there, Luna was probably watching the same sunset. Had her opinion of him changed after today? Did she now see him as... This wasn't how it was supposed to be. He was meant to be untouchable, invincible. I won't lose, he declared to his empty room, trying to recapture his usual confidence. Not to him, not to her, not to anyone. But as night fell over the academy, Klein found himself standing at his window for a long time, watching shadows lengthen across the grounds. And for the first time in his life, deep in his core where even his lion's light couldn't reach, a seed of doubt had taken root. Chapter 132, Taming the Second 2T. Luna slammed her bedroom door harder than necessary, startling Mayo and Matilda who were preparing her bed for the night. Her shadow wolf slid like liquid ink into her shadow to rest. Is everything all right, my lady? Matilda asked, noting the subtle blush coloring Luna's cheeks. Of course it is. Luna strode to her vanity, deliberately avoiding to see her face in the mirror. I'm just thinking about tomorrow's strategy. We need to make sure we crush Klein once and for all. Mayo exchanged a knowing look with Matilda while folding the sheets, their practiced movements betraying years of service even at their young age. Oh, is that all it is? Mayo smiled mischievously. Nothing to do with a certain boy with an adorable face who... Mayo? Luna spun around, her blush deepening. I've told you it's not... It's not like that. If I find baby faces cute, it's purely an aesthetic appreciation. Of course, my lady. Mayo's smile widened. Totally aesthetic. Like when you stared during training or when... One more word. Luna narrowed her eyes, shadows stirring around her feet. And I'll send you to serve Leora and Larissa. I'll keep Maria, who at least knows when to keep quiet. Oh, but my lady. Mayo laughed softly while fluffing the pillows. We all know Larissa would never allow it. She's quite attached to her current friendly relationship with her. So I'm afraid you're stuck with me. Mayo, Matilda intervened with a gentle but firm tone. I think that's enough for today. Our lady needs rest for tomorrow. Luna sighed as she sat at her vanity, allowing Mayo to begin brushing her hair. The repetitive motion seemed to calm her nerves. Tomorrow we can move more actively in the mist and attack for real, Matilda commented while closing the curtains. We won't let that arrogant brat even get close. Don't overdo it too much, Luna frowned. The noble maiden facade could... Oh, that facade, Mayo giggled. My lady, with all due respect, that strategy failed long ago. There are too many eyes in the academy, too many informants, and they already know you're here. It's true, Matilda nodded. In the end, it did no good that your uncle denied you the will-o-wisp egg, or the mineral fairy one. Even with the black egg as the most discreet option, the risk ended up being for nothing. It doesn't matter, Luna studied her reflection, her shadow wolf barely visible as a dark silhouette behind her. This companion turned out better than I could have hoped for. A direct line from my father's family's best knights brought it to gold rank so I can... Her fingers unconsciously traced her wolf ear that her beast manifested, a soft smile playing across her lips. And tomorrow, she continued, her voice taking on an icy edge, we're going to show Klein and his father they can forget about that ridiculous arrangement. No matter what my uncle wagered, I won't be a prize to elevate their horrible family status. Especially since your heart already has another own, Mayo began. Mayo! Luna and Matilda exclaimed in unison. The maid raised her hands in surrender, though her playful smile remained intact. I'm just saying that a certain boy with glowing mushrooms. It's a misunderstanding. Luna stood abruptly, her blush returning. And if you continue with that, I'll really consider asking Maria to take your place. As you say, my lady, Mayo executed an exaggerated bow. Though we all know Maria's terrible at hairbrushing, and that you'd never... A knock at the door interrupted her teasing. All three tensed instantly, their playful atmosphere evaporating into sudden alertness. They hadn't felt the presence till now. Who is it? Matilda asked, her voice transforming into the servile tone appropriate for a common noble's maid. Message for Lady Luna, a voice responded. Luna exchanged glances with her maids. The shadow wolf silently slid toward the door, ready for any eventuality. Morning began as always with Ren and Taro absorbing their daily crystals. The glow of Taro's shell was increasingly intense, a sign that the cultivation was progressing well along its intended path. Are you sure about this? They say that's the weaker version. Min played nervously with his snake as they walked toward the shop. I don't want to waste resources if... Trust me. Ren smiled while his mushrooms pulsed softly. Your snake is freshwater. Traditional methods waste resources using marine components that actually change its nature to one with less potential. And the night lily extract will really work. Better than marine coral and moon algae. Ren stopped in front of the counter where Jessie waited, her cat ears perking up at their approach. And it's much cheaper. Ren. Jessie's cat ears twitched with enthusiasm. More materials for your nests? Not today. Ren shook his head. My friend needs night lily extract. 100 units. Jessie consulted her manual while her tail moved thoughtfully. Let me see. Yes, we have it in stock. 1,000 points for the 100 units. Min nearly choked. Only 1,000. But marine coral costs 5 times more, Ren completed. That's why few use the lily extract. Many assume more expensive ingredients are better. While Jessie prepared the order, Min took out his crystals. He had quite a few after months of mining, though most were small. You should deposit some, your trunk is full too, Ren suggested. The bank can. Don't even mention it, Min shuddered. I don't want to see Theodore's look when he compares my tiny deposits to your plate investments. The plates are from the prince, Ren and Taro responded in unison, causing Min to roll his eyes. Back in the room, they found Liu sitting on his bed, his night bat fluttering above his head, casting dancing shadows on the walls. Finally decided to risk it all? He asked, seeing the materials. Yes, Min spread his crystals on the table. Though I still need the elemental control rune. Those are expensive, Liu whistled. Like 15,000 points. I have time, Min shrugged. 100 days to get it, for now. Ren was already examining the crystals one by one, his mushrooms pulsing as he analyzed each piece with precision. Not this one, he discarded one. Too small. This one, yes, the mana quantity is perfect. How can you? Liu began to ask, but stopped himself. After so many times he'd learned not to question Ren's knowledge about beasts. After half an hour of meticulous selection, Ren had separated the 100 best crystals, each one gleaming with promise. Ready? He asked Min, who held the first crystal nervously in his trembling hands. Chapter 133, Taming the Second 2T2, After half an hour of meticulous selection, Ren had separated the 100 best crystals, each one gleaming with promise. Ready? He asked Min, who held the first crystal nervously in his trembling hands. What if it doesn't work? His snake coiled more tightly around him, scales shifting with anxiety. What if the extract isn't enough? It will work. Ren placed a drop of extract on the crystal, which immediately began to glow with a more intense bluish tone, like sunlight through deep water. Your snake is freshwater. It needs the essence of plants that grow in its natural habitat, not marine components that would only contaminate its energy. How many times do I need to tell you that? Min swallowed hard while Ren helped him sit in a comfortable position, adjusting his posture with practiced movements, thanks to the experience he got with tarot. Breathe deeply and manifest your snake in your body, Ren instructed as Min held the overcharged crystal. When the pain starts, keep the energy flowing toward your center. Don't let it stagnate in your extremities. Why does it have to hurt so much? Min clenched his teeth as the crystal's energy flooded his system. His scales blazed with unnatural intensity. Because we're using the maximum concentration your body can handle, Ren watched attentively, his mushrooms pulsing while analyzing the energy flow. Maintain control. Guide the energy like a river. Don't let it overflow. A very hot river, Min growled, sweat beading on his forehead. That's boiling my insides. Oh, come on, Lee smiled from his bed, his night bat casting flickering shadows from the ceiling. It can't be worse than when you tried to eat that extra spicy curry. Shut up. Min gasped between breaths. Focus, Ren corrected Min's posture with gentle but firm hands. The energy is accumulating in your left shoulder. Make it flow. Everyone's falling to the dark side, Lu sighed dramatically. First Taro with his impossible evolution. Now you suffering the same with the pain method. What's next? Will you tell me mushrooms are the future? Mushrooms are the future, Ren and Taro responded in unison, just before Min let out another grunt of pain. Traitors? Lu shook his head, though his smile betrayed his amusement. You've been corrupted by the Lord of Mushrooms. I can't. Min started trembling, his scales taking on an alarming blue tinge. It's too much. Yes, you can. Ren held his shoulder firmly and helped him circulate his mana slightly. Your snake is processing the energy well. You feel this flow? You just need to hold on a little longer. The minutes crawled by while Min struggled to contain and direct the torrent of power coursing through him. Each second felt like an eternity until finally, the last trace of energy was absorbed. He collapsed backward, panting heavily. That was. He breathed heavily, his scales slowly returning to their normal color. Horrible. But effective, Ren smiled, pointing to the new markings on Min's skin that shimmered like sunlight on water. Your snake is responding better than expected. Great, Min stretched out on his bed, every muscle aching. Only 99 more torture sessions to go. How the hell do you handle 10 times this amount? The first rays of dawn were filtering through the window when Klein heard knocking at his door. He had barely slept a few hours, his mind churning with worries that refused to let him rest. Didn't I tell you not to disturb me? He growled from his bed, his fangs partially manifesting in response to his irritation. Lord Klein, I'm very sorry, but... The servant's voice sounded unusually nervous. The door opened before the servant could finish his apology. Klein sat up furiously, ready to unleash his accumulated frustration, but the words died in his throat. Cassian? His older brother's name came out as a surprised whisper. I see you're still charming in the mornings, little brother. Cassian smiled as he entered. At 22, he was already as tall as their father, carrying himself with the same aristocratic bearing. Klein jumped up, his mood shifting instantly. What are you doing here? Did you hear about the tournament? You didn't need to... Cassian raised a hand, silencing his younger brother. Don't think so highly of yourself. I'm here for other matters. His smile remained, but there was something calculating in his eyes. This friendly tournament is merely a convenient coincidence. Klein tried to hide his disappointment. For a moment, he thought his brother had come to support him, like in the old days. Although since you mention it, Cassian continued, his tone becoming more serious. You better not disappoint our father. The family has enough complications lately. Before Klein could respond, Cassian turned to the door. Enter. A boy Klein's age entered the room. His posture was rigid, like he was standing for military inspection, every movement precisely controlled. This is Harold, Cassian introduced him with a casual gesture. He'll soon be your classmate. Father arranged his admission as a special favor. Klein studied the newcomer. There was something in his way of moving that suggested formal training, a soldier's discipline in a student's uniform. I want you to give him a general overview of how things work here, Cassian continued. You know, the unwritten rules, the hierarchies, the usual. Why me? Klein frowned. There are others who could. Because I say so, Cassian smile didn't waver, but his eyes hardened like steel. Or would you prefer I tell father you're refusing a simple favor? Klein clenched his fist but nodded. As you say, brother. Excellent. Cassian patted Harold's shoulder. I leave him in your care then. And since I'm here, I suppose I'll stay to watch your match with the little Star Weaver. Klein visibly tensed. Oh, did I touch a nerve? Cassian laughed softly. Relax, little brother. This activity is extracurricular, though I hope you remember what's at stake in the final exams. The Goldcrest family cannot afford unnecessary setbacks. With those words, Cassian headed toward the door. Harold, stay a moment with my brother. You have much to discuss. The door closed, leaving Klein with his new companion and an additional weight on his shoulders, as if he didn't have enough pressure already. Harold remained silent, waiting for instructions. Klein observed him for a moment before sighing. Sit, he finally ordered. The sun continued its inexorable ascent. In a few hours he would face Luna, and now he had this new favor to further complicate matters. A gold crest shows no weakness, he reminded himself as he began explaining the Academy's complexities to Harold. No matter how much pressure there is. Chapter 134 Tamer's Friendly Competition 9. A gold crest shows no weakness, Klein reminded himself, as he began explaining the Academy's complexities to Harold. No matter how much pressure there is. Unfortunately, I won't get to see Luna crush Klein's team. Lou began gathering his things, his night bat casting fleeting shadows. I have class and need those points to not fall behind again. We'll tell you every bloody detail, Min promised from his horizontal position, still recovering from the cultivation session. The bells began to toll, marking the hour of the final battle. Their deep resonance seemed to vibrate through the Academy walls and their bodies. Ready? Ren headed for the door, his mushrooms pulsing with anticipation. To see Klein humiliated? Always, Min rose with effort, his new markings still shimmering. Think Luna will use your trick against the roar? We'll find out soon. The battlefield was packed when they arrived. Even spectators from other years with free schedules had come to watch. Klein's brother lounged in the stands with aristocratic indifference, and even Professor Wei, who had no class today, had made time to attend. The tension in the air was almost palpable as the teams took their positions, like static before a storm. Luna advanced with grace, her shadow wolf barely visible as a dark silhouette at her feet, bending light around its ethereal form. Her companions flanked her with elegance, though there was something different in their posture today, like predators barely containing their hunting instincts. Klein occupied the opposite field center, his golden lion manifesting in brilliant patterns across his skin. The mark on his jaw, where Ren had struck him, was still visible from refusing proper healing, a reminder of wounded pride. Feng and Aster flanked him, their beasts creating an intimidating spectacle of crimson scales and bluish plates. The friendly tournament's final battle. Yang positioned himself between both teams. Are you ready? Klein's gaze toward Luna contained more than simple rivalry. There was desperation in his eyes, as if his entire future hinged on this moment. Luna returned an icy smile, her wolf materializing more clearly for an instant. The message was clear: there would be no mercy. It's like the whole Academy is holding its breath, Min whispered. Ren nodded, his mushrooms pulsing in rhythm with his anticipation. The final spectacle was about to begin. Klein studied the battlefield while Yang prepared to give the signal, his mind racing through scenarios. The cloudbird is key, he thought, mentally reviewing his strategy. If they create their misfield, the wolf will have too much of an advantage. I need to paralyze them before they can establish their terrain and finish them quickly. Feng and Aster positioned themselves according to plan too. Feng's red cobra already had its acid ready. The instant Luna's team was paralyzed by the roar, it would strike the cloudbird at its most vulnerable moment. Aster and his rhinoceros would handle the noble girl controlling it. Luna remained serene, almost unconcerned. Her maids maintained their elegant poses, as if this were merely a garden stroll. Their confidence only fueled Klein's anger. That arrogance. Klein clenched his fists. They think they can underestimate me after what happened with that rotting boy. Begin. Yang's voice resonated across the field. Klein didn't waste a second. He unleashed his roar instantly, golden waves of spiritual energy crossing the air like a tsunami of light. The very ground seemed to tremble with its power. Now, he shouted, certain of victory. Feng launched his snake's acid attack toward the cloudbird while Aster's rhino charged at its controller. It was a perfect plan. The roar would paralyze their opponents for precious seconds, more than enough to. Luna didn't freeze at all. Not just her entire team moved with devastating speed as if the roar didn't even exist. Impossible? Klein stepped back, his eyes widening in horror as once again his roar failed to affect his opponents. The image of Ren falling toward him flashed through his mind for an instant. Feng's acid found only air. The cloudbird was already in action, mist pouring from its wings in torrents. Aster's charge was slowed by roots erupting from the ground, the tree turtle creating barriers with supernatural speed. They used it, Min watched from the stands. I knew denying Klein's roar was too good to ignore. They're doomed, right? Taro leaned forward. With the mist, victory is. Luna's teams, Ren completed. Though they'll have to take their time. We could only attack by surprise at the start, but for them. On the field, Klein tried to reorganize his shattered strategy. Without the initial paralysis, his team had lost all positional and field advantage. The wolf emerged from Aster's shadow, its fangs tearing at his leg where the rhinoceros's armor couldn't yet manifest. It wasn't an attack to take him out since the rules didn't let it hurt him too much, but to slow and force his beast to retreat. As expected, the rhinoceros returned in a sphere of light to Aster's body immediately after his pain scream. Defensive formation, retract beasts, Klein ordered while backing toward Aster, the mist already surrounding them, thick and disorienting. Luna still gave no verbal orders. Her maids moved as one, each anticipating the other's movements with practiced precision. Luna's wolf began its deadly dance, appearing and disappearing between shadows, delivering small attacks that Aster barely managed to block. Each time Klein tried to track its position, he found only more mist. Don't let them separate us. Klein tried to keep his team together, but wooden barriers kept appearing, pushing them out. Scared so soon? Luna's voice slid through the fog like frozen silk. And we're just getting started. Klein tried to track the sound's origin, but her voice seemed to come from everywhere, and nowhere at once. The voice isn't the problem, Feng muttered, his cobra moving nervously. It's that we can't. You know what they told me, Klein, Luna interrupted, her tone carrying childish disgust with a razor's edge. That you've been going around talking about engagements and false promises. I don't even like you. Klein visibly tensed. Feng and Aster exchanged confused looks. The words struck harder than any physical attack, not because of Luna, but because of what they meant for the future hanging over his head. Chapter 135, Tamer's Friendly Competition 10. You know what they told me, Klein, Luna interrupted, her tone carrying childish disgust with an icy edge. That you've been going around talking about engagements and false promises. I don't even like you. Klein visibly tensed. Feng and Aster exchanged confused looks. The words struck harder than any physical attack, not because of Luna, but because of what they meant for the future hanging over his head. His grandfather had been clear without this engagement, their family's position would weaken. His father counted on him. His mother had arranged so many social gatherings to prepare him. In the stands, Cassian's gaze sharpened, his attention suddenly focused like a predator sensing weakness. That cursed rotting boy, Klein growled, his line manifesting more intensely. He went running to tattle. A soft laugh floated through the mist. Ren? Oh no, he has more class than you despite being a commoner. The academy is just full of attentive ears. A silhouette moved in the mist, imposing. For a moment it seemed to be Luna, but when Feng launched his beast's acid the figure vanished like smoke. You know what's worse, Klein? Luna continued, her voice now coming from another direction. That you actually believe you'll have any right over me. Shut up already. Klein tried to maintain concentration while searching for the wolf in the mist. They told me you should be grateful because we're trying to improve your family situation. He roared into the fog. Look, at least my beast is truly noble, from a fixed golden lion egg, not a dirty shadow wolf obtained by pure luck. Golden? Oh, Klein. Your lion can't even reach golden rank, and now it's just an iron lion with a pretty shine. My luck will tear it to pieces. Watch out! Aster blocked an attack from another angle. They're toying with us. Another silhouette appeared, more defined this time. Klein ordered Feng to attack, but again found only mist. The wolf then emerged from another point, its fangs grazing Feng's leg before vanishing again. Ren watched the mana silhouettes clearly moving in the haze while listening to Klein's comment. You know, he remarked to Min and Taro. It's funny how everyone calls it a golden lion when it barely shines yellow. A normal golden tiger of his same iron rank would be physically more powerful. Jin's is weaker in physical enhancement only because it's a spiritual one. The golden, no, yellow beast lunged toward where it thought it saw the wolf. Its claws cut only mist yet again. You know what's the difference between you and me, Klein? Luna's voice came from everywhere and nowhere. I fight for my freedom. No, Klein thought desperately. It can't end like this. The promise to my father. The agreement. The figure in the mist, now clearly visible as the noble girl with the turtle, emerged with a powerful kick trying to knock Feng down, just as the wolf attacked from the opposite side. Aster barely managed to block both attacks, but the effort forced him back. Enough games. Klein ordered his beast to attack the girl who had revealed herself. There it is, Luna murmured, her voice now laden with satisfaction. The moment desperation makes you commit mistakes. The wolf emerged like black lightning, its fangs heading directly for the lion's flank. But Klein also saw his opportunity in the mistake. Instead of ordering his beast to dodge, Klein himself lunged forward, grabbing the wolf with his own hands. The fangs sank into his shoulder, but he didn't let go, blood beginning to stain his uniform. This is my chance, he thought through the pain. Klein. Aster tried to approach to help. No, stop the turtle girl. Klein gritted his teeth, ignoring the pain. Maintain formation, this is my battle. The lion turned toward the wolf while Aster blocked Mayo. Klein roared triumphantly, as his lion's claws finally found flesh. The wolf's side opened in a wound that bled black mana, its howl of pain resonating across the field. The pressure on Klein's shoulder increased slightly, the fangs sinking deeper from his grip, but he didn't release his hold. He couldn't let go, not when his honor and family depended on his ability to defeat this girl. Grandfather, father, mother. His thoughts mingled with the pain. I won't fail you. The lion attacked again, its claws tearing at the wolf's already wounded flank. The shadow beast howled, its form becoming unstable for a moment. Klein smiled despite the pain. The wolf was badly hurt. His beast had finally managed significant damage. If he could hit it once more, from vanishing into the shadows by interrupting its mana flow. The lion roared triumphantly as its claws rose for a third time. Finally, the lion would finish it, or so he thought. You really are an idiot. Luna's voice had lost all mocking tone. A strange sound cut through the air. Leave my Poochie alone, Luna whispered, her voice coming from very close now. Klein realized his mistake too late. The wolf had vanished like ink in water, leaving Klein holding Luna herself. His brain froze. Suddenly he had the girl who was supposedly going to be his future fiancée in his arms, her perfume reaching his nose. The lion halted its attack as much as it could, only grazing the girl's back, since the rules prohibited deep damage to tamers. Luna's eyes flashed dangerously as she endured the pain. You'll never touch me again. Her knee rose with the extra force of her buff, finding a target that made every man in the audience capable of seeing mana wince in sympathy. Klein doubled over, his grip loosening as an entirely new pain replaced his shoulders one easily. His lion roared in confusion, torn between the rules prohibiting attacks on tamers and the instinct to protect its own. That moment of hesitation was all the wolf needed. The beast emerged from the shadows like a nightmare made manifest, its fangs finding the lion's throat. This was no superficial attack now. It was against another beast, and the fangs sank deep, making the yellow beast roar in agony.